back at him, I'm back strong. An incredible season meets its culmination, and the quest for a champion begins today. Hello and welcome to the 2023 Overwatch League Playoffs, coming to you live from beautiful Toronto. What's up, everyone? I'm Zoe Schwint, and joining me to guide you through the action for the next couple of days are no other than the big brains in the industry. It is Danny Lim, Jake Lyon, and Johnny Snowden. What's up, fam? We're here. We made it. We're in Toronto.
We made it in one piece to Toronto. I'm feeling so good.
I'm just happy to be here, man. I
think I need to tone it down a bit. I'm a little too excited right now.
No, we want that, Danny. We want your energy.
All right.
I was vibing. I had the best time. And then we walked up here, and a fan goes, "Johnny, you're washed." And I'm just...
Johnny's catching strays. Like, we got to be nice to him.
I thought hospitality, everyone would be nice, but no, the vibes are great. I'm so happy to be here.
How dare he say that to the Pred King of 2023?
I know.
The champ.
Right?
The champ.
The actual
the
champ
champ
for now. Well, I don't want to say London carried you through those Preds, but London did carry you through those
Thanks,
Preds. Let's take a look at bracket, actually, to see which teams made it alongside us to play here in the playoffs. This is bracket 1. We have a lot of great matches coming our way. Danny, which of these has caught your eye?
That's a hard question.
Just pick one, Danny. Just pick one match.
Pick one. All right. Honestly, all 4 of them are really good.
That's not one. That's literally 4.
I'm gonna have to go with the very first match, Hangzhou Spark versus Atlanta Reign. I think that is the best match because, I mean, well, it's the first time that we're seeing East against the West, and also they're two of the best teams on each region.
I mean, another match which I'm sure is catching everyone's attention here is going to be Outlaws and Mayhem. They were fighting it so close, Jake, all season long.
These two teams, right, even though they got second and third in the overall season, on the West rather, they still both upset the Atlanta Reign, who are the 1 seed. So I really feel coming into this playoffs, these are two teams who want to take the championship. Honestly, this could be the grand finals. We could be getting an early preview, but who knows? There's so many teams competing.
I can't wait. And this is what they're all fighting for. Over $1 million. And of course, the coveted title of the Overwatch League champion. Now, gentlemen, we had 2 incredible, exciting play-ins week with a lot of storylines coming out of it. So heading into the matches today, what are your headlines? What do you want people to know?
Well, I've taken some notes here the past couple of weeks, so we've been waiting for the playoffs to kick off. And I think if you're talking about the playoffs here, you gotta start with the reigning champ. Dallas Fuel, of course, they qualified through the Eastern play-ins. And look, I know that Fearless is no longer on the team, the Grand Finals MVP, but they still have Edison, they have Sparkle, they have Hanbin on that team. And if they hit the meta just right, we might be getting some Zarya gameplay. You know that Hanbin is gonna show up for this team. So Dallas Fuel, they are the team that I'm keeping my eyes on. They could be the dark horse for this entire tournament. I know that sounds preposterous, coming in as one of the last teams in this bracket, but they are the reigning champ, and you gotta put some respect on their name.
You know, Dallas Fuel is a great shout out, but we have to talk about the Florida Mayhem. Quite honestly, I think they are looking to be one of the stronger teams. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, Mayhem fans, I got you guys. I got you guys. Hey. They're already stacked roster, and coming into the playoffs, they're making even more improvements. We're seeing some plays from someone. This guy could play it all. He's, of course, you know, I'm gonna be honest, he's one of my personal favorite tank players in the league right now. And of course, middle of the season, they added Maka as well, a great flex support player. You know, they got the support line covered as well. And coming into the playoffs, after Maka, they added another great addition to their DPS line. Yes, I'm talking about Who Are You is joining the team, Florida Mayhem. I mean, he's a Genji specialist. He's just one of the best Genjis that we have.
Yeah, definitely a scary addition to be adding more threats to a team that had already done so well in this season. You've got to be looking at the Florida Mayhem. But no bias, guess what team I want to talk about? I gotta talk about their opponent in that first round match. I've got to talk about the Houston Outlaws.
What a surprise!
Shocking on the venue. No one saw it coming. I've got to talk about them because I think they've put together the best roster ever for this franchise. It all starts with this guy on your screen, Pelican. This guy makes things happen that shouldn't be possible, but for him, they are, especially on the Echo, the Genji. These are the heroes that Pelican can just go to that next level on. Fearless, we know him as the best Winston in the world, but he's got a great Doomfist. He's got great flexibility across the roster of heroes. And they also added Bernard coming into the playoffs. So they've got the flexibility. They can play whatever they need. And you want to talk flexibility on this team, you've got to mention the support lineup. Violet and Shu together is out of control. That is absurd putting those two players together. So I gotta say, I like Houston in this playoff.
You know who I like in this playoffs? Come on. London Spitfire.
Okay, fair.
That's right. I know I get the crowd with this one. Listen, they're gonna go Rhine or die in this one. The play-ins, what a run they had. We thought they're gonna be found out, right? They stuck to their Rhine comp, weren't sure if it's gonna work. When Boston Uprising knocked them down, we thought, you know, that was the blueprint. People have figured them out. But they somehow managed to, without really changing up the comp, still making it work with making small adaptations from map to map, from opponent to opponent. And I really think this is a team you cannot underestimate. I think they have a lot of potential to make an actual, like, realistic run. Like, just unironic. This is not just us, like, trolling with the pick. Like, London Spitfire have a real chance at this.
Let's go, Zoe. I like that.
I agree.
Thank you.
No matter, even if you look at them as like this out of pocket team that's going to play something unique, when Boston was able to beat them before, Decay did absurd things on the Genji.
Yeah.
Lee Jae-gon was getting in there, mixing it up on the Lucio time and time again. And you have to wonder, like, can you replicate that over and over again? London have shown so much resiliency in this play-in, making their comp work against all comers. So I don't know. I don't think you can write them off. Even if Boston has an answer, you've got to beat them when it comes match time.
Here's the thing about the London Spitfire. No one wants to play them.
Exactly.
I mean, you saw the Seoul Infernal. They shipped them away. Like, we don't want you to be in our group. So everyone puts respect on London Spitfire's name. They play such an unorthodox composition that you can't really practice against what the London Spitfire are playing. No one is playing Reinhardt.
Yeah, no.
So they're going to be a really difficult opponent, and I'm looking forward to some Earth Shatters.
Same. Now, we, of course, will be bringing you more headlines throughout the next couple of days. And if all of you at home want to cast and comment on everything with your own communities, well, how about you host a watch party? That's right. Make sure to do that. You can see the URL and you can set yourself up right here. Just make sure that you don't get distracted by chat and miss a match during the playoffs. We don't want that. How about you just sync your calendars with the QR code you're seeing on your screen right now to make sure that that does not happen.
Do it right now.
Do it right now. I'll give you 2 seconds. 2, 1, and
there you go.
The sync is done. Playoffs, of course, are an incredible experience for all fans of competitive Overwatch, but it's a very special time, one of our own. LemonKiwi, she grew up in Toronto, and now she gets to return home to cast.
Overwatch has been my home for over 5 years, and this will be my second season with the Overwatch League. I consider myself really lucky I even got here. I'm lucky I don't see the hours, the years go by, because I am just having so much fun. I'm lucky that my co-caster is also my best friend, and I'm lucky I get to travel the world, and also I get to work from home. Summer Showdown was the best event of the year. There's just something about casting in person that makes everything feel so much more real. Like, the weight is on my shoulders to make sure people are entertained, that players have their stories told, that every pop-off they have is hype. And I know how much this means to everyone, so I just try to do my best. This year will be my first Overwatch League Playoffs as a caster, and we have the opening match of the event. I can't really put into words what this means to me after all the hard work. I'm just so happy. No matter what happens after this season, I hope I will remember this event for the rest of my life. Overwatch made me the person and caster I am today, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you all so much for the support. I can't wait to see you all in Toronto.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Canada's very own LemonKiwi.
Hey.
Are you excited?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, everyone can hear me now. Hi everyone. Happy happy Toronto Day, I guess.
Yeah. It's, I mean, an incredible time here. Obviously, you know, people are starting to roll in right now, so we're going to get the party going. But I know you are going to be starting things off hot. You were talking about it earlier, doing the first match. I mean, I know a little something about working an event in my hometown, especially for Overwatch. How's this feeling for you?
It's great to be home, but it also reminds me that, like, yes, you can physically be in a place to be home, but it's also the people and what you're doing that really means home. So that's what playoffs means to me.
Yeah, and I mean, and of course, it means a lot to a lot of people here because you all came out today. Give yourselves a round of applause. What's today? Thursday? In the afternoon? Mad people. But now, you know, like, there are a lot of people coming in here for the first time to Toronto. This is my first time in Toronto, and I need help because I put out a tweet earlier. Okay. I was like, I need to know the best spots to go get some grub because, I mean, Mira, you know what I mean? Got to get some food. So where can I go in Toronto over here, Kiwi?
Okay, everyone always says get poutine and stuff like that, but beaver tails are where it's at. It's a pastry shaped like a beaver tail.
You guys know beaver tails? Okay,
Yeah.
I guess I'm out of the loop.
So there's your vouch.
And it's an actual beaver tail.
No. Totally vegan-ish, I think.
Oh, totally. All right, well, LemonKiwi, of course, congratulations on all your success. I'm so happy for you guys. Give it up one more time for LemonKiwi doing the opening game of leg day later on today. But for now, though, we're going to send it back to the crew.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from two of our favorites. And speaking of the greats of our industry, you know what? It's playoffs, it's finals. That means it's award season. That's right. We have the honor, the privilege to celebrate some of the greats in the Overwatch League each and every single year with Role Stars. And we're going to kick things off right here, right now on this desk. It is time to present to you the Overwatch League 2023 Tank Role Stars.
Who's it going to be?
All right, the first tank role star, you're seeing him right now. The man that can play it all. Someone from Florida Mayhem.
Sounds like a fan favorite here in the crowd, and for good reason. Someone's had a ridiculous performance, one of the few tanks to be a solo tank in their role and look like one of the best no matter what he's playing. He is a giant asset to his team, one of the main reasons in my mind that Florida Mayhem is one of the favorites here in the playoff. What an impressive season from someone, a breakout season I would say for him.
Definitely. Let's move on to our second tank role star. It goes to the Beast from the East, everybody, leading the team to victory, Mag from Seoul, Infernal.
You know, I saw some Seoul Infernal merch over there. I saw some Philadelphia Fusion merch as well. Mag has been sensational for his team, not only on the Winston, but the versatility that Mag brings to the Seoul Infernal. Playing Reinhardt when no one really is, except for the lone Spitfire. Playing Wrecking Ball over in the East. Mag has done it all this season, so well-deserved winning World Star this year.
I'm actually so excited to see him like live play on stage.
The Wrecking Ball?
The Wrecking Ball or the Winston, whatever he plays.
Anything will do.
All right, our third tank role star goes to this guy who won the championship, and now he's a role star. Can you guys take any guesses?
Well, there's
He's
two
right
of them.
here.
Hey.
Dallas Fuel's very own Hanbin. Congratulations.
Hanbin, he's such a bright spot for his team. He's the reason that I think people are talking about the Fuel here in this playoff. Even though it wasn't the strongest season for them historically, Hanbin has always been at the top of his game. When he's able to play his comfort heroes, the Queen, the Zarya, the Orisa, anything with this high mechanical skill, he takes over for his team. He has so much impact on the field, and he's a threat. You know, he's not just holding the space, tanking like some do. He's finding his own kills. He's making his own plays, leading the charge. So I really think Hanbin is a huge player to watch in this playoff for the Fuel.
Definitely. And last but not least, the final tank role star for 2023 goes to the best Winston player. He already won Role Star twice. He's a Grand Finals MVP, 2022 season champion. It's Fearless from Houston Outlaws.
Oh, the crowd loves it.
This is a gimme. We all knew. Come on.
Yeah, we all knew. Come on now.
Yeah.
It's the best Winston in the game. Look at this resume.
Look at that.
Disgusting.
Look at Fearless Awards all time. The third time he's been voted Role Star in the tank category. And going into this season, Lip was the only player who's ever had 3 Role Stars. So now Fearless sharing that as well, his third Role Star. I mean, that is an incredible feat. He's one of the best to ever play the game. And he was the Grand Finals MVP last year, won the championship with Dallas Fuel. Now he's on the hunt for the championship with Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all of these gentlemen playing it out on this stage. One of them might be lifting the trophy at the end of it all with their team. So worthy role stars in the tank position. Please give it up one more time for Hanbin, Fearless, Back, and Someone. Now, a tank hero which might see some increased play in these playoffs is Zarya. We talked about it. There is a new patch. There's potential for changes from those teams. How much Zarya do we actually expect to see, and what changes should people be aware of?
So we've heard conflicting reports. I think Zarya is going to be a relevant hero. I'm sure some teams will utilize it, finding the spots for it. The biggest change to look out for on Zarya is this projected barrier. When you bubble yourself on Zarya, same as it was before, but bubbling your teammates is going to give you more energy. The bubble's tankier, it lasts longer. It's a much more threatening combo, giving it to a Genji, a DPS who's going to dive in aggressively, or using it to keep your supports alive. So we're looking for a lot of those team play bubbles out of Zarya here in the playoff.
And this is going to impact the playoffs enormously because, yes, we have teams like London Spitfire, for example, who likes playing the Reinhardt. We have teams like Hangzhou Spark, probably sit more on the Winston, right? But now, adding Zarya to the mix, it just adds another dimension here to the playoffs where teams like the Dallas Fuel might bring out some Zarya gameplay. And when they do, you gotta be scared. So Zarya being viable for this playoffs is going to mean a lot for some of those teams in the hunt for the championship.
It's going to be so exciting to see if and how those changes will affect the games we are going to see in the playoffs. Now, not like you need more incentives to watch, but how about we give you some anyway? Hey guys, how do you feel about drops?
Drops?
If you tune in to the stream all weekend long, you're going to get yourself some drops. Drops.
Hey, I love that spray.
Drops.
Canadian
Drops.
hospitality? That's a great spray.
Yeah.
Give me that.
My favorite guy is that Lifeweaver guy. I guess so. Let's go. Why not? Why not? Well,
Any Weaver believers?
Hey, the name card for this thing too?
I like that though, actually.
Where's Rack Attack at? Bring him out.
Well, and for more juicy content, why don't you tune in on October 1st when we'll do a deep dive on the brand new map Samoa. You're gonna see that one played as well by some of your absolute favorite creators, so you don't want to miss out on that with some special guests. You can see those fine gentlemen on your screens. I can't wait to pick their brains for all things Samoa and the inception of that absolutely gorgeous looking map. Now, personally, as a super fan, I'm not watching this league for the drops. I'm not even watching it for the maps or the games. I'm watching it for Atlanta Rain. That's right. I'm disgustingly biased. Disgustingly biased. All season long, they were the team to beat. You know, they were the juggernaut. They were the big boss. And they extended the challenge not just to the teams in the league, but also to their fans. And you know what? I took the bait.
It all started with a tweet. Atlanta has been on a tear and seems to be an unstoppable force. On July 27th, they tweeted this out to the world. Today is the day we tell them to put their money where their mouth is and challenge them to a 1v1 against the #1 and all-time Atlanta superfan, Zoe, actual Phoenix Schwind. Zoe,
That's right.
how safe are you?
You know, I'm not worried at all. I think it's gonna be an easy game. Like Atlanta, who, right?
There you go. You got this.
I don't need luck.
Let's go. Let's go.
I don't need luck.
1-on-1 duel.
First, Zoe
right.
versus Dongha.
Let's go.
Fight.
Careful, be careful. He could be anywhere.
Oh, he's dead. Get out of here!
Fight. Match played.
There he is. There he is.
Oh,
Keep going. Keep going.
keep going.
Oh!
All right, dance a little. Dance a little. Oh. Nice try, Nate.
I had to be aggressive. I had to be
Close one.
aggressive.
Hey, it's a close one. That's a warm-up round. Courtesy round. Courtesy round.
Fight.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, don't get baited. Don't get baited.
Stay patient. Let it make him. He'll come down. He'll come down to you. There we are.
One more. One more.
Oh,
It's okay.
You're one hit, so be careful.
Okay.
All right.
You're doing good. You got the first hit.
All right.
Don't lose to a support player, all right?
Fight.
No fear.
Do the same thing again.
You can dance all day.
Get him, Zoe!
For a little. There we go.
There you go. There you go.
Okay, it's okay. Still.
There you go. Oh, there you go.
Keep dancing. Pull him in.
Ah!
That's a cheap
jump.
move. That's kind of a cheap play.
Cheap.
It's kind of a cheap
Cheat it.
play. We got
Vigilante.
Hawk as a default win.
Give me Vigilante.
Zoe, this is the one. I want you to repeat
This?
after me. This is the one.
This is the one. Say it.
Say it, Zoe.
This is the one.
And this is how winning is done. Maybe.
It's looking pretty Biden, but it's okay. It's okay. Next one.
Reset. Run it back.
Oh, he's teabagging you.
Chairman.
Get him. Get his butt.
All right, sorry. Maybe one round of all-out aggression. Stay mad. There we go.
Oh, punch him.
Keep going.
Just go.
Don't be scared. Keep going.
Go, Zoe! What are you waiting for?
I am going.
Oh, no. Oh!
It's fine. Next one. Move on.
Oh.
I'm feeling it. Lip is the one.
Yeah, his melee is probably weak.
Yeah.
Full set.
Full send.
Full set.
Get it. Get that.
You already won this thing.
Who are they?
Nice.
One for one. It's one up.
Yeah, you can come back. Oh, here.
Oh.
Even. Keep backing. You're good.
Aye.
Yeah.
So close.
Wait till you see the whites of his eyes, and then you strike.
Fight.
Pay him some lip service.
Zoe, assert your dominance right now. Go in. Boom! That was good. He got scared. Make a move.
This is right.
Oh, he's scared again. TC, he's scared.
You're very close to connecting in though. This is actually very good. The timing is right.
This should be an esport.
This should be an esport.
Come on.
Get him! Punch him! Punch!
The move.
Oh, whoa!
Aye. So look what's behind you.
It's not looking good, bro.
Shut up. So uphill battle, as I would call it.
Ask for a pause.
Punching.
PP. Quick.
Yeah, PP.
All right. How do you win this? How do you win this, Zoe? How do you win this? What do we do?
No. Wait, what do we do?
You're icing him out. We're icing him out.
Yeah. He lost the momentum, Zoe. That's the good part. He lost the momentum.
Momentum's in your side now. Come on.
Insane.
Maybe he went to the bathroom. That's your hope here. Come on. Get him down. Okay.
Okay.
You're in trouble.
He's weirded out.
Right momentum. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, lip.
Oh!
Fight.
They're scared. Oh, well, okay.
Stalker is. There we go.
There you go.
Come back. Starts here. Little by little.
Aye. Oh, okay. Well, let's stop.
We cut this part out.
Fight.
Patience.
Right now.
I didn't get those double hits. What is going on?
Okay.
Get out of here, Stalker.
He's amped up. Uh-oh. It's ogre. It's over.
It's ogre?
It's all over.
That's very ogre, man.
Zoe, this is your best chance.
Zoe, you got this. He's a support player, all right?
So am I.
You win this round, you will go down in Overwatch League history forever.
Forget about the finals.
Keep dancing.
Fight.
This is your chance.
They're looking for a crowd. They're looking for a little.
Quick, right now, quick!
Oh,
there you go! That's what I'm talking about!
Force it.
Hitting me with a question mark?
Little by little.
Eat it.
Patience and calm right here, okay? As you've been playing. Nice.
There you go.
Trading one point is exactly what you want in this spot. Yeah, you're gonna have to go up. You're gonna have to go top.
Tiny hammer doesn't reach.
You gotta chase him. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
How am I ever gonna catch him with his tiny little fast legs?
Howard, Theo!
Coward.
Howard, Theo!
Okay, just W on him. Just hold W.
Just get him.
Let's get him.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, Chio. You can't. Cheeseburger is watching you. Miss Cheeseburger is watching you.
Oh my God.
Get him
Wow.
Fight. Match point.
You can do it. You did it one time. Do it again.
Do it again. Yeah.
Keep dancing. There we go. One for
There you go. It's okay. That's okay. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
You got this. You got this.
You got this. You got this. So yeah.
It's okay. You gotta look for the way back in.
Hey, run away. Run away. Run away. Do the same thing.
Run away. Go to the high ground. Sorry. Go to the high ground.
Yeah, do the same thing. Just run away. Just run away.
Yeah, just keep running. Just keep running.
That's right.
No honor.
He's gonna give you a hit. They're saying he's gonna give you a hit. I don't trust him, but that's what he's saying. So get hit once and run away.
But
Patience wins the game here. Dance all day.
come on.
Got those advantages.
You got this, Zoe. I believe in you. Come on. Come on.
Oh my God!
Joining Atlanta Reign.
I mean, it's always been a dream of mine. Ever since they came into the league, I just knew that I have to be the pickup to lead them all the way to win the grand finals.
After a long trial process, we decided to add you to the team for playoffs. And here's your contract.
Nice.
And here's your jersey.
Nice.
Congratulations and welcome to the team.
Thank you. I mean, it took you guys 5 years to realize my potential. But don't worry, I got you all for playoffs. Torp Specialist is here. Let's go.
Let's get scrims going.
Nice.
All right, let's go.
Woo! Nah, I don't think so. Sorry.
Congratulations, Zoe!
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's a real contract. They even use the colored printer, kinda. So it's gotta be official. Yeah.
So you've been working on your brig for the match against the Spark today.
I'm the Torp Specialist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Read one thing.
Yes.
You're getting paid a lot. Salary of 100,000 scrim bucks.
It's true.
Wow.
It's true.
What's the conversion rate on those?
I don't know, that depends on how well they do, I guess. Well, we find out because, you know what, the first match is just some minutes away and we're gonna dive into that one. I doubt they're gonna sub in their Torp Specialist, but they might not need to because look at this roster. They've shown nothing but dominance this season.
This is a terrifying team to behold, especially as a dive team. You have to go up against who I would call the best tracer in the league right now, arguably the best tracer to ever play the game. Just like, I mean, come on.
Oh my God.
This is out of control. Whew. He doesn't die. He does the most damage, most kills. I mean, what makes this guy so ridiculous for me is how much he gets done without the pulse bomb, right? He's a threat without that ultimate. He can still one-clip you. He can still burn you down. So many Tracer players have fallen before him in the West in that extremely competitive dive meta we had in the first half of the season. And he's not a Tracer one-trick. He plays a lot of different heroes. His Echo is something I particularly want to see, especially he might be matching up against the Spark with it, but for this Spark game, I really feel that his Tracer is the big threat. If you like to play dive, this is a hero you're gonna have to deal with. And you're going up against the best in the business. That's why I'm worried for Spark in this match. It's this guy right here, but it goes beyond him, right? It's not just Stalker. It's the best Sombra in the league, Lip, who really is one of the innovators of this style, one of the first players to take this hero to the level we see it played at routinely these days. And then as well in the back line, you've got Chio and Fielder, who have looked nigh unkillable. So honestly, I don't know how you're supposed to dive and win a dive mirror against these guys. Some teams have done it, but I think these guys are going to be reinvigorated coming into the playoffs. They've always been flexible. I think no matter what the meta is, they're going to be a team to beat.
I mean, I think with the Atlanta Reign, the fact that you're talking about the team with Lip, Chio, and Fielder, and you lead it off with Stalker, that just tells you how good Stalker has been this season. And Dongak as well, really impressive on the Winston, and a huge part of why the Atlanta Reign won the midseason madness. He was battling the likes of Fearless on the Winston. And Dongak,
as a rookie.
17 years old, rookie. I mean, it's incredible what the Atlanta Reign has achieved this season.
Yeah, but on the other side, we know what we can expect from the Spark, right? It's also a stacked lineup, and while we didn't see that much play, obviously, from them in the West, since they're playing in the Eastern region, those guys have been standout in their own way.
Can I just say that I love their profile, their pictures?
I know, right?
That's so much fun.
Monk with the heart.
They're actually having fun with it. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, the Hangzhou Spark, they're just like innocently lovable. Like they're just
Innocently lovable.
they're just like such a mechanically intense team because you got the 2021 Overwatch League MVP, Leave on the roster, of course, and his Tracer is spectacular. But also, let's not forget about Shy, who's had some of the most dominant Sojourn performances of all time. This team, they got top 4 last season in the playoffs. And, you know, when they get to their great meta, when Leave can play the Tracer, for example, when Shy gets to sit on the Sojourn, they are forced to be reckoned with. No one wants to play this team because they're so mechanically intense. And if you like Winston, if you like Doomfist, Hangzhou Spark is your best bet this playoffs, in my opinion, to really rock this kind of playstyle, right? So the Hangzhou Spark, they might not be the favorite in this upcoming matchup, but they have been the best team in the Eastern region, and they just have so many fun players on their team. They're just going to showcase some of the most insane Overwatch mechanics you have ever seen in your life.
I feel like going into this season, we had to look at Shy and Leave as one of the premier DPS duos in the league.
Look at this!
This guy is absurd. And these are the type of players that if they go above and beyond in a LAN match. It's not that they can hold their own when the pressure's on, they can perform as usual. No, they go to that next gear, and that's what you want in a championship level roster, a team competing for the top.
Yeah, I'm just really, really excited to see those two teams clash. Do we expect a compositional clash here?
I think you will, yeah. Because the Hangzhou Spark, as mentioned, they're going to rely more on the dive. And we see Monk, for example, played out all of Ana, so you rely on those biotic grenades. When you hit a biotic grenade on a player, that's when Gushui dives in with the Winston and the Doomfist. And then you have Leave and Shy just backing up the dive, right? So the Hangzhou Spark, they might not lead into the Zarya shenanigans. They might not play the Winston, or they might not play the Orisa, for example. They'll play more the dive heroes. So Hangzhou Spark, a bit unique in this playoffs.
I think Spark is so unique, though, because the dive they play, I mean, they bring in the Mercy sometimes to pocket the Echo. They play like a double hit scan comp sometimes, or rather the Sojourn with the Echo. They like an extra hit scan hero, no Tracer. So these are different styles of dive than we've seen be popular in the West, reflecting, you know, the different opponents they're playing against, of course. But Atlanta is a team that looks stock standard on the dive. They are so comfortable in these matchups. I really have a strong feeling that in a dive mirror, Atlanta wants to dive mirror. Atlanta is more worried about other comps. And so, in a way, I feel Spark, that they're going to take that challenge, right? They're going to take on the Beast at full strength, trusting their own plays, their own confidence.
Let's actually take a look at predictions for this one. I know you had Spark as a dark horse heading into the series, but will you bet against Atlanta Reign? Well, I'm on their team, so obviously I'm not. Atlanta Reign all the way. I think even without my help, they might be making it across the finishing line here. I do love the way Spark plays. I like how creative and dynamic they look. But although we haven't seen Atlanta Reign in a hot minute, I think they're just better. If you compare them pound for pound, I think they have the upper hand in this matchup.
I completely agree with Zoe. I think, you know, Hangzhou Spark, I think they have pop-off potential, but I think Atlanta Reign just in general is just too scary of an opponent right now.
Yeah, I think Spark has great flexibility. They can rely on that to beat other comps. They're great when they can dive into a team that plays a little bit slow, gives up a bit of map control. They will really punish you with their expert picks, expert use of the niche strategies. But I think in that straight-up pound-for-pound brawl, I can't pick anybody over Stalker Lip in the DPS duo.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta Reign has to be the favorite in this matchup. They won the mid-season madness. They've been the most dominant team this entire season. I mean, Lip, Stalker, that's insane. So you gotta go with the Atlanta Reign. But I'm still hoping for Hangzhou Spark to show up and have a great time. Look, I think that they are a bit of a dark horse. I think if you are teams like Boston and London Spitfire, who are in the same bracket as these two teams, you gotta look out for this match and be like, okay, what are Hangzhou Spark bringing out? What are Atlanta Reign bringing out? We don't quite know what the meta is going to be, so this match is going to tell us a lot of information.
Well, I know that we're all so excited to get that show on its merry way. That's it here from our Watchpoint pre-show. We're now heading into a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to bring you all the action between the Hangzhou Spark and the Atlanta Reign, so stick around.
Let's go!
Proud partner of Toronto Defined. Bell, the official network provider. TD, the official bank. AMD, the official PC partner. EPOS, the official audio partner.
On the path to glory, all roads lead north, but the journey ahead is unclear. The best of the best face off for the right to call themselves champions. Every move, every shot brings them one step closer to immortality.
One by one, the dominoes fall.
And they're just built different. Oh my God! Feel the energy of the arena's beating heart. The stage is set. The battle lines are drawn. It's now or never. The 2023 Overwatch League Playoffs starts now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Overwatch League Playoffs here 2023 in Toronto. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. I'll be your stage host for this week, and I'm so excited to be back home with my Overwatch family. This is going to be an incredible week of gameplay. Are you guys excited? Yeah! Now, our 8 teams have clawed their way to this point right here to hoist this trophy over their head and call themselves champions. And the journey starts right now. Put your hands together for the Hangzhou Spar! And their opponents, the Atlanta Reign! And now it's time to send it over to your casters. It's Leg Day and LemonKiwi.
Oh, Canada. It's good to be back. And we start with the battle of East and West. The Hangzhou Spark versus the Atlanta Reign, 2 teams that have rose to the top of their regions.
Absolutely. Atlanta Reign have been at the top basically all year, including during mid-season madness. But the Hangzhou Spark, they are coming in hot. They have recently hit their stride. They did so well in our knockouts, and they did it off the back of Gushwei doing some innovation. We thought that Gushwei was maybe one of the best Winstons in the world, but also bringing out the Doomfist in a meta where it's anybody's game, anybody's meta, and there's no true interpretation just yet. You can really expect some surprises from the Hangzhou Spark. This one is not clear-cut.
It's not, and you heard it from the desk. We're going to find out a lot of information today in this very first match about what people are playing in this patch. Because you thought, oh, everyone's going to be signing Zaryas, it's Zarya Genji, and you just weren't sure what to expect. But now we have such a diverse meta. Doomfist, Zarya, Orisa, Winston, so much is on the table, and Spark have proved to be flexible. Atlanta, one of the most flexible teams. Their favorite number is number 1, because they've just won everything since Pro-Am.
Yeah, just a win after win after win. The crowd are excited. East and West are arrayed. Our entire Overwatch family here in Toronto are arrayed. We are ready to get in as soon as possible, because the Overwatch League Playoffs, Lemon, for 2023 are about to begin.
Oh, It's almost a $2 million prize pool. Like, there's so much pressure on this stage. This is only the second international event. And like that, you know, we might be a bit biased for APAC casting over there, and we know that APAC didn't show up in the ways that they wanted to at the mid-season. And speaking of the mid-season, Atlanta Reign faced the Spark at that time, 3-0'd them. But this is a different time, a different story, a different patch, and we begin on Atlanta Reign's favorite map of Ilios.
Hangzhou Spark are happy to be going here as well. Both of these teams love some Ilios, but as Videsk alluded to, what Atlanta Reign are looking for here is potentially a dive versus dive mirror, and Ilios can basically guarantee that. We've seen plenty of Hangzhou Spark play on Ilios as well. They love to run Leave on the Echo. It's one of his best heroes, and of course, he grew up amongst the pantheon of Echoes back in 2020 when Fleta got MVP and an Echo skin alongside it because it was just so iconic. But Stalker, one of the newer kids on the block, scouted out by Gator from Seoul Dynasty before, also has a fantastic Echo.
I'm excited. Ilios, the home of Echoes. We could even see the Tracer paired up with that. We're Stalker's stats, #1 Tracer in the world, undisputed. Donghak versus Gushui. Oh, these are some fantastic Winstons. Gushui, I'm looking forward to seeing some Doomfizz, maybe in some later maps. For now, we're looking like a dive mirror. Oh, hello.
It's a very happy and comfortable medium for both of these teams.
And our first map of the Overwatch League Playoffs begins now. The Spark versus the Reign. Will the Spark rewrite the story? That chapter that they failed at last time, it begins on Lighthouse. And we do have that dive mirror that we talked about. Lip facing off against Shy. Stalker versus Leave. And it's a dive already from Gushui. Sets Stalker back. He's been anti-2, but Lip wins the Tracer duel.
Leave going up against Shy. Those two classic hit scans having to pick it up as their Flex friends have taken over the Echoes instead. And it's Lip who's able to get some early progress here onto the objective. And that's going to mean that it should be a first cap here for the Atlanta Reign, because moving in to try and contest this for Hangzhou Spark is going to be a touch too difficult, and it would overextend them into a punishable position.
Small cap there for the Reign. Shio anti-Donghak hello. They're going to give some space over to the Spark as Monk supporting Gushui, making sure Stalker stays in his corner. But Spark maybe sending Shy to pressure that corner. Fielder in trouble. You see Spark moving up to take back this objective. Shy with the pressure. Gushui gone though, not able to support him. But the Reign have all the kills, all the control, and the Spark have to escape again.
Kill after kill at the hands of Lip. These aggressive dives from Donghak have continually forced Leave to try and peel back and get that extra damage onto the Winston that has allowed some significant safety for Fielder and Chio, and that means Fielder has a little bit of an advantage towards that nano boost as well. But first up on the docket is going to be a duel of pulse bombs. Remember that Shy and Lip are going to be continually wrestling for dominance over this objective.
Oh, Stalker is nanoed and he's doing work. He beats Leave, spotting that Tracer of Shy. The pulse bomb did not land, but Stalker just has his number. He's looming and searching for prey. The Atlanta Reign are untouched so far on Lighthouse, 60% and growing. Spark have to make something big happen with this rally in Nano.
Yeah, but Atlanta Reign have plenty of resources to try and force those out early, including a prime rage from Donghak, so we can dive so aggressively. Shy right now going up against Lip, but it's been continually Lip who's winning this. Just moves away to grab a repair pack, and now Hangzhou Spark is starting to pressure the objective.
This could be the last fight if Spark don't pull something out. Donghak sending the supports back as best as he can, causing chaos, but that's where the Spark thrive. They rally around Lexa, but he then pulls left, removes the supports. The Atlanta Reign looking for a flawless Ilios so far.
It's as easy as it gets for Lip. He's starting off his campaign for a championship, a second one for himself, rather early here. This should be 100-0. Atlanta Reign have come with a message for you, Toronto. They want to be here all 4 days. They want to bask in the adoration of the crowd. And with performances like this, who wouldn't love it?
100-0. 0 deaths from Lip, Stalker, Fielder, and Chio. 1 death only from the Atlanta Reign, and it was Donghak. Spark need to coalesce on a target. You know they have the talent, the mechanics. Don't let the stage get to you.
5 out of 8 final blows for Lip as well. A little bit of a flatter deadlift going on, but It's early days yet. Well is next up, but it seems like both of our teams are likely going to be sticking with the same old classic compositions. Ilios is almost like a time capsule for earlier in our year when everyone was playing plenty of Sombra, and you know someone who loves to play that Sombra. The man himself, Lip, is returning on his most vaunted of heroes, so Hangzhou Spark's backline is in danger.
Round point for the Atlanta Reign, back to their signature comp. The one that everybody has been trying to mirror and perfect the same way. Lip behind Monk, he's by Shy, and Monk may not be attended to, but there's Linksa who has his back. Meanwhile, while that Sombra may be gone, that could be a moment for this tempo engage to take place for the Spark. And look, Shy puts Chio down, but Shy gets punished in the process. You're left with a 4v3 now in favor of the Spark. And Donghak knows he has to reset quickly, doesn't want to give up time, and the first point goes to the Spark.
Getting that opening pick was just so crucial. After you see Chio fall down, that means that Guxue is far more free to try and get onto those squishy members or harass Donghak while everyone is looking over towards the leave. It was a fantastic pocket from Monk, and that's rewarded him with a bunch of ult charge to try and make this work. Just 25% away from a nano, and finally it'll be Hangzhou Spark who can try and pull the trigger first.
Oh, Monk is hacked. He is such a target. Atlanta Reign still have been able to kill him, and Donghak, who wanted to pressure with the team, is killed off by Shy. And now you're seeing those eliminations, that focus coming in from the Spark. You knew when they pulled together, they could pull it all off. And there's Nano from Monk to Guxue to make sure this choke is sealed up. And the Atlanta Reign have yet to really make a dent in this point.
Yeah, just continually going for Monk, but Monk playing inside does mean that Fielder cannot get LOS to actually give over something like a biotic grenade, so Langsa can always freely heal Monk and make sure that he stays standing for as long as is necessary. And now Shy can try and harass the entry here from Rain. Lip is 10% away from an EMP, but can the rest of Rain get into the fight to make it worthwhile?
And Lip is also trying to backcap, so it looks like the Spark's focus has stayed uniform, has stayed forward. The Atlanta Reign are getting pushed back in spawn. Well, what a flip around from 100 to 0 to the Spark looking to get their revenge. And they have the ults to even keep this up. The Atlanta Reign have to make this EMP go big.
Hangzhou Spark are making Atlanta play to a beat of their drum now. It's always going to be an earlier engage from Hangzhou Spark. That's a beautiful sleep though. Shy is in danger and Lengsa's dead.
EMP hit Lengsa and didn't feel like popping the rally, but no supports for Spark. Doesn't matter how many you hit. The Atlanta Reign coming, finally showing some signs of life here on Well to maybe flip this back over, but Shy and Guxue are still alive. Guxue still believes he's popped Primal. He thinks reinforcements can get back in time. Lengsa and Shy surely are around the corner. The rally, Lengsa now back involved. Could be popping this if they need to. They know this can be an extended fight. That is the recipe of control. The Atlanta Reign have only two tools left, and it's the Nano to Donghak, stuffing the Spark where they came from. Chio with the rally trying to support, but that bubble from Guxue is blocking off the main choke, and the Atlanta Reign know that if they give this up, the point is going to the Spark.
Stalker caught by Shy. Banana coming through onto Guxue. He's got squishies in his sights. Down goes the pulse on Chio. Blocks it on out. Unable to survive for long against the Tesla coil. And there's no touch. 100 to 0 meets 100 to 0.
Uno reverse. And we settle the score on round 3 on Ruins. One team will be ruined after this. The desk was all 3-0, 3-1 Atlanta Reign. Just because the venue is red doesn't mean you had to predict red, but I know Zoe got that nice contract, so I understand.
Yeah, it's understandable. Doesn't mean it's forgivable.
That's true. We don't have to forgive them. That's why they put us on the other side of the venue.
Exactly. We've got to get some space between us and the desk. All of that love for the Western teams. Hangzhou Spark, sure, it's a little bit different here. I don't know if Ilyari is going to be coming out long term, but certainly would be interesting. Lengsa is known not only as a main support, but also having a pocket bat pick, which is going to be super interesting here. Hangzhou Spark bringing out something entirely different. This is entirely nouveau meta compared to Atlanta Reign, who were playing old classic that didn't work out for them on Well.
I know Creed, the coach of Spark, was telling me he was cooking up something special for the Reign, and I don't think they like the taste of it. Shy, I don't think he likes Lip very much either. He's got to watch his back. Physically, morally, Lip also has access to the Mega, so he can certainly take Shy's attention away until he backhands him. 4v4. Donghak, though, made his way forward, so the Atlanta Reign still trying to cap and hasn't been successful yet. Chio has to be careful to not get speared off the map. That would be ideal. Gushue is pushing in like a bulldozer, like a truck, all up in Donghak's face. The Atlanta Reign have more than enough kills to make this work, but hold up a minute. 3 versus 2 only for the Atlanta Reign. Looks like they got the cap and they'll be left alone for now.
Yeah, Lib gets back real fast when coming in stuff. And now Donghak's walked over as well. Instead of playing the Winston, moving over to the Doomfist. This does allow him to move between these targets a little bit more easily and easier assaults onto this backline because he can punch Lengza out of that immortality field. This does mean that Monk's not going to be given any space here as he's struggling to get a good amount of poke out, as you can see reflected in his current ult charge. On the other side, Fielder almost has Nano.
Donghak trying to displace these comfortable members in the back. Obviously wanting to dodge and fortify the spear. That Orisa can really lock that Doomfist down if Donghak is not careful. Atlanta Reign are not looking so healthy. They gotta take a second, especially Fielder and Chio! Shy hits the headshot! Fielder, the Nano, gone! Will the Atlanta Reign hold? They got more than enough real estate, but Liv close to that EMP could be what seals the deal and extends this even more for the Atlanta Reign.
Pylon goes down onto the point. Rally going to be popped out here by Chio. Both teams believe it to be winnable. The Sunstruck is given over to Donghak, but it's easy to block.
Chio just gets run over by the captive Sun, by Gushue, and Spark have their presence known. Monk shows you how it's done.
All right, no 100-0 this time around. Back and forth as now Gushue is going to be incredibly difficult to take away from this point, and Hangzhou Spark can play in these defensive positions where the poke of Monk, Lengza, and Shy is going to do so much. Lengza getting picked is real bad because Lipsla's EMP.
That is the win conditions. First time with Donghak. Let's see what we get with this Nano, and Monk has been isolated. Shy there by his side to apply the pressure. Donghak by Mega, but he's hacked. But no, actually he Meteor Strikes out. And he's not going to safety. He's going for your backline. And there's the EMP to follow up from Lip. Stalker's on the fight. Do Atlanta Reign have the damage? Spark hold off the storm. That is the Atlanta Reign until Stalker gets back. Atlanta Reign still have control. It's 80% plus. It's his last fight for map 1.
Terra Surge available for Gushue. Can control this point, make sure that no one can really step onto it. If charging it up all the way, and Donghak going down means it's space galore for the Hangzhou Spark.
Spark can keep themselves alive. Good spear by Gushue. And now with the Stalker with 2. This is maybe winnable for Atlanta. Spark do get the point back, but Atlanta they just locked into the Terra Surge. They drop down low. Gushue on fire, and Donghak trying to dodge that smoke. But Spark have to do so much work to close the gap in the score.
Another Captive Sun ready to go here for Monk. Remember, it can be blocked by shield, so Chio's going to be one of the main sources of that kind of protection here for Atlanta Reign. But Atlanta just going to have to play this one slow. Maybe look for a 99 to 95% fight. They're not close to any ultimates. And they simply want to try and drain Hangzhou Spark's resources and their Qs before a final fight to control this map is going to go down.
Spark doing some scouting there with Leave. There's the hack onto Donghak. Just blocks and respects that. Spark pressuring. They have Gushue ready on the point. Captive Sun, not sure if it really marked anyone, but Atlanta Reign taking a step back once they've lost Lip. Donghak has already punched away, and Spark back in the driver's seat, 80% plus. This is final fight.
Fielder and Chio for legendary support though are going to be who really makes this happen. And Nano and a Rally are going to be available. We've got to fight Bob on point, which is going to be really difficult for a flanker-based composition, but doesn't have the damage to really burn him.
Lip just had to translocate back in the tempo. Setback by the Atlanta Reign. They want to generate this EMP ASAP. They have the Nano to work with. And it goes to Donghak. He needs to sustain. He's up against Gushue. That is a wall you do not want to punch through, but making his way to the supports against Monk. You got the hacks of Leave to try and push back Donghak, who forces out the Meteor Strike, landing in the back. Lake's uncomfortable, has the immortality to keep him up. All the ultimates come through. And so, the Stalker, when Atlanta needed him the most, the double kill gives Atlanta Reign map 1.
The Stalker Show is well and truly alive at playoffs. The legendary Tracer hits the pulse bomb when it's needed the most. Gushue, somewhat perturbed by this, but it's far from over for the Hangzhou Spark. And well, from 100 to 0, this has become a lot closer than we imagined. A strike back from Hangzhou Spark, and then 99 to 100 critically, Hangzhou Spark did allow for that point to flip in the middle of the fight, which meant they had to continually give up their high ground positions and release themselves into the clutches of those flankers to continue touching.
Stalker, almost 10k damage, the most in the lobby. And you saw Shy went to the Ash to just see if they could poke down the Atlanta Reign before they got to them, there would be a chance. And Spark, survived a lot on Ruins, despite how much Donghack was just on top of them the entire time. Spark, maybe just the nerves getting to them in map 1. They don't get international events like this very often, especially one with this much money on the line. So Spark got it together in round 2 for 100-0 snowball. That was insane.
Yeah, taking it back to what the desk said, Atlanta Reign, they wished for dive versus dive. That's where they're at their best, and Ilios almost guaranteed it with the exception of Ruins. But now, Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to choose where we go for our second map, and we've got to see what kind of surprises might be up with the sleeves of Hangzhou Spark. They're going to play a little bit more Doomfist like they did against Dallas Fuel. Would they prefer to continue playing this Orisa that was shown off on Ruins? Picking coming for the Hangzhou Spark. And how will Atlanta be feeling about this as well? We know that Atlanta are a very versatile team.
And I think the last time these two teams met, Spark are humble. They realize that in the dive mirror, in the Winston mirror, they may not match up well. They choose to go to Midtown. Now, Alari has been a pick that the Spark have brought out on Ruins. They really like bringing out Alari on these maps that have these kind of small high grounds like Midtown. You saw the creativity that the Spark have had to try and not go back to that Winston, your wrists, or just really anything to counter what Atlanta have cooked up. That's been the recipe to, well, success in quotations for Spark, although it didn't work out in map 1.
Yeah, we can start brainstorming some compositions here. There's going to be plenty of time to do so. So why not take a little bit of a break and figure out what's going to be played?
The Atlanta Reign take map number 1 on Ilios, collecting dubs, collecting awards, both in MVPs, Rookie of the Years, the Esports Awards. The Atlanta Reign seem destined to win this championship, but will it actually happen?
Well, that's the dream for the Atlanta Reign. We've been shooting so close to it for so many years, and it seems like Coach Gator finally got all of the pieces that he needed. One excellent scout to bring in Donghak to find Stalker, taking him out from under the shadow of Prophet. That's a hard place to be as a DPS. Some would say that Prophet's the GOAT, and Stalker kind of was living in his shadow on Seoul Dynasty, but he's finally got to shine as much as his talent does deserve here on the Atlanta Reign. Of course, this backline is just unfathomably good. So deadly, but also so survivable. And that's part of the reason why we saw Atlanta be able to bring out as much power as they did in those previous maps.
And guess who? It's Pineapple subbing in for Langsa on support. And I told y'all, I had the crystal ball. Maybe some Ilari, maybe some Kiriko. Pineapple used to be a DPS player, and it's kind of this era where DPS players are taking over all the roles, taking all the jobs.
Yeah, DPS, they're diversifying. We're outsourcing support to the DPS now, especially with these aim-heavy ones like Ilari and Kiriko, as you noted. That's what we've seen thus far from Pineapple. I believe he's played on Circuit Royale previously, but Midtown is another one of these maps where teams can get incredibly poke-happy. You see things like the Soldier here, the Bastion, the Torbjorn even, and even some teams liking to play the Sigma to facilitate those poke comps and have a huge amount of like mid-range brawl, as well as the capacity for that stun to shut down dives.
Atlanta Reign have struggled on this map before. They've been just that Winston dive team. And on the initial point, when you have that Metro, if you are just stuck at that point, you ideally don't want to jump over it. You just don't know what's on the other side. It's not the type of box of chocolates you want to open. And if you're stuck in a low ceiling area, Winston has a hard time brawling, especially against any other better brawler like an Orisa, a Sigma, Ramatra. So I wonder if Spark have identified this, and obviously are picking to their strengths, and that's why they have Pineapple in.
Like Gushue, of course, there's always questions as to what he's going to be playing. He's demonstrated that he's far from a Winston one-trick, but doesn't have too deep a pull when it comes to these off-tanks. Usually it's the main tanks where we see Gushue play. We've seen Ryan from him this season. We saw Orisa in just the previous map, and of course, plenty of Doomfist, including on this map in particular against the Dallas Fuel.
Oh, I was about to bring that up. I was like, I don't think the Dallas Fuel fans want to hear this, but the
Do not mention the Gushue Doomfist!
Oh, the Gushue Doomfist. Something of miracles. I mean, him, Hawk, Dante, the most respectable Doomfist, and I'm hoping we see more of that. That was even during the Bastion meta. Gushue was bringing that out, tossing the Dallas Fuel, and that was one of their strongest maps, one that they've beaten a top team in APAC so many times. But the Atlanta Reign are a different beast. Will Atlanta Reign go flawless? It was a slugfest for map 1 though.
It was back and forth, both teams being able to find their dominant streaks, and then a slobber knocker to finish it off 99 to 100. Midtown does await. This is, of course, the Hangzhou Sparks map pick. It's where they feel the most confident. It's where they want to flex their substitute. Remember as well, Atlanta Reign has some depth on the bench as well. They've got Hawk and Vigilante in waiting. So when it comes to their compositions, they have a huge amount of resources at the disposal of Coach Gator.
And that's what's been so important about the Atlanta Reign. Their backroom change, you can tell, has made a world of a difference. Having former players of both Gator and Rascal, just being able to understand the mentality, what it takes to win, and how to study your opponent. The Atlanta Reign haven't really lost anything, but Spark are also on an 8-match win streak. We kind of forget how the work that they're doing in APAC.
Oh yeah. Spark, they're on a hot streak. The first half of their season may not have been the most inspiring. That's the Hangzhou Spark you saw at mid-season madness.
It's Midtown Map 2 in downtown Toronto with the Atlanta Reign leading the series and leading their way out the doors. It's the Doomfist, it's Donghak with the Genji Stalker and Lip on the Soldier. Now you got Chia with the poke. He'll be able to provide the speed as he usually does on the Lucio. And somehow Lip has already shot down Pineapple, who was maybe still just getting a pylon ready. So Atlanta Reign get a free rotation to the left. Spark better watch their back, especially with only one support. Shy facing off against Lip. And Spark are okay to recontest and give up that space, give up 2 kicks if they need to.
Not good of a playoffs. Pineapple, says Lip, getting that early pick here. Still being constantly peppered down here by Shy. You need to worry about this point. How are you going to touch this against the Doomfist? It's unlikely that Spark even can. It's almost a record time here for Atlanta Reign. Almost bloodless with their take, save Pineapple.
Yeah, Spark, just a bit of an oopsie, dropping, you know, Pineapple, the new sub. Sorry, guys, new out here.
Just get him warmed up.
Yeah.
Didn't have the right DPI.
And Gushue now can maybe hold close as the Orisa. Shy is, I mean, doing so much against Lip 2, both at 80% ult charge. The Amp Matrix of Monk is going to be the first thing that emerges. They're already getting set up on bridge to have the most amount of coverage on the Atlanta Reign as possible. That's why Fielder and Shio are playing so safe around that corner, but the triggers pulled first by the Atlanta Reign. The Nano on Donghack face. Looking into the eyes of the Amp Matrix by Monk, sends Atlanta Reign back a little bit, but as soon as that goes away, they try to jump over to surprise the Spark, who holds strong on top of bridge.
Oh, great play there from Gushue to isolate Donghack away from the LOS of Fielder. Still, Stalker is going to be punished for going in too deep onto leave. Knew that he could try and get the finish there onto the low health Echo, but still stayed in for a touch too long, couldn't reflect the dynamite, and after that the damage was too far gone. And this is where we're really going to start to see problems for the Atlanta Reign, because they have to go up against a huge amount of poke from both Shy and Pineapple at range.
Great ultimates to start off the fight. Well, you know what starts off a fight? A good breakfast, a javelin in the mouth. Chio does not want that. Chio is gone, and Spark, I mean, could get more kills, but they're playing very conservative. They don't want to overextend. They don't know what's waiting for them around the corner.
And poking from this area is generally going to be pretty free for the Hangzhou Spark. There's not really much we can instantly take them out. They are coming close to a blade on the side of the Atlanta Reign, which could be a real issue. But where do you want to put your nano? Onto the visor or onto the blade? It's likely better on the blade.
And Gushue is playing down the stairs, and maybe can't really help if Donghack gets past him. You got the tactical visor of Liv, who took so much damage, couldn't get full value, and Spark get the coverage of the railings of the bridge to avoid that damage. Shy throws the bomb down to contest, and Donghack can't keep the space. He's a great climber, but Gushue on this Orisa is just an anchor. So Atlanta Reign deciding to push the objective. Spark can drop down behind them. They got to be careful.
Oh, pressure on this car is going to be very important here. Pineapple is going to be able to get away with their life, and Lip was caught in the middle of that.
Atlanta Reign were trying to confuse them. They pushed the cart. They went from one side to the other. Spark didn't know what to expect, but the CC that is available from an Orisa is enough to slow down the Atlanta Reign, allow Spark to get their bearings, and Lip's on Widow now.
Okay, for Lip on Widow, this is how you try and get past not being able to do enough damage to outpoke the turret of the Illari. Simply hit them with a headshot, make sure healing's not going to be an issue. What a catch from Gushue!
Oh, goodbye, Lip! Fielder 2, and Stalker thought that was a moment to Nanoblade trying to trade backlines. He's gonna kill Fielder.
The car.
Or he's gonna kill one of the supports of Spark, and the card almost at the end. And leave with 2! Donghack is gone, and Reign will not cap.
Oh, Leaf puts that one to bed. The second that Gushue goes that far forward, Atlanta Reign start to exploit the gap in Hangzhou Spark's defense. Gushue's not fast enough to get back there, and this is going to force different positioning from the Hangzhou Spark. Now, Atlanta Reign should get fairly free control of a bridge, and this is going to allow Lip to set up in a pretty impenetrable position from which to rain down shots with impunity.
Gushue hasn't died yet, by the way. Now he's on the Winston. That can help them regain control of the bridge. You can't let this Widow go uncontested. And the supports from Spark are doing what they can to hide, but Stalker is going to be behind, making sure he uncovers where you're hiding. And Donghack, insult to injury, the bob placed by Shy just to contest for a few more seconds, but that will be the Atlanta Reign capping B.
Gushue just could not make the jump onto Lip, didn't have the space or the resources to do it because Pineapple was getting consistently harassed by Stalker, and that's why these two DPS in particular work so well together for the Atlanta Reign. Both of them present such an unmitigable threat in each case. There is going to be a captive sun available here for Pineapple, and onto Fielder, that could prove incredibly deadly. But remember, when you're moving up in the air, you're an easy target for that sniper.
And Hangzhou are rotating heroes. I thought Shy was maybe going to swap off to match the Widow, leave from the Echo to the Sombra, and Lip snipes them. Alright, Lip gets sniped, so Spark are ahead. And Gushue, here's a fearsome Doomfist, and Chio's feeling the pain. Gushue's got great support, and Donghack is hacked. Gushue punching him out cold, and Chio left unattended there with his fellow supports, and Spark will be slowing things down a bit.
Captive Sun doesn't show up as much of a kill feed, but what it does do is force Fielder and Chio to hide away, and that allows for openings onto Donghak and Stalker, who aren't getting consistently healed from a free LOS. Now the hostages have been executed by Leave, and with 2 minutes left, Atlanta Reign do have plenty of time to try and execute a well-placed Nano Blade combo, but first they've got to try and force out Monk's Sleep. That's going to likely be Donghak's job to try and get rid of these mitigation conditions.
Like, Shy is like overextending, getting random headshots. Even Stalker almost died. Atlanta Reign can't, you know, they got a good amount of time, but they can't afford to get staggered. And Leave can do some scouting, and EMP is available. It's the Nano Blade. Goodbye, Shy. Who else is home? Nobody. Nano Blade, 2 ults for 2 kills? Okay, now that's value. And the Reign catch Spark holding on a little too close. Now there's some progress.
Crucially though, Leave did not use the EMP in that fight. A retake here is going to be fairly easy to achieve, especially if Chio uses the rally early. That shield can be instantly smashed open by Leave's EMP. Donghak's been caught with the hack of a sleep.
Disgusting CC, like you said. Leave and Monk shutting that down quite quickly. Now you don't even need to use the EMP to stop this push, especially if Lip and Stalker are still hanging about. You see Gushway is going to see if he can find any CC. Other than that, Spark are chilling.
Winning this fight gets increasingly worrisome for the Atlanta Reign as well, because they're going up against almost a full card rate and stacked armory of ultimates from the Hangzhou Spark. Lip gets decimated! Oh, the Sombre, his signature hero. Okay, Leave, I see you.
And you gotta continue to believe, because he has an EMP and he's ready. Wants to spark this when Atlanta Reign are setting up. Gushway is scouting above, and the engagement almost ready, but Leave gets caught and wants all of his HP to continue, but killing Fielder is a great start to Spark. They've continued to get first bloods in these fights.
Gushway is playing incredibly aggressive here as well, forcing the Atlanta Reign to move into these less than ideal positions to try and chase him out, knowing that he can freely escape using that Meteor Strike. EMP versus EMP here, Lip's legendary ones, but Leave has been holding this for longer.
Less than 10 seconds for the Atlanta Reign push to continue or fall, as Lip wants his own EMP action, but wants that high ground, wants Gushway out of his face. Whole team's waiting for the other to pull the trigger. Gushway is in enemy lines with the Meteor Strike, and Shy picks off Stalker. Donghak has the Meteor Strike just to start the overtime. Here's the EMP from Leave, the Shy, Bob, and more. Lip can't slow down this pain train, and the Spark seal off point C.
What a combo from Leave and the substitute of Pineapple coming down from the top rope where he'd been playing that annoying off angle for so long with the Captive Sun, because they used the EMP to smash through the enlarged rally shield that Chio had out, meaning there was no chance of blocking that. Everyone who was in range of the cart hit with the Sun Strike, and after that the damage is just so hard to stop. Speaking of stopped, Atlanta Reign stopped halfway through second point. This is far from over for them, but that's a clear win condition for Hangzhou.
It was great patience from the Spark to just not feel too antsy to use ultimates. It was just getting first picks about 2 or 3 times in a row, and Atlanta Reign did punish them. That's how they opened up point C when Spark were holding close. Atlanta Reign knew how to get behind them and get ahead in the fights. But man, this Lip versus Shy, Leave versus Stalker, whatever, the DPS matchups, the desk talked about these premier DPS duos. Lip and Stalker may be getting all the awards, but it's the Sparks DPS duo that also gets so much respect from the East, and Shy is disgusting.
Absolutely disgusting. Unbelievable. Hangzhou Spark, of course, were one of the most hyped DPS duos coming into this year as well. Before everyone was kind of clued into just how good Stalker was, everyone looks at Shy and Leave as the best that China had to offer. Hangzhou Spark was just touted as the Chinese super team, and I think that they have been able to very rightfully claim that moniker as well. Gushway coming out of a signature Winston here is going to be taking a lot of damage from Lip and Stalker in tandem, who can shred through a tank, but this is all about Hangzhou Spark getting some clean dives onto an unprepared or overextended Reign member.
And the Kiriko from Pineapple allows you to have some level of poke, because if you can poke your way through this under metro side, Gushway can get past that low ceiling and jump onto a target that someone like Shy can hack. This is one of the signature comps from the Hangzhou Spark. You see Shy getting into position, maybe targeting Chio. Unsuccessful there with the hack, but Fielder maybe caught without cooldowns. Shield bash from Chio protects his fellow support well. Hangzhou Spark make their way forward. Leave catches Dong Hack. It's a one-man advantage for the Spark as they head over towards the point.
It's Monk who makes it work again and again with these CCs over onto Donghak. It's a real problem when you can get easily slept by the Ana. A nice anti there keeps Stalker at bay, and once again we're going to be looking at a team forced to try and recontest, but with Stalker on an off angle, should be a touch easier here for the Atlanta Reign.
Can Spark cap just as quickly? There is a recontest. Atlanta Reign had Donghak jumping in, but Gushwei had the rest of his team locked up. So Donghak is barely living through this, just now getting healing from his team. And Gushwei and friends felt the need to invest some ultimates. The nano from Monk goes to Gushwei, and well, Stalker's a believer. He dupes another Winston. Atlanta Reign want to draw out as much time as possible, and Atlanta Reign are turning this around.
Double trouble with 2 Wintons. That's too many more than Hangzhou Spark can deal with, and that's a huge swap here from Donghak. We talked about how often we were seeing Monk get these sleeps onto a blocking Donghak. Now instead, much easier to put down that bubble and effectively dance around it to mitigate the chance of CC coming your way. Hangzhou Spark now, though, have an EMP. This is the most important cooldown that you need to be on the lookout for.
Oh, Stalker. Okay, Shy got booped a bit, but the job is done. Stalker's removed. Flip tries to fight back with the tactical visor. You got the nano onto Donghak. Hunting, looking for more kills. And the Primal too? Sure, why not? Spark, by the way, we're at like 98% and almost delivering that to a friend. Donghak lives through it. Leave's math is a little off, but Spark invests in Kitsune Rush, and now Leave has been unleashed. The Atlanta Reign gotta respect this. They're holding their corner, and the Spark gotta help Gushwei. He's on the healthiest position. Leave by his side. Atlanta Reign still contesting. You gotta deal with Stalker. Where's the focus from Spark?
Oh, Monk was kept elsewhere by Donghak, executes a solo dive onto the Ana, and while he may have misplaced his shield, what he did do is make sure that Monk wasn't able to deliver any healing. It would have been such a good position for the Ana to free cast from, but Donghak is aware of it and brings the power of the Winston to the table. It's such a good swap here from the Atlanta Reign onto this incredibly comfortable composition for them. Hangzhou Spark are running out of time.
Less than a minute before Atlanta Reign go to match point. And this is Hangzhou Spark's choice of map. They've been so close. And when it gets chaotic, when there's so much stress, the Spark sometimes can fall apart. There's a hack on the Stalker, but Shy couldn't follow up, and neither can the rest of the Spark. But Gushwei goes for a dive, and he is flailed away by Chio. That's a 2-man anti there from Monk, but Spark are just so low on health, and Gushwei has to lead that charge. He commands the attention of the Atlanta Reign, and has removed at least 3. No healing for the Atlanta Reign, and the Spark will finally cap.
Oh, what an anti from Monk. Does give his life for it, and now Lip can potentially be staggered here as well. Down comes a beautiful rocket. That's going to keep Leave at bay. This should allow Lip plenty of time to set up on the high ground, and this is crucial for Atlanta Reign. Not having to fight for this position, and instead forcing Hangzhou Spark to dive up onto it while taking the poke from the Soldier is going to be a major boon for them. And they've almost got a Nano Visor available if they want to use it, but it feels better to split up their options, and instead Nano to Winston have the Visor as a dueling option.
Donghak manages to get out with the double blink! And the gift, not enough to kill Donghak, but a good idea from Leave. Plan B, Shy, EMP. The Atlanta Reign have been so good at disengaging. The dance, the tango of giving space and taking it right back by force. The Atlanta Reign now suffer through this EMP. Lip is hacked, Chio is gone. Fielder fights back, Lip receives the nano, but through this bubble of Gushwei, and now a Primal in his face. Leave the man alone. The Atlanta Reign toss and turn and find themselves 6 feet on the ground.
A nano onto an MVP candidate, but Gushwei sees no god up here except the god of anger. Primal Rage drives him and the Hangzhou Spark forward, but Atlanta Reign didn't invest everything in that fight. They still have the Primal, they still have the Pulse Bomb, and the question is here, how can Hangzhou Spark try and position themselves to avoid that incoming Pulse Bomb? Can they force out the Suzu in advance from Pineapple, or Pineapple be caught too far away?
Stalker's about to one-clip the guy. Relax. Okay, it is playoffs, don't relax, I'm entertained, but Atlanta Reign have the bridge, but Pineapple drops the Kitsune Rush, and I don't see it. I need to clean my glasses though, but with only one support there from the Spark, this momentum that they really needed to make up with the gap in the time bank is gonna set them so far back.
Oh yeah, now they've got to not only get to the car, but they're also going to have to try and assault high ground again as well. It's just a compositional swap from Hangzhou Spark. No, they're just having a look back. Speaking of compositional swaps, Lip has moved over onto the Sombra. It's going to allow for even more backline pressure onto Monk, who Atlanta Reign have identified as a problem and continuously need to try and force to make a bad choice of a nano by using it just when they need to live.
Cleave is also marking Stalker very well, who's just been hiding, looking for a pulse bomb. And Shy is looking for hacks too. It's which backline is gonna get hit the most. And Shy could translocate out. It might have been taken out. Either way, 8 seconds, and Spark don't have Shy. And just more pain. The Atlanta Reign jumping on the Spark before they could jump on top of the bridge and get anything going on this cart. Not capping B, not pushing that momentum. Strikes through the heart of the Spark as the Atlanta Reign go to match point.
Somebody get me a replay operator. Somebody get me a replay operator. Because I'm pretty sure in that final fight, Donghak just smacked the Tracer into a pulse bomb that was stuck to the Brigitte with the Primal Rage, which would have been an absolutely brilliant play from the Winston. Hangzhou Spark on their own map pick here may have been able to cobble together a defense, but when it came to trying to break the ironclad walls of the Atlanta Reign, the castle that was built on the site of the mid-season madness continues to stand strong against those coming from the east.
I'm getting a feeling of deja vu.
Oh no.
Oh no. It was a 3-0 last time. The desk thought it, but this is a new meta where the Atlanta Reign have proven to be one of the most flexible teams in the world, and the Hangzhou Spark, though, have been known to just play anything as well to dominate APAC, but the West is a different beast. And Spark, I mean, already were at a deficit when it came to time banks, when it took almost, what, the last minute to cap the point. And Pineapple just suffering really critical deaths and the moments that they needed to keep pushing, to keep the momentum.
The timing from Atlanta Reign is simply second to none when it comes to going on to these supports. You saw the Donghak, especially on first point, was doing a fantastic job of just hanging out on the high ground, waiting for Monk to use one of those offensive names to try and facilitate a play, and then dropping down on top of a defenseless Ana, using that shield to block any sleep, and easily finding themselves a 1 versus 1, or dragging Pineapple back away from the fight, which meant that Leave generally found himself in an unfair fight against Stalker because of the armor packs coming from Chio.
Atlanta Reign just have so many different interesting play styles of being either a reactive team. They'll nanoblade. They're not afraid to nanoblade in the middle of a fight when things are looking dicey, but they also take great initiative behind Donghak. Here is Spark's potential final choice of map of Suravasa.
Flashpoint, it's anybody's game. We've seen many a series where Flashpoint can just go any which way. Speed is the name of the game on these, and we know that Chio is incredibly comfortable on the Lucio, possibly his best hero, but the Brigade has been making a good side of it this year. The Reign fans are feeling good with this 2-0 in their pocket. Hangzhou Spark to try and bring this back. It has to be a reverse sweep against potentially the best team in the league.
Spark, you know they weren't the favorites in this match, but you can't deny the Spark buff that happens in playoffs. What Shy can do to solo carry his team is insane. Shy and Leave need to pull up, but you're going up against Lip and Stalker, who are collecting awards like badges. So it's going to be the most difficult match that the Spark are going to have, and it won't be the end of the road no matter what happens. But we have to find out what these teams are going to be talking about. They're going to have a few minutes to discuss how they're going to approach this final map. And we'll see you guys on the other side of the break. It's match point for the Atlanta Reign. Getting together here in Canada to have maybe a flawless first series. Speaking of flawless leg day, look at this guy.
Oh my goodness, 83% post-bomb attach rate. Is that even a real number? That is absolutely crazy. Stalker, imagine having to be the DPS partner of Lip and then also being the one whose name we have to scream so often during these matches. What a year it has been. The Stalker's tale has been so amazing. Lynx is back in, Pineapple out for now. No more double flex support for the side of Hangzhou Spark. Instead, speed's likely the name of the game here. We're likely going to be seeing Lynx and Chio move over onto Lucio's. We know just how important rapidity of action can be on flashpoints like Saravas. We just want to get as many fights in as possible.
For anyone who is coming to Toronto, maybe not, you know, you've been under a rock. You don't know what Flashpoint is. It's like Control, but there's more of it. There's just a lot of controls on one map. First to 3 rounds, and this could be the end. But not the end of, well, the entire event for the Spark. If they lose, they go to the elimination match to face another team who goes 0-1. And, well, the Atlanta Reign have beat them on every map pick so far. The Spark knew they had to counter, not mirror. And I'm hoping that we see some more Orisa. I think that's how Spark have been able to hold their own more and also just lock down Donghack and not let him have too much freedom.
Yeah, Donghack cannot be allowed to roam free. The Esports Awards recognized him as a potential breakout player of the year, and how correct they are. Huge scout from the back room of the Atlanta Reign to realize the potential of this player and place him into an environment where he can thrive. I wouldn't mind seeing Gushue bring out this Doomfist. We haven't seen it yet from Gushue today, but we've seen it plenty previously, especially against the Dallas Fuel. Against tightly packed formations, the Doomfist can elicit a huge amount of value, but if Atlanta Reign play this widespread classic composition we saw all the way through the year, the Doomfist might have a little bit more problem.
The doors are open for a potential final map. Atlanta Reign with the dive, the composition they've been stomping the league with, but Gushue's on his signature Doomfist, and you better watch out, at least if you're a fielder in Chio. Here's the first point. Donghack just setting himself up. Looks like Spark want to go either behind or above and doing some initial scouting, but look how quick Atlanta Reign are to pull the trigger, a hack, and already farming up.
Just trying to destabilize the Hangzhou Spark so they can't make a fully resource dive onto a player like Fielder who has gone low, and that means you've got to try and relieve that pressure. Gushue inside the bubble here. It's going to be no healing comes through. What a play from Donghack to cut that off from the Ana.
It's important for Tracers to chase down these Doomfists. And that's exactly what Stalker did. And you need that same kind of pressure. Either Leave has to keep Stalker in check, or Leave needs to trade with Donghack. And with him, slept and almost an antied. He manages to jump out, and Spark couldn't follow up immediately. Leave wants to go in with his team, especially beside Gushue. 40% already for the Atlanta Reign. Shy charged up. His Sojourn was one of the best in the world. But it sparked that work as a unit, as a team, to now flip this point.
All those assists, everybody wanted Donghack dead, and they certainly found their man. A fairly early flip here for the Hangzhou Spark. Now we can play defensively, and with Lip down, it might be difficult for Atlanta Reign to try and extract themselves here. Fielder's coming up onto a Nano, which is going to give Donghack a lot more survivability, but we've also seen them go over onto players like Tracers in the past, when the Anas are feeling a little bit frisky, and if you've got Stalker with a Pulse Bomb, trying to go in even deeper with that damage reduction to hit a nasty stick might well be worth it.
And that's why you play Sojourn, so you can just jump out of dangerous situations. Here's one for you, though. Donghack is nanoed, and now that his bubble is gone, he doesn't want to be too overeager. He doesn't want to cost his team any more time than they already are losing. Atlanta Reign are more depending on some ultimates, and bash into Stalker! He's right next to you. Oh, he's gonna be bad.
All's fair in love and war. Leave did actually catch an accidental pulse bomb from Stalker in the last fight, so why not have one shield bashed into you? Unfortunately, Chio did not look good both ways before they crossed the street, and now it's going to be difficult for Atlanta Reign to even touch here, but Stalker is in position to make sure that it's contested. If he wants to risk the triple blink, will be a little bit less of a factor in the fight afterwards, and Lip still has an EMP.
Yeah, and with this kind of center wall, you might lose some LOS on this EMP, but the Atlanta Reign will always believe. Here's the rally, EMP, but Lip gets slept! and he manages to translocate out, and also thanks to the Donghack Primal that just summoned so much attention so that his fellow teammate could get out. With the rally, the late one from Chio, this could be an advantage for the Atlanta Reign, but it's overtime in favor of the Spark, and Shy is let loose, and the Reign invested so much to get nothing.
A stagger onto Donghack as well is going to mean that Hangzhou Spark basically guarantee their early position on this point as well. Here's a quick look at Leave. This is likely going to be a quick double with the Pulse Bomb. Chio delivering this one over to a good buddy. You got a diffuser for this, my guy. Next up is going to be Palace. This is going to be great for Shy if he can control the high ground. But the thing is, how do you stop Donghack from assaulting this? Getting Guxue in a position to maybe do some body blocking and put down that bubble behind Donghack after the dive is going to be imperative.
Guxue places the bubble right at the entrance, and Donghack doesn't want to be separated from the flock and leaves so close to getting that first blood there on Donghack. You have nanos available, but Primal from Guxue, he knows that the first cap, the first fight's so important. Locks up Donghack in a corner. It looks for more. What a sleep from Fielder. Do you just delay the inevitable, though? Spark, more focused on the objective, especially without Monk. You have limited heals. You don't want to take too much damage. And with the nano onto Chio, Reign didn't want to give this up, even with Donghack missing. And Spark are just trying to die on the point to extend what little they have.
Monk can't get back in time here to use the nano, so it's just going to be playing full percentage and nothing more than that. Shy taking out Fielder is a little bit nasty, but Hangzhou Spark are likely going to be too staggered to really take advantage of this one. Still Atlanta Reign, they invested most of what they had into that fight with the nano. It does mean that Chio is going to be a little bit harder to assault with Rally versus Rally. Still, if you can manage to take away that shield and then manage to hit an anti-nade, a Winston dive will tear through that Brigitte.
Fielder is still getting back to the fight, so Spark can take some initiative here and he'll be off with this nano. It's not bad to also give it to a Brigitte if you're worried about the Winston. The sleep there misses. Live close to EMP. Spark need to get ahead of this fight, and Lexa runs into Chio, who gets nano, or gets antied, and both Atlanta Reign supports dead in the water. And this Primal Rage is just only gonna allow Donghack to escape as the Spark, well, they're back in the driver's seat.
Back in the driver's seat indeed, and now Atlanta Reign is on a timer, but they're on a timer that has an explosive countdown at the end of it. An EMP ready in the hands of Liv. This could absolutely tear through the Hangzhou Spark, especially with no reactive ultimates to really try and deal with it in the form of either the Rally or the Nano. Instead, Shy is going to try and make offense the best form of defense here and poke out Atlanta Reign as they try and approach. Oh, that's a fantastic scout there from Leave. That's going to put Lip on an even sharper timer. And with this high ground here for Hangzhou Spark, it's going to be difficult for Lip to get up there in good time. Might have to solo EMP the Winston.
Guxue actually does manage to jump to safety. Good bubble to protect himself, and that was the main target. Atlanta Reign not looking so healthy either. Stalker Pulse Bomb trades Lexa. Chio gone too. Leave. Good job on the other side, but the point is capped. Sparker on round point.
And once again, more and more staggers. That means Atlanta Reign are again going to be scrambling for the position. And this is such a lucky spawn for the Hangzhou Spark. This is a fantastic spawn from on their side of the map. Atlanta Reign are going to be able to have Lip get there first with that almost unlimited sprint from the stealth, and Fielder is going to have to invest for Nano here to try and win this first fight. As we saw before, first fight win is incredibly important. You need to try and keep Monk and Lexa at bay.
Composure from the Spark when they're looking down the barrel of match point to pull through to be on round point now of Surabasa. Begins with Reign, Donghack, Nano, all up in Lexa's grill, who manages to get well protected there by Guxue. Shy doesn't go down either when he was at critical health. It's the fight here for Ruins. Stalker blinks back, and you got dive after dive, but Guxue is primaled, and Donghack is slept. Which dive is going to get more value? Guxue tossing Lip around, going back to help Leave, and assist in the fight forward. The Atlanta Reign have capped the point, and the Spark have left.
Cost them 2 ultimates, but on the other side, the Prime was used by Guxue, so you're happy with this if you're the Atlanta Reign. And now, once again, you can try and control the tempo a little bit more viciously. An early anti onto Guxue will just keep him at bay for a moment. There's no real danger to be asserted here. What I'm looking at here is Monk's Nano and how it's going to be used. Can Guxue execute a clean dive with the Nano going up against Chio? You're often going to be getting whip shot. So instead, it might be better to just try and force out Donghack, who's actually isolated himself from healing.
And Fielder is dead too, maybe trying to get into a position where he could heal Donghack. Now was worried about how the Spark were going to get through that choke point. Turns out the poke is just superior. But that's 75+% to the Atlanta here on this point. So Spark got a lot of hustling to do.
Yeah, Donghak unfortunately just went out a little bit too far. The first jump did not put him into the LOS of Fielder, so no healing could be delivered after that, and it was an easy chase to come through for Leave. And it means that very little more than just the pulse bomb had to be delivered by the Hangzhou Spark. And now Lip's got an EMP ready to go. This is a much easier point in which to hit the EMP. That's why you see Guxue playing a little bit earlier here to make sure these supports can't join the EMP fight.
EMP, Shy in trouble, gets nanoed by Monk to save his life. Not all heroes wear capes, I guess Hana technically does. But Shy, it's also the overclock. But Spark are patient! And so is Shy! Had shot out the Stalker! And Atlanta Reign losing a lot of members, and they're quick to turn around a fight, so Spark gotta be careful.
The love tap coming through. One fight is all Hangzhou Spark needs to pick up their first map here at Playoffs and take Atlanta's first off of them. But once again, the legendary support duo has all of the tools in the box to try and make this one work. It's already on to Donghak.
And it's last fight, 90+% round point for the Spark. And there's the lengths to rally as they group up to hunt down Donghak, who gets the same support from Chio. Shy went in too deep, didn't know what was waiting for him around the corner. In Atlanta Reign, they might have been cornered, but an animal bites back when they do. And Atlanta Reign take back the point.
It's going to be difficult here for Hangzhou Spark to even touch this point. That's why we see so many members of Atlanta Reign moving forward. They want to make sure skirmishes get in the way of touching, and Hangzhou Spark are just going to have to give this one up, and now they have to bet. Are we going to the Gardens, or are we going to be going to the Temple? From the position of it at the moment, looks like it's going to be Temple. Lip just about escaping with his life, and there's going to be covering fire here from Donghak. It is indeed going to be the Temple. Good spawn here for Atlanta Reign. It's going to allow for fielders to get into a fairly safe position early, and that can equally be taxed by Donghak, who can play on this corner and make sure that Monk can't go too far forward to support a Guxue dive.
Now that Atlanta Reign are here first, they can also take angles around, looking for EMP, looking for pulse. They got to build up to that point too. The Hangzhou Spark have their tools ready to go. They flail away the dive of Donghak, and the anti-hits Donghak, who has a primal, has to use it to survive the pulse bomb. At least he felt he needed to. Donghak escaping from danger. Guxue trying to apply that same pressure. Atlanta Reign get away with capping the point and unleashing an EMP that only hits Leave. And Shy gets nano to preserve his life yet again. Monk has one favorite child, and I'll give you one guess who it is. And when Shy delivers the damage he does, I agree.
There's a flip coming through for Hangzhou Spark, rather rapid in this case as well. Quick shout out to Langsa. Use some excellent shield tag to place Stalker's Pulse Bomb into the wall where it wouldn't be able to harm any of his friends. Guxue anti can't afford to get picked here, but is going to. What a chase down from Leave. And now holding space for the Hangzhou Spark is going to be very difficult.
Lip is not afraid to take risks, and it's always been rewarding for the Atlanta Reign. They have Donghak nanoed just to kind of scare the Spark back. Monk is getting harassed by a Sombra, and Spark are just having their attention split, and there's a sleep that hits Shy. Donghak jumps up top, and Guxue places a bubble to protect them. The Atlanta Reign will be taking the lead here in a second, depending how this fight goes. The rally from Lexa is just immediately removed, so no value, no sustain from the Spark. The Atlanta Reign will let them go.
It's Stalker again. It's always Stalker. The thorn in the side of not only the Hangzhou Spark, but all of the Western Conference as well. Leave, can he get the same magic? The same curse put upon Atlanta Reign with a pulse on would be fantastic. Chio can try and survive it using the rally, maybe. But again, you've got a fielder that's actually a little bit forward here. Might well be ambushable, but you can see that there's plenty of layers of defense to keep him safe.
Last fight to maybe go to round 5, and Stalker, first blood onto Shy when he had the overclock. Monk in trouble, trying to push past the bubble of Donghak to heal Guxue. So much survivability. Monk at Langsa dodging bullets. 99% in overtime for the Atlanta Reign, about to cap, not even probably needing to use the EMP, but Lip will do so anyway. And Monk is getting tossed into the line of fire. What a sleep, but it's too little and it's too late. With the first 2 rounds going to the Spark, the Atlanta Reign will force the final one.
We're going to Gardens, and Atlanta Arena sprinting their way across. They're going to open up here with a nano boost, which means that Monk is in danger. Monk thought that maybe that was a fight that was clutchable, and so in his final moments threw it out onto Gushue, who, while he had the nano, decided not to prime or recognize that that fight was done without Monk being able to find his life. Shy with an overclock, though. If there's any player on the Hangzhou Spark who can try and hit themselves a fat deadlift with some nasty shots, you know that it's Shy. This guy is legendary on the Sojourn.
These hallways can protect Shy as much as possible. He knows this. He's overclocked. Donghack slept. Well, he'll be out of the picture for now when he's so low too. Atlanta Range have put themselves in the security of a building as the Spark want to enter and evict them by force. And that's what Gushue is doing. He slept and not woke quite yet. Spark did manage to cap too, so they're benefiting with how long this is taking.
A little bit of a back cap going on as well. Lip trying to drag back these players into more vulnerable positions where Donghack can try and get a better cleave or a more safe dive. Still Stalker needs to be accounted for as he comes back in. What a hack! Oh, that means Lee's not going to be present, and neither Shy!
The pulse bomb stick rate continues for Stalker. What a god! 45%. The Spark can never get a clean fight. You can never be safe when Atlanta Reign are around the corner. And that'll be a team wipe in favor of the Atlanta Reign. 60% for the Spark.
Stalker currently on 11 final blows out of 31 or so for his team. That is still crazy. And an EMP in the hands of Lip. How do Hangzhou Spark weather this? They've got two support elements to try and do it. Monk has always been quick on the trigger to keep Shy alive, and Lengsa can sustain himself utilizing that rally, so it's definitely going to be Shy who is usually going to be getting a huge amount of those resources to weather the Lip storm.
Lip wants to be as unpredictable as possible, and maybe if he can catch Shy without his jump and the rally immediately activated by Lengsa to give the extra overhealth to Shy in case this EMP were to come. And here it is. Hits at least two. Monk and Ano's Gushue. Lengsa stomped like a bug. And the Atlanta Reign are so unhealthy, but Spark can finish off the kills. And Donghack is slapped, and he can't even believe it. And this primal now isn't much because everybody around Donghack is dead, and so is Shio there in a second. Spark still have the point somehow, but you could tell Reign are going for the flip.
Oh, Shio manages to get away. That's going to allow for a faster reset here, and that might be everything that Atlanta Reign needs. Stalker's got another pulse in the pocket, and this has usually been a guaranteed kill. His approach needs to be telegraphed here by the Hangzhou Spark. He needs to be marked by Leave. If he can hit another pulse bomb, this could be over.
Could be over for the Spark too, man. It's 99%. Someone has to touch. The pulse bomb hits the shield. I thought we were going to have a repeat of last time. And Leave has already recalled out. Shy pushed away. Spark have the point. And Shy, he's overclocked. He's ready to go. And Donghack misses the punch. Good dodge there by Shy. Stalker couldn't dodge the L from Leave. And Spark have done more than enough to survive and thrive as they take Surabasa.
No 3-0 to begin with. Flashpoint is where the Hangzhou Spark strike back and make sure that Atlanta Reign's dominance is not perfection to begin our run here in Toronto. And that means that our series does go on and on, Lemon. Next up is going to be Push. We know that this also thrives on these faster compositions. It feels like Atlanta Reign are happy to continually revert back to this composition that's been their bread and butter all year long.
Leave has 3,000 more damage than Stalker. Ooh. Talk about clutching up against one of the best tracers in the world. We were highlighting his stats, but all you had to do is believe. The Hangzhou Spark will not give up without a fight. And this went all the way to round 5, where Atlanta Reign were like about to reverse sweep them.
And one of those critical things about Lee's 3,000 higher damage as well was that it's often going over onto Donghack. He's doing a lot to try and force out these early escapes from Donghack, or even just early attention from Fielder onto that tank in order to make sure that maybe Shy can get a preferential duel or set up someone below 130 or so health to get finished off by that railgun. It's a lot more of an assistive role from Leave rather than being the main damage dealer like Stalker is with the Sombra Tracer setup. We can see
this is such a good nano.
This is just the presence of mind that Monk has been able to develop over the course of his last few years playing Overwatch is crazy. This guy reads the game so well.
At least I thought it was the nano that made him survive the pulse, but all that attention has gone to Shy. And him and Leave are pulling up on the Atlanta Reign. They know how much work they have to do against Lip and Stalker, who are just legendary in the Overwatch League. Now it's Atlanta Reign who have to pick.
Likely going to be seeing maybe an Esperanza. I mean, if we go to Coliseum, there might be some entirely different compositions. New Quinn Street, we've seen a couple of balls, but we're likely not going to be seeing Wrecking Ball play. At the moment, it feels like it's anybody's meta, but both of these teams, like, they're so comfortable just sort of like getting into their groove of just playing some dive. That's where Gushue and Donghack are at their most effective, and of course, Stalker and Leave. You won't be able to stop them from trying to take those Tracer 1v1s, even when she's not the most meta. Esperanza is going to be the pick from Reign. This is fairly standard, I'd say. You can play all manner of different things here, but there's going to be plenty of Winston.
Yeah, the dive has been the recipe du jour, and man, this has been quite a battle between East and West to kick off our playoffs, and we're going to kick you guys to a quick break to see what our final map has in store. It's match point for the Atlanta Reign, but Hangzhou Spark still got that spark and that fight in them. And I agree, fellow Xer, Twitterer person, this is a banger to start off our playoffs.
Oh yeah, we couldn't ask for anything better to start off our international events. East meeting West, and hey, West ain't stomping just yet, boys and girls. There is life in the East. They have managed to claim the map, and they might well claim some more as well, because, well, it is a big pop-off from so many members, but more so than others perhaps, we got to have a look at Gushui. This guy's been popping up on the tank and also has been really widening his hero pool this year. But when it comes to the classics, you love to go back to the Winston. 11 final blows and a huge amount of damage, getting so much cleave. This guy has been working so well in tandem with Monk to make sure they're always delivering the combination of Winston jump damage and the Bardic Grenade at the exact right time.
I love Gushui's picture. I mean, the desk already pointed out that Spark took some few headshots. You got some Spark fans in the crowd. I can't tell if he's making an L emotion or if I'm about to lose rock, paper, scissors. Or maybe I'm about to
get a judo chop.
That too, I'm gonna get chopped up. But Gushui has been such a good enabler to just protecting his supports, placing a bubble, to jumping in there with Leave. Leave looks that good because Gushui is there. His team still has energy and positivity because Gushui is there. And this was so close on Surabasa all the way to the final round. So I'm sure Spark are happy they're still playing, but not cozy, you know?
Far from cozy. I don't think anyone's cozy going up against the Atlanta Reign, but you're exactly right that when it comes to the bubble placement, that's one of the most interesting things to look at in high-level Overwatch, especially between the two Winstons. It's often a mind game as to who wants to be able to pressure the other supports, but who's going to try and take that second dive and cut off the supports from that dive using their own bubble to make sure that Fielder can't deliver those heals to Donghack. That's something we saw Gushui do consistently.
Esperanza is one of these push maps that you can literally play anything on. We've seen every tank under the sun. And a lot of it also in this series, just Orissas, Doomfist, Winstons. These are all things that can help. Now, if we continue with the dive, this is great to get bridge control. We see that a lot of the win condition, a lot of the hope behind the Atlanta Reign is generating ultimates. They don't like to commit too deep unless they can depend on Lip to, well, open things up.
Generally going in with a pretty solid plan and a good order of operations as well, knowing exactly what resources and cooldowns need to be forced out before they can try and make their killing blow, knowing exactly what may stymie them, as of course, when it comes to playing around these compositions, Atlanta Reign are second to none. As we head over to Esperanza, we will see shortly what tanks are going to be picked. It would be very surprising to me if Donghack decided, in this case, to bring out the Orisa in comparison to Gushui, but Hangzhou Spark feel like they may have found their groove here with Shy on the Sojourn, and why not? He is a legend on this hero last year, second to none, some would say, when it came to the Sojourner. She was such an important pick.
And I know, seeding aside, Spark have been APAC's strongest hope when it comes to the East. And Shy has gone from the Ashe to the Sojourn, trying to flex and adapt to the competition. And that's a lot to ask for a team to constantly swap and just play at their peak when the Atlanta Reign haven't really been forced off of this signature composition of the Winston double flanker.
One of the interesting duels that we have here actually is that Lip's going to be able to gather information for free on the location of Hangzhou Spark compared to Shy, and that means that Fielder should have a much easier time hitting those tricksy anti-nades compared to Monk, who's got a little bit more guesswork involved in those positions.
Now it's up to the Tracers to get this objective going, so Stalker pushes it forward, because as soon as one team steps up, your backline is now exposed. If it's out of LOS of the bridge, if they even stay on the bridge, and that's when the opposite dive team can find some purchase. Atlanta Reign, two-man anti there from Monk and Leave, hunts down Donghack. A great reaction from the Spark. A great start to get this bot pushing.
And that's a great read from Spark, in that you talked about how much Atlanta Reign like to prep their dives and get rid of those cooldowns early. Shy actually baited in that dive by using his slide and his jump to become a big beacon of a target for Atlanta Reign. Then when Donghack and Stalker move forward to try and punish that, it's an easy two-man anti where Gushui can slide in after him, block off any support using that bubble, and it's an easy kill onto Donghack. Now the barricade do be moving as Leaves almost already got himself a pulse bomb, and Lip's down.
Lip's been discovered, so Atlanta Reign taking back-to-back L's, but Hangzhou Spark, it's not the objective that they're worried about, it's that bridge control, and how can they access Fielder and Chio, who have to back away to that corner. Stalker blinks back towards his team as the Spark hope to sail away, and Shy couldn't jump out fast enough. He gets so eager to finish off these kills when he knows the Atlanta Reign are low, and that has cost them before. Now the Atlanta Reign hopes to turn things around, and it's Donghack leading the charge. Stalker, no kill stealing with the pulse bomb. Atlanta Reign have done more than enough to get the spot pushing in their favor, all thanks to Stalker.
But Hangzhou Spark, after they lost Shy early, didn't invest anything in that fight. They got out both the Nano and the Pulse Swarm, and whenever the Pulse Swarm's not a throwaway ultimate when it comes to Stalker because he's so damn efficient with them. Lee's been holding on to his maybe a little while longer than I'd be comfortable with, but Hangzhou's retake here should not be too hard because they've got plenty of ultimates to try and rebuff Lip's EMP, including, of course, the usual babysitting Nano onto Shy, most likely, when Lip pops that EMP.
See, Spark supporters are playing as safe as they can. They know what's coming. You don't need a crystal ball for this one. You can see that Guxue trying to present himself, see if he can attract that single EMP. But Lip goes to the back, and there is Donghack to apply the pain. And Spark have already lost Lengsa, and Spark, they can assess C. Do they think this 4v5 is turnable? They have the Nano, they have DPS ultimates, but with this bubble of Donghack in their face, Shy feels the need to blink past it! And it works out! That giant shield of the rally, though, is blocking a lot of his vision, so there's Guxue lining up the pins for the Spark! And Atlanta Reign, they fight back and forth. This 3 versus 4 in favor of the Spark. We're so good at disengaging. We highlighted Guxue before, and this is the leader who makes it done.
It's Monk's read on the game again and again, realizing when they are at their best to try and take this back. Shy being able to get up onto the high ground using that boost on the jump. Unbelievable value to make sure Atlanta Reign had nowhere to hide, and when they got into those tight spaces, they could easily be cleaved by Guxue. Atlanta Reign are going to be in position here to stop this cap from coming through and deny that forward spawn, but Donghack's already been mega pressured.
He's primal, he's antied, probably got slept too. Atlanta Reign just trying to put fear into their eyes, and Spark is the bubble that Atlanta Reign could not cross. And Stalker found out the hard way, didn't look left and right, but if you look forward, you see the bulldozer of the Spark. Kill after kill. Leave just synchronizing with Guxue perfectly today.
To me, to you, that's one way to beat down a Brigitte. Hangzhou Spark, yet another pulse on to play with, but right now, all the distance they're getting is gravy, and they've got the forward spawns as well, so if Monk gets picked out, it's not as difficult. Nothing from a pulse bomb.
Nothing for now. Lip will return with a vengeance, though, with an EMP. This 5v5, Leaf has slept, so Lip goes for the EMP, and Spark wanted to help him out, and Spark
What Nancy?
lose 2 immediately, and Spark, this is, I mean, just up to Guxue. Yes, he got Nano, but turning that fight around is some cope. But 80 meters, not too shabby for the Spark.
Not at all, and with half the time gone as well, Atlanta Reign are going to be taxed with every single movement they try to make on this objective. Forward spawn should be available for everyone, yes, and Monk getting it here is absolutely crucial, because if he got the back spawn, it would have been ages before he got back into the fight. Lip, of course, going to take some early poke here just to try and build up towards that EMP as quickly as possible. But Chio's rally is really what's going to determine the brawl of this fight, being able to keep everyone alive and block off a huge amount of damage from Shy.
Hey, Guxue tries to protect this team. Pulse at the back. Stalker does it again. His attach rate is insane, and it's consistent too. And they finally lock down Leaf, and that'll be Atlanta Reign catching up in the score.
And getting that stick onto Shy as well means no overclock, means no need to actually pop the rally, so Chio's kept this in reserve still. Donghack's doing yet another primal, by the way. He's doing unfathomable amounts of damage and keeping Hangzhou Spark bullied in main.
Oh, the juggle just a little bit off, which would have been enough to push Monk and Lynx into the line of fire of the rain. But Guxue has the same idea, and Leave gets the final blow on the Donghack, and Shield tries to rally the team, and Shy closes the door on the Atlanta Reign, stopping that momentum push.
Sometimes it's a game of millimeters, and that right there was a couple of millimeters that separated Chia from being able to get a stun onto Lengsa. And being able to get that stun might well have allowed Reign to try and coalesce on a target. Another EMP is up for Lip. How could it be countered? Answer, as usual, going to be that Nano in the hands of Monk, 3% away, likely just keep Shy alive in these instances, but when that happens, Lip tends to just go for a solo EMP on Guxue if he overextends.
Hey, Guxue jumps as he's getting hacked, and he escapes into the window, and Lee does enough damage to force the translocate out of Lip. Lengsa is slept, Shy bagging him, of course. And then you got Donghack jumping up Nano, slept, beautiful shot by Monk. And Donghack's not even done yet. He gets healed back up when Spark thought they were safe and they thought they could get the kill. Shy down for the count as the Atlanta Reign. They can get so close to tying the score if they win this fight and the next. And the more staggers the Atlanta Reign gets, the more likely that is.
Hangzhou Spark are trying to force Lip to use his EMP here, but Lip is iron-fisted on this. His left field return behind! Oh, the support's a dead!
Don't leave your supports unattended!
Oh, but he had to move the
man.
car. He had to move the car, but all he did, he just had to look at his team being slaughtered. Hangzhou Spark just stick in there and find an excellent dive. That must have been a bloody good nade from Monk.
That gives Hangzhou Spark the driver's seat yet again to keep that 80-meter mark, and they don't even look like they want to fight past this choke point. They're being very careful to do so. They know this Lip EMP is coming. It hits Lake, so the rally doesn't come out in time, and Guxue too late to the rescue. Shy seems to live on, so a 4v5 is definitely possible for the Spark, but it's all up to Monk to keep them healed up, and Shy jumps back to respect that Dong hack jump. The Atlanta Reign taking their time.
Guxue peeling back there to make sure he wasn't isolated by the bubble. Excellent presence of mind. Remember, Lengths have got the forward spawn as well, so it means that he's going to be back in the fight in good order here. And Guxue's got his own Primo now in tandem with Donghack.
Move back to a 5v5. Chio is antied. Gets slapped around by Guxue, but trades back and forth. You got Brigitte heals versus Ana heals. Atlanta Reign maybe having a bit more support. Never mind. They're all dead. Leave is in your back line, and you gotta watch your back when he's there. And Stalker may just slow down the Spark with that pulse, but a Spark looking to extend that 80 meters.
Can you smell what the Spark are cooking? Because it smells to me like a map number 5 between these two. It's only a slight 30-meter advantage here for the Hangzhou Spark, but Atlanta Reign is still yet to cap, and that means they have to deal with a stop at the checkpoint if they're going to make it all the way to 80 meters himself as well. Once again, Leave almost has themselves a pulse bomb. Lip has decided to try and Sojourn versus Sojourn. He's left his signature hero at the door as Hangzhou Spark unlock the forward spawn once again and then decide to play high ground.
The EMP, just for that one kill, isn't enough for Lip. Atlanta Reign have to win multiple fights and in overtime with 30 seconds left. The Donghack with the nano, pressuring Bridge, but he didn't get any help. So he has to fall back down, but Lip shot through the heart of Lengsa to kick off the fight in a good way there for the Atlanta Reign, and Spark are good at disengaging and winning back this neutral fight now that they're on their own bridge.
Oh, Lengsa got the fast spawn as well. It was a matter of milliseconds, but it does mean that Lengsa's going to take too long to return to his fight. Monk might have to just fly elsewhere. With Shy beside them, it could be a pair of ultimates for a Nano Overclock. This could potentially end it. Atlanta Reign need to stay on Timmy.
Nano for Monk, looking at Shy, attending to him as much as possible. Guxue taking the brunt of the pressure though. Overtime for the Atlanta Reign, and Shy is nanoed, and you can't stand in his way! 2 and 4! The Hangzhou Spark! Down 2 max, force the game 5!
Stalker simply forced to watch as the sound of railguns rips through Toronto and rips through the Atlanta Reign. A map 5 banger between East and West. This is what we all wanted when we brought regions together, people together, our Overwatch Esports family together here in Toronto.
The West may be best, but the East are beasts, and you're looking at one of the most fearsome ones, the clutch lords of playoffs, the Hangzhou Spark, hungry to take back the series that they should have just started better in the first place. But to put a dent, however the series ends, to put a dent like this into the Atlanta Reign, the #1 team of the West, APAC deserves more respect.
Your power rankings mean nothing when faced with a nano-boosted Shy. It's a simple calculus. When that railgun's got 50% extra damage, it doesn't matter how beefy you are, how hard a favorite you might be considered. It's time to flee, or time to die. Esperanza, the map pick of the Atlanta Reign. We're gonna have to finish our series out on Escort, and you wonder if they're gonna dare to return to another map that prefers the Winston, allowing Guxue to once again pop off. If you decide to go to Dorado and once again grab that gauntlet, is it going to go your way? Because it feels like Hangzhou Spark have been solving this composition by playing out with the Shy Sojourn and continually out-damaging the tank and keeping Donghack in danger.
I think in this dive versus dive, Atlanta Reign couldn't figure out whether they want to counter dive and trade backlines or just play from front to back to go after Gushue. There was a lot of times I saw Gushue at half health, no armor, very killable, and he just took so much attention. And Atlanta Reign couldn't get a solid push going. They won fights, but not as many as the Hangzhou Spark did. It took one avalanche to set apart these two teams. 80 meters, like a difference of 20 meters, I think, between these two teams to send us into game 5. I mean, even Surabasa was like the final round. This is a banger to start playoffs.
Yeah, there have been no clear-cut maps here. It has been every single inch fought for, tooth and nail by both of these teams. And you know who deserves some love on the Hangzhou Spark? You two, but also Monk. Monk has been having himself one heck of a series, and coming into this, like, Monk might not have placed in your top flex supports in this playoff bracket when he's got to be compared to the likes of Fielder and co, but Monk's been having an absolutely lights out series, and what he's been bringing to the fore has made sure that Hangzhou Spark have been allowed to go to a 5th and final map.
Route 66, the showdown. I know it's not America, but it feels, you're sensing the showdown between these two teams. The East and West have had beef for a while, and they don't get to meet too often. This is only the second international event where the Spark could reverse sweep the Atlanta Reign. Then we could just, throw all of our brackets out into the garbage. I know there's some Spark believers, but I know there's that perfect bracket prediction, and I think 95% of people would just be gone.
It would be one heck of a way to start an upset. I wouldn't eat the beef at Earl's Cafe. Probably tastes like charred grilled dirt. But this series is anything but dirt. This series is absolutely golden. I know that I need a little bit of a break, and you guys probably do at home as well, so do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
What a way to start things off here in Toronto. We're going to Game 5. Guys, have you enjoyed this game so far? Wow. You know what, though? I think we could try it a little bit better. Have you been enjoying the game so far? Losing my voice already. It's day one. All right, so here we are. The battle lines have been drawn. 2-2 in the count. You got the Spark. You got the Rain. Let's go ahead and ask the audience who you think's going to win. Who is walking away with the Map 5 win? Say it out loud. My word. I just got destroyed by Spark fans. It's incredible. Well, let's go ahead and send it back over to the casters and see if the Spark can make the reverse sweep happen.
This could be the most legendary match we've ever seen. A reverse sweep by Hangzhou Spark could be possible. The Atlanta Reign, this would be the first loss that they could suffer on LAN at an international LAN after beating the Hangzhou Spark 3-0 the Midseason Madness, which they had won. This is crazy.
I mean, at Midseason Madness, if I remember correctly, Atlanta only drops a single map. So in this series alone, their map losses on LAN have tripled. What a beginning it would be, like you said, a reverse sweep from the east?
From the east?
For real?
For real? Oh, the desk are gonna lose it.
Oh.
They're watching. I see Jake standing up.
I'm staring at them from across the way.
I see you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Preds are all boomed, lads. There's no way.
They're too far away to do anything about it. But what we can do is our jobs. Route 66, Game 5. The showdown between East and West, our first match of playoffs. The loser of this, no matter what happens, goes to an elimination match to face the other team that goes 0-1. It's not the end of the road, but it's the beginning of a tough journey.
This is Atlanta's pick. They wish to return to Route 66, and Hangzhou Spark are going to be sticking with what works for both Suravasa and for Esperanza. It was pockmarked by excellent nades from Monk, beautiful dives from Gushway. And of course, Shy's Sojourn has been the hero pick du jour, but Atlanta Reign might have something a little bit special cooked up for Route 66, where it really is anybody's game. Sure, you want the Winston to be able to access big L's and those high grounds, but while I don't think we're going to see Stalker stay on this Widowmaker, we could see some later stage Widowmakers, especially on second. Look for an early pick here, see if anyone overpeaks.
We open things up on Game 5 with the attack of the Atlanta Reign. No Widow. And Lip is going Sojourn.
Yeah, Lip ain't going for Sombra anymore. It's full damage onto both the tanks. Both Gushway and Donghak are in major danger, but this gives a lot more room for Monk to operate. Doesn't have to worry so fervently about the Stalker in the night that is Lip.
There's Lip, all charged up. See so much Sojourn from Shy that I'm like mixing people up now. Big Earl's control for Hangzhou. And they've been so good at countering. The dives, they brought out the Sojourn to dodge them. The Sombras, they just position away out of LOS. The Atlanta Reign have their progress stalled, and Chio stomped on by Gushway, who gets out with his life. Linksa also with 1 HP is kind of crazy.
Presence of mind for the drop down, just hiding away until Monk can get that back. Hangzhou Spark collapsing perfectly there, making sure to punish Atlanta Reign. Remember that their dives aren't quite as brutal when they get set up unless Lip wants to fully commit. That's a dangerous proposition for any Sojourn. Instead, Donghak just tries to make sure these sightlines are a little bit safer for Lip to move through.
See the dive from Atlanta Reign, touching the top of Big Earls, and the counter dive from Gushway. Slept while he's nanoed. Great shot by Fielder. Atlanta Reign still have so much progress stalled, stuck at this choke point without getting really much done. No kills. It's been up to Lip, it's up to Shy to kick things off. Gushway protects his little ducklings after Atlanta Reign starts scaring them with this nano onto Donghak. Leave, making sure that he contests the cart when Stalker wants to steal it away. And once the Stalker's gone, Leave reconnects with Gushway. Primal available, Gushway uses it immediately. He was at half health, catches the jump from Lip, wants to push him into the enemy team. And man, Spark are just so disruptive.
Sojourn Fun Deny, making sure that Lip was unable to really set anything up there, as Lynx is going to be popping the rally. And now it's down to Leave to try and make something happen. Wants to get rid of the overclock, but Lip dodges away. Stalker's on the chase, and Gushway's next to fall. This should be a cap here for Atlanta Reign.
All the chaos. Leave is blink. I can't even keep up. I'm too old for this game sometimes. The way Leave plays, he gets caught in the Atlanta rain, had to invest a lot of time, a lot of resources. They do cap A. Those 90 seconds that are remaining, this sets him back a bit. It's about momentum pushing here.
Hungry Spark dying as a group though with no staggers does mean that they do have control of the high ground. A nice sleep there is going to make sure that Donghak can put out a little bit of pressure. Out goes a little bit of an ambitious pulse bomb here from Stalker, and Monk can try and strike back very soon with their own nano.
Monk also in a great position to throw nades down. Gushue just blocking the road. Donghak with these soft dives doesn't have Stalker, doesn't have too much damage assistance from Liv. Well, speaking of damage, look at Shy go. Oh my god! Fielder, you didn't want to open that door! Not against Shy! The Atlanta rain stuck back at this choke, but Liv fires back with not one, but 2 and 3! Atlanta rain will not back down!
Punished by Gooseway, yes, but this is going to be enough of an opening here for Atlanta Rain to move out of this choke point, and the choke is simply so difficult to get through. Shy went a little bit too far forward after grabbing Fielder, thinking maybe there's someone else I can try and grab. It was good shield discipline from Chio, just making sure they were consistently able to block those incoming overclock shots. Hungry Spark, that opening here has to come from Leaf. He needs to hit himself a nasty pulse one, but you can see that Stalker's continually keeping this attended, and now Stalker can strike back.
Leaf almost ate his sleep to give that pulse bomb, and Stalker shows him how it's done. A masterclass on the Tracer. Links are removed. Gushue's still primaling, so Spark are just gonna see what they get, and even Shy can't get into a position to find that trading blow. And Leaf has been caught out. Atlanta Rain have been watching him a lot better. And the Atlanta Rain sail away to point B with plenty of time.
Fielder's POV is just such a joy to watch. An absolute maestro on the Ana, continually able to weave in those hipfire shots onto Stalker. And now, can we see a repeat of the nano overclock onto Liv? It feels like Atlanta Rain are a lot more fans of nanoing Donghak and making sure that these dives are a little bit more deadly, but hey, we haven't seen many opportunities for Fielder and Liv to sync up on these. It may well be enough to try and take a Shy ego duel and make it a little bit less fair.
Liv got antied, so Leaf has been taking risks to do really anything to find that first pick, and as Hongsho disengage, they get hit by a 2-man anti, and Donghak wanted some of that, but then he gets struck down. So Atlanta Rain are left without a take, but maybe it's up to Liv to be the hero that Atlanta needs again. And it's just Gushue to stall this card, and now he's slept. Liv is starting to just peek over Shy.
No tank, no problem. Lip is all the tank that Atlanta Rain need in this case. And guess what, Stalker? He's a homing missile. He's looking for Lengsa as usual. Leaf can play from the other side. Get a tap on the cart here, yes, but that does mean that he's not going to be able to control Stalker as well as he would like, and it makes it easier to move in onto Lengsa. Good block.
Go back home! They don't have that pulse bomb! Spark's backline in trouble, and someone has to contest! It's up to Leave, and Shy Spark need a stop to stop this cart! This time bank is insane, and so is Shy! Catches Liv, and Stalker waves goodbye to the Atlanta Rain on this attack that looked flawless!
Atlanta Rain did a good job for LOSing the majority of that nano onto Shy, but eventually they have to pay the piper, and Lip gets hit by the same double rail tap that Lip used to open up the previous fight. And now Atlanta Rain might be in some dire straits, so they've got to try and go down this long corridor. They're going to be catching a huge amount of poke from Shy and Monk as they make their way over here, and it's much harder for Fielder to find a productive biotic grenade because of the arcing that has to happen.
It's these Sojourns, man! Shy and Lip are going crazy. Now Shy is starting to find his groove. Back-to-back fights, won by him, and Leave not connecting as well as Stalker when it comes to pulse bombs, but man, he's scaring the heck out of Atlanta.
The fear is real for Atlanta Rain, but still with a minute and a half left.
Again!
He's just a legend on the Sojourn. There's nothing else to say about it. He's absolutely legendary. Fielder in his sight next. Doesn't want to overpeak this one. Wants Chio instead. That shield's not going to last forever, buddy!
The timing! Why is he even named Shy? He's anything but that! The Atlanta Reign have to shy away from the cart, though, for a few more seconds.
Yeah, he might think himself bashful, but right now he's just bashing in the heads of the Atlanta Reign, who are building up to a critical mass of ultimates, mind you. A rally and a nano in concert is going to be a huge amount of staying power that is going to be very difficult for Hangzhou Spark to try and carve through. They are going to have a nano overclock, mind you, if they give it a little bit more time.
Ooh, that Donghak Primal just tossed Shy into the enemy fire. Donghak is slowed down. Great sleep there by Monk. Atlanta Reign have a one-man advantage, but they gotta heal back up too. Leave dives into the back there to assist Gushui and the supports. Lexa running as far as he can, and he's the only survivor. You got the rally from Chio. Could this be the final push there of the Atlanta Reign? 18 seconds left. Shy fires through. Kills Chio. Fielder's gone. There's no healing for the Atlanta Reign.
There is simply no way. Shy's a magician, a juggernaut, a titan, a god of aim before your eyes is born. Just before the final hurdle, Atlanta Reign shoved back into the Phoenix egg. They'll have to be born again on the defense.
Oh, entering that Dragon's Cave, and all Atlanta got was fired. It was 4 minutes that Atlanta had going into that. It got dangerous. Point B, smooth sailing. Yeah, they costed a few minutes on point A. Those teeth are still terrifying. I don't care how many times I've seen them. But this is still an amazing push. No matter how much we're hyping up Hangzhou right now, that is a dangerous push. That's basically a cap.
We've seen this before. On Midtown, Atlanta Reign got stopped on last. They managed to hold Hangzhou Spark on first for so long, and then eventually stopped them completely on second.
Oh, on Midtown, yeah.
So it's definitely, there's some potential for deja vu to strike again here. But the Hangzhou Spark fans in the crowd, they certainly are feeling that this might well be winnable. But for the East, this might be a chance to strike back at the humiliation they suffered during mid-season madness. The entirety of the region essentially flummoxed at the hands of the West. It all comes down to this one last push.
The Atlanta Reign might have tripped up on their laces right at the finish line. But did Hangzhou Spark bring the right sneakers? Because Midtown is not the brand I would sign up for.
What are those?
Yeah, Spark going for dive, thinking about a Zen, but it's just too weak against the dive. It's the battle of Sojourns again.
And this time Lip's going to have that defensive advantage of being able to start up on the high ground and very much control when these peaks are taken. Remember that Shy is mostly going to be keeping this railgun in reserve for when a squishy peaks him, rather than using it to try and chunk down those enemies, or rather the enemy tank, because Donghak's going to be the one who continually tries to bait that out and absorb the damage.
Spark were so good at stalling out the card on their defense. It was up to these Sojourns to kick off that first blood, and Donghak is punished before he could escape back with no tank. It's the Atlanta Reign poke that can buy themselves a chance, and they can't afford to get staggered, and Spark realizes they're gonna hunt for more. Lip is on the low ground, he missed his jumper, something happened, and that cost the Atlanta Reign their entire defense.
Someone scream Monk's name, because baby, whatever he's a monk for, I am a believer in. An unbelievable performance thus far from Diana. It is going to be a touch coming through from Stalker. He's going to be warded away slightly by Gushui. Surely this is going to be a contest, and indeed it is. Plenty of blinks in reserve here. They just give it up. Surely they have to give it up entirely. Stalker just can't find a path through. And this is a massive time bank for B. Atlanta Reign, they've chosen stability on second. They're putting all their eggs into a high ground fight basket.
Hangzhou Spark not having really ults to kick things off, but hey, they didn't win that last fight with any ults either. Punishing Donghak seems to be the recipe for success for the Hangzhou Spark. Shy is low. Spark are taking their time. If they're gonna get free progress, they'll just take it. The Atlanta Reign might be the ones who contest this, and Donghak is just gonna be a lot more conservative with his life, and well, Gushui's happy to take damage. This is giving Monk very close to nano, and Stalker got very close to hitting that pulse bomb.
A weak throwing arm that time around, but this has still brought a little bit more push here. Hangzhou Spark Lit manages to win out against Shy, and that means that it's much safer for Donghak to move on forward. Surely Leave can't turn this one around. No stick this time, and Stalker's got the hot feet to avoid it.
Good timing there from Gushui with the ante, with the attention he got. He's trying to push Donghak into his own team there with the Primal. And hey, getting him low enough, he makes the call with Lip and Stalker, but Donghack gets nanoed, and now he's on top of Langsta, who's rallied, doesn't have the bash available to stop this defense of the Atlanta Reign. And Lip is just in a much more favorable position as the Sojourn to find Lip time and time again!
Peek him, I dare you. Gushue still manages to trade this one out. Monk's taking out his counterpart. Oh, Langsta. The cross heel here between Monk and Langsta could be everything. Even the rally's going to be falling as well. Donghack pops the primal, but surely he can't DPS through the bardic grenade healing.
Oh, I don't know what this primal's going to be doing. He couldn't really corner his support. He's barely getting out with his life, but hey, support ult charge, I guess?
Yeah, a little bit of extra support. Oh, that's cope, but it is true. And Shy and Monk, look at those 2 percentages. They are beginning to converge. Finally, a stick from Leave. Lip's gone. And that's a huge amount of momentum now for Hangzhou.
These pulse bombs. Good morning, I hope you had breakfast. But Gushue very low. Shy overclock right to the face, and not enough to strike down Chio. When you thought Spark could get away with murder multiple times, the Atlanta Reign make the stop.
An unbelievable strike back from Atlanta Reign. What calm and collected, precise targeting they used to make sure that Hangzhou Spark were not going to be able to get away with that one. Lee finally hits his stick, but still, 4 versus 5 Atlanta Reign, that's where at their best. When they are at their most dire, this is a team that lives on clutch.
Spark gonna try pushing through cave side to give Shy maybe a more favorable line of sight, but also the anti-grenades from Fielder can get a good bunch of them. Spark lived through it. They got the rally of Langsta to give them a cushion, but Donghack is just in the middle of them. Spark are still trying to find a safe position, but they nano Gushue, who's going after Stalker and those supports, and Spark fire back, and the Atlanta Reign just couldn't stop them through that cave. And Spark also have gotten progress this entire time.
Again.
Stalker, it's looking good, but the rest of your team's dead, bud.
Stalker did his job, but unfortunately, Gushue just managed to do too much. First catching Chio and then Fielder placed in a nasty position to try and support that Brigitte. However, this is where Atlanta Reign had their time bank drained and slaughtered when going up against the Sojourn, when going up against an Ana. This is a corridor of death and destruction. Donghack cannot afford to have his primal forced out. No way!
Play his toes like that! Leave! The hero chases down Donghack! The momentum push begins with Spark having such a similar timing than the Reign, but the box of victory! The crowd for Game 5 is at the end of this map! Will the Spark be stopped?
Well, Lip's got an overclock. There's a primal race too. There's plenty of staying power here for the Atlanta Reign. All they have to do is use their resources well. Gushue blocks away these squishies. The Slip doesn't hit.
Gushue is just so annoying! This Primal finally jumps out. He knows this push is important and he doesn't want to give it up. Goes back to his team at half health. The rally begins to get Spark in a healthier position. A huge stun hits the Atlanta Reign. Chio rallies the team. The spawns are too far. The Atlanta Reign are dead. The Hangzhou Spark have done it. It's a reverse sweep.
The East demands your respect. Atlanta Reign, your mid-season Madness champions. Straight down to the lower brackets at the hands of the Hangzhou Spark with a reverse sweep. Unreal.
The #1 seed has been vanquished. Nobody cared about the Hangzhou Spark. Nobody sent them to the other bracket. The Hangzhou Spark APAC are back.
The smiles could not be more prevalent for Hangzhou Spark. A relief more so than anything. So nerve-wracking to go up against a team like the Atlanta Reign, a team where you never know just how powerful they could be. So many times, this could have gone any team's way. Even Saravasa went 2-2 right to the end. was anybody's game, Lemon, the entire time.
I was just looking at that gaming warlord of Gushue.
You just got to stare.
Some good cosplays, but also cosplays a reverse sweeper, apparently. What a series. And this is just day one. My voice is out. Golden Boy's voice is out. What a series we've had. Nobody on the desk predicted this. Our perfect bracket prediction, is anyone even going to win it anymore? Atlanta Reign haven't lost a match on LAN. Hangzhou Spark on that match win streak from APAC will continue it here today on day one of playoffs. And your superstar is Shy.
And what else could we expect from one of the most hyped DPS coming into this season? Shy not only doing his job, but also being the difference maker again and again. It was the Sojourn that turned things around on Surabasa, that continued the motif of outplaying the Sombra composition where he went to Esperanza, and then Lip had to pick up the gauntlet. Atlanta Reign had to play Spark's game, but Shy could not be more comfortable in this position.
Hangzhou had to adapt and overcome. Like, Shy already had to play against Stalker on Tracer. That didn't start off too well. The Ashe also got clobbered by a Sombra and a Doomfist all up his grill, and Shy found the hero, the one that set him apart in playoffs before, and look at that. Shy is a hero. There's nothing more to say.
Heroes come in all shapes and sizes, but this one is particularly large. Charge shot kills 8.2 per 10 minutes. That's crazy, because no one was peeking Shy, no one was giving him those angles. It was millimetric plank lengths worth of time were given to try and flick over those shots, and again, Shy managed to do it. This is such a well-deserved player of the match, but all of Hangzhou Spark turned up today against a team that is incredibly stacked. Credit to the Atlanta Reign. They are looking bloody strong. For the Hangzhou Spark, no one expected them to come out like this.
And that's not the only talented team when it comes to APAC. And Hangzhou Spark have proven that APAC got that dog in them. That reverse sweep against the #1 seed, they got to choose who they sent to the other side of the bracket. Atlanta Reign should have reassessed. We have an interview with someone on the stage. Let's go check in with Golden Boy.
Did you just come here
with Shy from the Spark. My man went out there and crushed it today. Congratulations. First and foremost, how does it feel to have an opportunity to play in front of this incredible crowd here in Toronto in person?
对，你今天在这么多观众面前线下比赛有什么感受？
我觉得人生就是那种快乐的时光很少，我觉得就现在这种让二聚餐，这种机会也特别的少，所以我觉得这种让二聚餐我特别的开心。那我觉得这是人生非常难忘的时刻。
So to have this opportunity, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be playing in front of all of these people, and I'm obviously so happy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Incredible. Now, you guys were, down 2-0. We know the Atlanta Reign are an incredible team. Were you guys worried? Were you worried that you wouldn't be able to bring it back and get this win, or were you confident the entire time?
所以就是说，亚特兰大这个对战特别强。你当时就是输了两个地图的时候，你们有没有就是很紧张，在想我们能不能赢这场比赛？
我觉得我们有一定的信心吧，因为我觉得我们这一路走来非常的不容易，我觉得我们都在互相鼓励彼此，然后互相帮助彼此，就是这一路上走来，让我们成长了太多了。
So obviously we had a certain amount of confidence going in. This is a very tough and long journey for us. But obviously we are very happy to have made it here. So
well, I think everyone's happy that you made it here as well, Shy. Congratulations on the win. Well done. We do a little handshake. Boom. Also, big shout out to Jessie. First translation on the main stage. Give it up for her. And we're going to send it right back over to the desk. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jesse GB, and of course, a huge congratulations to the Hangzhou Spark. What a match! This was so close. This could have gone either way, but it didn't. We were all wrong. We got it horribly wrong. All right.
I mean, we're always wrong anyways.
APAC is in shambles. I'm in shambles. Shy
But
clears.
Shy cleared,
He's
but like the
different.
entire team.
He's not like the others.
Whoa!
Oh, Jake, I'm gonna let you finish. For the Hangzhou Spark, one of the best East teams of all time, and they are done with their NA merchant narrative peddling. Okay, what are you gonna say? We're gonna say cope for me, cope.
It's unlucky meta. Lip doesn't play that much Sojourn. It sounds like, you know. Thank you,
thank you so much,
Thank you,
Avril.
He's been waiting for that a long time.
That crazy fan who just came on stage. Security.
I have you know that he watched the matches on the other side of the stadium. He came up here, like he was walking upstairs.
I deserve it.
Just
I deserve it.
You did
I'm the number one West stan. I still believe, guys. I still believe.
Rain is gonna clear the lower bracket. It's fine. It's fine. But what an incredible match. Let's break it all down. Let's talk about how they got it done. We expected a compositional clash here. What is what we got?
Okay, so the thing is, I mean, generally in Overwatch, it leans towards Winston. The pro players want to play Winston. We have so many great Winston players here in the playoffs, and Dongak is one of them. But the real story for this match was really how Hangzhou Spark forced Atlanta Reign away from the Sombra pick. Sombra has obviously been a staple hero the entire season, but a few changes to Sombra's kit means that Sojourn can actually stand up to this composition quite well. And in the end, when the reverse sweep was coming through, it was Shy with his Sojourn and Monk's Nanos and Biotic Grenades on Diana, who really set the stage for Hangzhou Spark to reverse sweep this series. Really impressive to force Atlanta Reign away from their comfort zone.
Yeah, I really was impressed by Monk and Lengsa as well, staying alive so well as a duo. Holding their own against Chio and Fielder is something that almost no one else in the league has been able to do thus far. And you felt Atlanta felt the limit. They went into those last 3 maps thinking, Sombra's better, we're gonna play Sombra, we know we can win this matchup. And at the end of this 4th map, Lit felt it. He was like, we're losing, I need to play Sojourn, and it looked like the right pick. But on map 5, it's still incredibly close. Spark was just too good. They're more well practiced on this composition, and they're incredibly effective in their comfort zone.
I will already say, I mean, we should still watch out for Atlanta Reign, because if Lip starts, picking up the Soldier now,
give Lip a couple scrims.
Danny, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. We made him mad.
I think Hangzhou Spark definitely deserved it. They were amazing against Atlanta Reign, but it was a super close match, right? And of course, Atlanta lost just by the end, like just there, right? But that they're still looking very scary. And I know, of course, because they didn't have to play play-ins. They were, they weren't on stage. They last time they played was
that the cope?
weeks ago.
That is cope.
That feels like a cope.
They're gonna come back.
It's fine.
I'm pretty sure.
But no. Truth be told, like you said, it was a close game. You're looking at that second point here on Route 66. It was scrappy. Both teams made a lot of mistakes there. There were missed pulse bombs. There were a lot of juggles which didn't quite work out for either Winstons. So I think they played on a very high level, but both teams felt the pressure because they both played against formidable opponents. Let's actually take a look at our updated bracket to see where we're currently standing, with Atlanta Reign taking the L here in the first match. Their series against the Hangzhou Spark, which will be moving on in the winners bracket. This changes so many things. I'm actually...
Atlanta Reign are facing 2 elimination matches.
I know.
Unbelievable.
But if a team can get it done, it's that. If I were a team now which was confident to maybe clear the lower bracket, maybe not so much anymore, because now Atlanta Reign is waiting down there for you.
I mean, if I'm Boston or London, I'm like, the lower bracket is lava. Don't touch the lower bracket. We gotta go 2-0.
Literally.
I mean, also, think about Spark right now, having to worry about which opponent you're going to get. You have 2 matches on the opposite side of the spectrum, whether it's Boston going up or Spitfire. That's so hard to prepare for. So Spark, going to be a lot of pressure on them. Can they beat very, very different styles? We saw a little bit of a meta develop in this match, but I think there's so much more to develop in this playoff. I think we're going to see a lot more compositions based on the matchups that the teams bring us going forward.
Absolutely. Now our second match of the day will be in the second bracket. We get to that in just a little bit, so stick around for our breakdown for the Dallas Fuel and the Seoul Infernal. But first, I want you all to, get chained to your seats. Nothing subtle about that transition. The Chained King is on sale right now, so make sure to grab him while he's hot, or cold rather. And whilst you're in the shop, why don't you just pick up the entire Reaper bundle? That's right, it includes the Prideful Reinhardt skin, and of course it also is coming with a beautiful golden weapon charm, so you definitely want to cop that while you can. And now we are, of course, this was just the first match, and I'm already like, exhausted. I'm already, we need a breather. We need a breather, and we want to give you one as well. So, you know, stick around. We're heading into a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to break down all the action for our second match of the day.
Welcome to Road to Playoffs and Grand Finals. It's time to catch up on all the electrifying moments of the 2023 Overwatch League season.
And you have us four to guide you through the journey. I'm Reinforce.
I'm Zoe.
I'm Danny.
And I'm Jake. All right, you guys, let's just get right into it. Start talking about what an incredible season we've had. I feel like the first and most important storyline from the start of the season is just how hot Atlanta Reign came out of the gate with a ridiculous win streak, looking untouchable, especially on their Sombra Tracer Winston dive comp.
The dominance in which they did it. They lost like, what, 2 maps?
A couple maps.
They were too good, and I think it was for the right reason. They had Chio Fielder, who already won the Grand Finals last season. Lip, amazing Sombra player.
50% of the season, nobody beat them.
And then, of course, the first team to, you know, scratch the armor, to draw blood from the Atlanta Reign, it was the Houston Outlaws.
Finally, the Atlanta Reign are toppled.
Jake's favorite team.
It was the culmination of a lot of work, though, right, for Houston, because in previous series, Houston had taken them to map 5. They were the first team to do that. They were the first team to make it close and sort of really force concessions and look like they can compete with the Atlanta Reign. But quickly after Houston was able to win that match in an incredible Game 5 series, the Florida Mayhem were also able to follow up with a win. So as other teams started to catch up to Atlanta Reign, I mean, I think it just shows how hard it is to stay on top, how incredible a win streak like that is, because everyone is watching you. All the teams who are just under you, who are also incredibly skilled, they're copying every little thing you do. They're studying you, and they're looking for any weakness.
And I think it was so surprising that everyone underestimated the Boston Uprising. If you're looking at the star-studded rosters, those are players who have been in this league for 4+ years. They are veterans of the sport. At the beginning, when the roster was announced, everyone's like, well, surely they're going to implode. There's too many stars. Surely they can't agree on a direction. But it was the opposite of that. They didn't really drop the ball all season long. I feel like they've been very consistent.
Going into the playoffs, you gotta be scared of the Boston Uprising because they've been there before. Some of them have many championships under their belt. And if you got uncertainties, you gotta be scared of the Boston Uprising. I feel like we gotta talk about the Florida Mayhem. They got second in the regular season.
No, because I wanted to bring that up as well, Johnny, because they're very underrated, right? I think they weren't high up in everyone's rankings.
I think people knew Florida Mayhem would be a strong team, a contender at the top. I don't think people would have put them second. I also feel like we have to highlight the coaching. I feel like Gumba has made Florida look like one of the most versatile teams at the top, one of the most difficult teams to predict. Their whole team is incredibly flexible and incredibly strong no matter what they play.
I feel like we need to take a moment to touch on APAC here as well. 3 of the APAC teams made it to the playoffs, of course. Seoul Infernal, Hangzhou Spark visited the mid-season madness. I feel like Dallas Fuel is the dark horse. We might be going into an off-tank meta. Dallas Fuel have Hanbin on their team. They could be making a deep run in the playoffs.
And it's great to see the Dallas Fuel kind of come back because they had a rough start to the season. Like, I feel like it really looked like the circle is back, the circle of misery. They're back at the beginning where it's actual miserable. But they came around and now they qualified through 2 different brackets to get to the playoffs. So a really, really good performance on that side.
They are the reigning champions. They won 2022 season. Things might really work out for them. What do you think, Jake?
I'm a little worried. I think Chio and Fielder have looked like the heart and soul of the Atlanta Reign. I think in hindsight, people have realized how crucial they were to the Fuel's success last year. And so to lose those 2 players in particular as a duo on the support line, I think is really costly for them. I think no matter how good you are at DPS and tank, coming up against Shu and Violet, Fielder and Chio, Chorong and RuPaul, even Legion Egon, Izayaki, all 4 of those are really terrifying compared to what Fuel is fielding. I just don't think they're going to be able to keep up on the support. It's very hard to win like short bursty engagements relying on DPS. That just isn't realistic against an elite squad.
But honestly, the midfield this season was really really hotly contested. Even some of the bottom teams, looking at the LA Valiant, who had, I mean, they had everything stacked against them. I feel like a lot of those squads, like the Vancouver Titans, the Toronto Defiant, I feel like they exceeded a lot of expectations, and some of those teams even made it into the play-ins, and they had incredible runs.
Toronto, I feel like, had a weak start, frankly. The roster didn't quite work out the way they were hoping, but they made adjustments. They brought in Spectra and Opener, and those seemed to really energize the team, and they just barely missed the qualification to play in front of the home crowd in Toronto. And Vancouver Titans as well, I think, came in with not much expectations. The trust that those teams placed in their rosters, the adaptation that Toronto made throughout the season, we have to call those out as impressive, despite the fact that we're not going to see them here in Toronto.
Talking about playoffs, we have to talk about London as well, guys. Because London Spitfire, you know, I'm not playing favorites. I'm just saying, I'm just stating the facts.
No,
you know,
it's a miracle run. It's a miracle run.
I think beginning of the season, they were one of those teams that really struggled. They were trying to follow the meta, the Winston dive competition. It did not work. They figured out that, hey, let's do something that we're good at. Let's do something that we're confident at. And that landed them the final spot into the playoffs as well.
Danny, here's all I got to say about the London Spitfire.
Yes.
You got Hardy charging against you. You got Backbone teleporting the entire team all over the place.
I like it.
Your decision making has got to be on point. I am spooked if I am the enemy team. I do not want to play the London Spitfire.
100% agree, and I think that is a valid choice. That's why, was it the Inferno that sent them up to the bracket number 1, right?
Yeah.
And I think it was Roston, their GM, saying that, like, you know, he's scared of Hardy's big hammer. And I think that's a valid reason.
It's coming for you, whether you're scared or not.
If I were any of the Eastern teams, I'd be really, really worried heading up against London.
Yeah, by this point, probably all the Western teams have at least scrimmed London, at least got a taste. I sort of wonder how we'll see the differences between the regions play out, especially as regards their interaction with a unique team like London Spitfire.
I'm sure I'm speaking for everyone when I say we can't wait for all the action in Toronto. Tune into the playoffs and grand finals to see how the bracket plays out and who will win it all.
What's up, beautiful people of Toronto, Canada? We're back here on the desk to get you ready for our next match. But first, I actually want to have a quick discussion about, well, our perceived meta. Heading into this, obviously, talks was of Zarya. Not for those first two teams, obviously, not really applicable. Atlanta Reign, their bread and butter have been those dive comps. Same goes for the Spark. We know this is a composition they like playing. We saw Sojourn being put in the mix there. Do you think the other teams watching took something away from this match? Is there anything you feel like they could have probably benefited from just watching it?
For me, the real conclusion of this match is not that necessarily dive is the meta, but rather that Sojourn maybe is a stronger pick, right? Sombra getting those ults a little bit slower. You're not getting those really strong team fights as often, relying on the EMP. And the Sojourn is just getting enough picks to justify her presence on the comp. But I think if you want to go a totally different direction in the meta, you want to play a Queen, an Orisa, a Zarya, I think those things can absolutely work. And so as other teams that have different comfort zones, we could see a totally different meta develop, especially with teams like Dallas and London, who might just be playing something completely off the wall from what other teams think is the best.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we saw two teams that played to their strengths. I think both Atlanta Reign and the Hangzhou Spark are really happy to play in a Winston meta, and you get to put both Lip on the Sojourn, of course, and Hangzhou Spark, they get to have Shy on the Sojourn. You're happy with that. Like, you're really comfortable playing that meta. If you're the London Spitfire, of course you're gonna play the Reinhardt. If you're Seoul Infernal, which we're about to see coming up in our next match, they probably do not want to play that same Sojourn Tracer mirror. They might flex over to the Reinhardt themselves. Maybe we'll see some Orisa gameplay. So I think it comes down to your team and your style and what you're comfortable playing with. The first match, we had two really good Winston teams going head-to-head.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this second one because, as you guys just said, we do expect to see something quite different. And that's what makes these playoffs so exciting, because a lot of different compositions are very, very much viable. Both these teams have been going at each other in their region, not respective regions, since they're both playing in the same region. Dallas Fuel, of course, and Seoul Infernal. Now, they're not strangers to one another. Dallas Fuel, yes, they won a championship last season, but at the beginning of this season, they did struggle. They more than redeemed themselves, making their way to the playoffs, and now they might be considered a favorite. If we are looking at those Zarya compositions, they do have Hanbin in the mix here.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled to start off the year, and a lot of that was based on the Winston compositions, because Fearless left the team to go over to the Houston Outlaws. Now, you have Hanbin! He knows how to play the Zarya. These are his Zarya stats from 2022, of course, the championship year. And last time we were in Toronto, for the Summer Showdown last year, Dallas Fuel, they won that stage as well. So now, Dallas Fuel, they are really feeling it, and this is a meta that could be really good for them. I don't think at all that they'll flex over and play the Winston, because again, it's not really Hanbin's strength. Instead, you want to see Hanbin play the Junker Queen, like he did in the knockouts going into this playoffs. You want to see him play the Zarya if it is that viable, right? And this is going to be a strength of them. They have been arguably the best team in APAC since the mid-season madness. So for pretty much the latter half of the year, right? Dallas Fuel, they're a force to be reckoned with. And I gotta say it, they won the championship last year with 3 members of the current starting lineup.
I think the Fuel, you have to respect them. You have to believe that no matter what the meta is, somebody like Hanbin on a comfort hero is a serious threat. If he's going to play the Zarya, there's so much potential for combo with Sparkle. I think that's like a key combo we have to look out for. Those buffed ally bubbles going on to a player as deadly as Sparkle, who's a specialist on Reaper and Genji. I mean, he lives to take those Zarya bubbles, get Hanbin fully charged, get kills of his own. That's going to be so much aggression, and it can alleviate some of the pressure on the rest of the team to make their own impact.
If you're looking at their opposition here, of course, a big talking point has to be their DPS line, MN3 and Zest. Those have been such standout players. Of course, Mag, who just got the honors of a Roll Star at the Tank Roll Star as well. But MN3 and Zest, if they can pop off, it's going to look scary.
These guys have been much hyped in the region, and for good reason. MN3, one of the best hit scan around. Definitely a core hit scan player. I think if the meta does go more heavily towards a Sojourn, MN3 is going to be very happy. I mean, come on. He pulls off some ridiculous, out-of-control plays. And then Zest as well has the perfect flexibility to complement that. Whether he needs to play Tracer, Reaper, Echo, Genji, any kind of flanker, I think this guy can hang on the hit scan too. It doesn't matter much to him. So the amount of depth on the DPS roster here is really going to benefit them in a meta where having your DPS swap around, getting those little edges, it really does reward you for that flexibility in an open meta.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they play, because they are such a versatile team. We've seen them play the Reinhardt, for example. Mag has played the Winston this year. But also, Mag has played the Wrecking Ball, something we typically haven't seen that much of this season. Also playing some Orisa right here. So Seoul Infernal, they're a bit of a jack of all trades. Like, we don't really know what to expect from that team. And of course, they played Dallas Fuel a lot this season, given that they're both from the Eastern region. So maybe Seoul Infernal, they have a bit of a read. They practice against the Dallas Fuel. They know what makes Dallas Fuel good. Well, because we're a jack of all trades, maybe we have a bit of a compositional counter that we can lean into in this matchup that maybe gives Infernal the edge.
I don't think so, though. If we're looking at the Preds for this one, I'm sorry. I got the Dallas Fuel. I'm not biased whatsoever. I had to go with the Dallas Fuel. I think just because there's a lot of question marks on the other side, Seoul Infernal, we really don't know what to expect. There's a lot of what ifs and maybes and could haves. Whereas from the Dallas Fuel, I think it's a bit more clear cut. We also are very, very familiar with those players, with their, their hero pool and whatnot. So we know what we can expect from them. So I have to go with the Dallas Fuel. I hope for a very close match, though.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as Zoe as well. I went to Dallas Fuel. It's, with the new Zarya, I saw Hanbin's picture that we just saw, him glaring into the camera like this.
Man, scary.
I got scared. I had to pick Dallas Fuel.
He's going to come over and beat you up if you do anything else, Danny. We're here in the venue. We can't escape.
Sure.
No,
come at me.
I don't want Hanbin to come at me. He's too scary on the Zarya. And the Queen, I think that key is going to be a key element of flexibility. If Dallas want to go with like an off-tank centered composition, play these Lucios, Baps, the ability to swap back and forth between Zarya and Queen is going to be so annoying for the other team. It's like, oh, you want to play Winston against the Zarya? Now we're back onto Queen. We're daggering you, pulling you in. So I've got Dallas taking this win.
I got Dallas too. Look, I've been hyping them up, so I kind of need to see a good game from Dallas Fuel here to, give me some room to hype them up more. They are the reigning champs, but we really need to see a good performance. They had to qualify through the play-ins. They were one of the last teams to qualify for the playoffs at all. And yes, they had a strong summer stage, but they haven't peaked as they did last year. So going into this first matchup here for them in the playoffs, really just want to see Dallas Fuel come off to a strong start to sort of merit that dark horse kind of label that they've received in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Obviously, they are the championship winning org, but not with that roster. So, however, it looks like the chat still has not lost any faith in them whatsoever. Dallas Fuel over 60% there. We are now heading into a very quick break, and when we come back, we hopefully will be ready with the second match of the day.
What's good, everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch League Playoffs live from Toronto, Canada. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here. We've been having a great time, and what a way to kick things off for our first match of the day. But the fun does not stop there, because coming up next, we have Seoul Infernal taking on the Dallas Fuel. Now, I'm gonna get a temperature check from the crowd back here and see how they're feeling about the game. Why don't you go ahead and join me for a minute? All right, how are we feeling? Oh, I see we already got Seoul fighting right here. I'm assuming you're going for Seoul? So, what's your name?
Jasmine.
Jasmine, why are you going for Seoul?
They're the best team around.
They're the best team around. That's what she says. What about any Dallas Fuel fans? Anyone? Fuel? That one guy. Look at that one guy right over there. He's losing his dang mind. That's what's up. Hold on one second. Come over. Real fast. I'm going off the cuff here. Don't kill yourself. All right, here we go. Come here, puppy. Why are you going for the Fuel?
Hanbin, Sparkle, Edison, Bliss, MCD!
Yeah, I mean, he just listed the roster, so that actually is a pretty good idea. Well, in any case, so guys, it's now time, though, to send it over to your casters, two of my favorite people in the world. It's Seth and Avril.
Thank you very much, GB. Toronto, hello.
It is fantastic to be here on LAN once again, and for the very first time alongside my co-caster Avril. We casted together for a couple seasons, but never in the flesh. But here we are now, and we get to cast two teams that we are very, very familiar with.
Yeah, and this game has a lot to live up to because our opening match was a banger. 5 mappers, reverse sweep, what a perfect way to open the playoffs. And our Seoul Infernal Dallas is a classic matchup. These two teams, they've been at each other for a long time so far this year. And honestly, Infernal has had their number mostly, but most recently it's been Dallas.
It has been, and that's the first team we're going to go ahead and focus in on as we bring them out onto the stage. Please give a warm welcome to the Dallas Fuel.
Dallas Fuel, a nearly flawless summer stage. They only have one team in their way. 12-3 record, the defending champions. Summer has been burning blue so far for this team, as they have looked unstoppable. If it wasn't for the spark, Dallas Fuel would have been flawless all throughout the second half of the year.
A big run back after some stumbles at the very beginning. They weren't looking like that championship caliber team, but now they're back in the driver's seat. And as the desk was talking about, of course, that Zarya could potentially come out to play. But on the other side, give a warm welcome to the Seoul Infernal.
Seoul Infernal, this team was dominant in spring stage. One of the APAC representatives from the East in the mid-season madness alongside the Hangzhou Spark. Mag coming into this team, really changing things up. Rollstar result, Hanbin and Rollstar on the opposite side. He's got Tank Rollstar versus Tank Rollstar. And honestly, they've been a consistent team. The Infernal, they did stumble a little bit in summer, but in spring, they were probably the #1. Second, twice in a row. Look, I know the meme's still out there. Second, twice in a row in both spring and summer stages as far as regular season standings goes. But that also is a huge mark of consistency. They've always been near or at the top. They've always been dominating. And now coming into new meta, coming into playoffs, a new main support, Fixer out with an injury. Hyunjae coming in last minute. It's time to see if he can come up and match the challenge across the board.
Yeah, I mean, big shoes to fill. Obviously, they're for the side of the Infernal, but now they've had a little bit more time to work with Hyunjae and really integrate him into this roster. But is it going to be enough to take down the Fuel, who have been on this hot streak, who have been looking incredible, who now have this patch in their back pocket that they could bring out? As we all know what Hanbin is capable of if the Zarya is in the server.
I mean, Dallas last year, look at playoffs. We had the Winston meta coming through. Fearless won that championship with them. He's now in the Houston Outlaws. Might get another Dallas Fuel, Houston Outlaws, Battle Texas if they end up meeting at some point in this tournament. But for now, it's about Hanbin. It's about what he can do on the Zarya, what he can do on the Junker Queen, seeing the Orissas across the board as well. That's one of Mag's specialty picks. When you look at the tank lines, that is one of the key differences here, because you have Mag with a very classic main tank sort of look in terms of his hero pool. Hanbin, he's favoring the off tanks. There is going to be some differences there. These two teams potentially could have a clash of styles.
Yeah, and that's something that the desk is talking about. What do we see? Because we can kind of anticipate what we're going to be seeing from Hanbin, especially if that Zarya is going to come into play. But Mag, what does he want to bring out to try to counteract that? Does he just go back over to something like that Reinhardt? Well, does he pull something a little bit crazier out? Because we have been seeing him play that Wrecking Ball in the past as well. We'll find out, though. But first off, we are going to be going to Busan, home territory for both of these squads.
Wow, I mean, it's a little bit more home for the Seoul Infernal, though. Slightly. And Busan's a little bit out of Seoul, but
slightly closer than Dallas is.
Country. Yeah, it's a little closer than Dallas. Seoul Infernal, look, I think Mag, he might take some inspiration. Infernal generally might take some inspiration from the Eastern compatriots in the Hangzhou Spark, who just beat the Atlanta Reign with a lot of Winston being played. We're actually seeing plenty of dives. So had all this talk about the potential of a Zarya meta, it's so far been a full dive, almost mirror, a little bit of swap-ups between Doom and the Winston in our first match. And here, I think that's probably what Infernal want to do.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get into our first map here, the second series of the evening. Toronto, are you ready? That's what we like to hear, and this is what we like to see. Hanbin right now hovering on the Zarya as we prepare to open the gates. Mag for now flashing the Doom Fist, but plenty of time still to make these adjustments.
I think the Doom is going to be critical. You need to be able to, not quite counter swap against Zarya, but you have to consider the fact that Dallas Fuel's Kundra, you know what they're playing. It's basically going to be Junker Queen from what we saw in the knockouts, except swap that JQ out, play into the Zarya and said, that's what's strong into this patch. And Seoul Infernal, I mean, it is a bit of a look from what we saw from Hangzhou. Zest on towards the Echo, so it's Doom Echo. That's going to be the quintessential mix for Infernal, and a lot of dive teams.
Ash, of course, there for MN3 as well. We saw Shy picking that one up. See if MN3 can have a little bit more impact in that regard as the barrier's now coming down here. Hanbin just going to be trying to build up some energy where possible. So Des was highlighting earlier, you can really build that up a lot faster. As you can see, the surge up now to 82 damage. Punch back there on a mag, trying to create some distance. Fists come up, heals getting pumped out. They manage to keep him alive. Dive forward, bubble goes across. Edison going to be safe for the time being, but now the hack comes in. The mag is going to be taken down. Hanbin able to find the opening kill here of the map, and that should be the Fuel snatching up the point.
That was really good distraction. Sparkle onto the Sombra on the sides. Zest in a little bit of trouble here, but with the attention being looked over towards Sparkle, it ended up being Mag solo by himself, and on this difference, he needs to prioritize Edison. Edison has to be the main target from the Doom. We saw in the knockouts as well. It's what Gusho is doing on the Doom when they played against the Dallas Fuel. Target the Bastion. You also saw, by the way, Edison receiving a lot of support bubbles from Hanbin.
Exactly. Now, having to get on top of that Bastion made all the more difficult, given that the Zarya is there to try to keep him protected, and MN3 isolated. Hanbin into the back line, fully charged up. Takes him down. The enemy sniper now going to be gone. The flip does still come through here, so Infernal getting a taste of the point, at least for a little bit here. This Mag just getting beams down. Window even going to be committed in here from the side of MCD. Maybe a little bit of overkill, but either way, it wins them the fight, and it'll get them the very fast flip back into their favor.
Small back cap there that'll slow down the Dallas Fuel stuff. Michael going down here is a little bit of a concern. Slow down the EMP. Obviously, we're playing onto the Nerf Sombra, so EMPs are already coming a little bit slower than we're used to, especially from the previous patch. And Dallas Fuel, last fight, lots of low HP members, saw MCD going critical. Mortality Fuel coming on through to save the day. Hanbin getting super aggressive onto the backline, and Soul Infernal, they can't afford to have what is a brawl team rock up into their own backline.
MN3 now matching here with the Bastion of his own. Dive forward from Mag. Takes Edison down low, punches him out of the Immortality Field, and sets us into the beam to go ahead and scoop the kill. Push up into the corner. Yep, just absolutely rips him to shreds. MN3 comes out quick. Find some eliminations off the back of that overclock and that on that nano boost, and that is going to be the flip back into the favorite. 55% at the moment here for the side of the Fuel.
It's the algorithm unlocked. Mag knows what he's doing. You got to go for Edison. Edison down means that MN3 has got full reign in the turret form. Put that damage in. Double support ultimates committed by the Soul Infernal. He's got plenty to play through. Zest can afford to be aggressive here. Duplicate available, still waiting for Sparkle's EMP. Talked about how that one was going to end up being late.
Damage over the top, the duplicate at the ready here for the side. Edison again, going to be the target. Makes it around the corner. The beat as well, going to be committed in from Bless and try to keep everybody alive. Duplicate now comes through. Zest going for the Zarya. Mag taken down about half HP for the sleep dart from Skewed. Comes in to peel off just a little bit of that extra damage, but Hanbin is still pursuing, still looking for more. And with 100 energy, he will not be denied. Kanjay going to be taken down at the same time. Now Zest broken out of the dupe, and the flip is right back into the Fuel's hands. 57% moving upward.
And they got 4 ults as well. Dallas Fuel is so stacked in terms of resources. Soul Infernal put a lot to that fight. They duplicate. They really want Edison down. Bliss, critical sound barrier saving the day, and now Edison with the window unlocked. MN3 destroyed. Soul Infernal basically locked into spawn at this stage. Zest, late death as well. Yeah. Time is still available for the Fuel, for the Infernal rather. The Fuel are spawn camping. They did play an extra ultimate, but a grab here is going to be critical. This can't be blocked.
Can't be blocked. They also can just go ahead and lay out the red carpet as they do have that artillery fire at the ready here from Edison. MN3 in all likelihood are going to have to try to use his, but no, the grab comes in and Hanbin, he sends it out a bit too wide. The whiff comes through now, artillery up over the top, but he still manages to find Mag at the end of it all. The tank is now going to be taken away with just 8% left to go. Hanbin finds himself another kill. Artillery does get MCD, MN3 able to find Edison on the back end, but they are without supports. They only have their tank standing, and he cannot make it to the point in time. 151%, Dallas Fuel will take the first round.
They're really into playing Dallas's meta right now. This is exactly their bread and butter. They love this kind of setup. They know exactly how to play it. They have the perfect level of aggression as well. Play the MCD window looking directly into spawn, put the spawn camp pressure on Soul Infernal, do not allow Mag to be able to get any punches to connect onto Edison. Yeah, missed grab from Hanbin. Cool, still won that fight, still killed Mag, still got the target. He wanted to solo grab Mag, they got him down anyway without the grab. And Hanbin, he's been leading the way, you're seeing him on the kill feed all the time. This is a critical pickup for the Dallas Fuel at exactly the right time of the year. In terms of the hero.
Start here. Fuel showing that they can really just fall right back into the comfort when it's Hanbin leading the charge there with that Zarya, and he's going to stick to it. Zest again going to be taken to the skies once more here with the Echo.
Yeah.
Same comp. A second attempt here for the Infernal.
It's not a great matchup for Sparkle, but he might still be able to abuse the bubbles to get into the backline. It's Hyunjae and Skew that need to be the targets here. Magari taking a bunch of damage, but MN3, oh my goodness.
Is melted now. Zest is going to be burned down as well. Skewed only able to come away with 1 kill there as Sparkle is going to be eliminated, but now Mag, no man's land, jumps up onto the high ground to keep himself safe for the time being. But once again, Fuel winning out in the neutral fight here right off the rip and should be poised to go ahead and cap the point.
Yep. Gotta get that first opening again. Infernal, they need to find this entry. Mag is chunked out time and time again. He's constantly needing to be healed back up. And the good news there is, I guess you're giving Skewed or Hyunjae a bit of ult charge here. MCD under pressure. Sparkle low as well. And Mortality Field forced.
Oh, that's the deflection out. MN3 going to be falling low. Immortality Field now going to be expiring, and then he's taken down to the back end. Edison gone. Sparkle dives for it, finds Mag. Skewed cleaned up off camera. And the Dallas Fuel once again win the follow-up fight and maintain control of the point.
And Harbin is still fragging, hasn't died so far in this round. Window available for now for MCD. See where the setup is. You need to put Edison in position. There's no symmetry for either team. You can't TP Edison around, so the angle has to be set up beforehand. And Infernal can't match it. Neither of the supports currently have anything to play through. This is all on MCD.
The window at the ready. Trying to push up, get on top of them.
Missed the punch.
Very dangerous prospect, and yeah, the punch not going to be connecting there. The push around the corner, just utilizing the window. Immortality Field now comes through, trying to be utilized, but Edison just can't quite get the damage across. Mag will go ahead and shut him down. MN3 and Zest getting one apiece now. Zest doubles up, and that should be the cleanup coming through.
Yep.
Finally gaining some control of the point here as the team kill comes across. Time to get the cap, though. 53% going to be locked in.
And that was amazing from Soul Inferno because they just outplay the positioning of the window entirely. You see the window being dropped down to the right side. Soul Inferno go left from Dallas's POV. And unfortunately, Edison, he has to spend turret form to take down the MO field of Hyunjae as well. That's a major issue. That's a lack of damage coming out from the Dallas DPS line specifically. And then Mag with the off angle as well, really ruining the play for Dallas. So well played by Infernal to get that done.
Consider Rush going to be the beat on the opposite side there as Bush tries to keep everybody alive, and now MN3 going to be taken down. Triple Kid is there, so they still have a Bastion. His S will be able to build up the ultimate, but he's not going to be able to utilize it. Instantly gets broken out of that one and has to try to fade away. Hyunjae, however, finding MCD. Sparkle going to be taken out. Cess still trying to offer up some damage, ends up falling to the ground, committed into the fight. Hanbin will mow down 3 and turn it around in favor of the Fuel.
Hanbin's meta, and we're just breathing it, we're living in it. And Soul Infernal, they're not having a great time against Zarya so far. He just clutched up grab into 3. He missed before, he won't miss this time. And now it's blade time for Sparkle as well, supported by Bubbles. Infernal, this is going to have to be very good lamps coming through from Hyunjae. It's the only real defense.
Okay. Artillery fire raining down from above, looking for some elimination. Sparkle going to be taking low the Immortality Field there to try to keep him alive, and he dashes back. Blade just going to be sheathed. Doesn't find any eliminations off the back of that one, but then Blitz somehow finds Zest. Off camera, just sliding around into the back lines, it would seem. Comes away with the kill, and now we're into that final fight territory here as Edison looks to open things up and try to take the fight over towards the side of the Infernal. Steadily delaying them. Hyunjae leaping up over the top, manages to avoid that damage. They get around that one, but now they still have to make their way to the point, and the Immortality Field's been taken out.
MCD time again. This is where the window once more needs to be critical for Fuel, but as you said, Hyunjae already used the lamp. That's one of the tools gone. Can this angle be good?
There's the window, and it's just immaculate for the side of the Fuel. One after the other, melted down. No hope in hell for the Infernal as they get shut out of Busan. A 2-0 start here for Dallas.
Yeah, it might be the Soul Inferno, but we're not playing on a Soul map just yet. Busan 0 and 2, masterful coming through from the Zarya of Hanbin. Really show what he can do on this hero. I mean, haven't seen it in our first match, but we knew it was going to come, and we knew there was going to be one tank that was going to lock it in no matter what. And oh my goodness, was that good. That grab clutch, the 3K from Hanbin in a very critical moment, so important for the Dallas Fuel to pull through.
And for the side of the Soul Infernal, certainly not the start that they were going to be looking for here. Rough and rocky right off the rip, having to shuffle around those compositions quite a bit to try to find something that would work, to try to find the groove, but in the end, they're just not able to do it. And Dallas Fuel, however, right at home the whole way through. Edison, ever since we got into this Bastion meta, he has just been taking over in the East with this pick. And Hanbin is right back to absolute maximum comfort for himself. So this is a very scary prospect here for any team that has to play up against the Dallas Fuel as we go through the playoff bracket. But for the Soul Infernal, right off the start, need to try to answer back with a win of their own as we get ready to go into Hybrid for map number 2. They'll have their pick. This was their selection, however, as well, and it didn't quite work out.
Blizzard World, Infernal, let's see what they can do on this one. It is a classic for Mag. It's going to be the Mag Wrecking Ball. He's shown it before.
That's the big question.
He has played it here. We have joked about it, but oh my goodness, I think Infernal, they might want to pull out the trump card early.
It's been out of the pool for quite some time, but it was that map that when it was available, when it was in play for the side of the Infernal, they felt right at home and they looked very well clean on that map. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if we get some Wrecking Ball action. But first, we're going to go to a quick little break.
are just defaulting to that far too quickly, too selective.
Ungodly connection there with the Rampage. And Harpin, he's come up with the goods again. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be a Sal Barry ready for 4 points. One goes down. Went 3. The Dallas Fuel Overwatch League champions.
And we are back, and it's time to go into map number 2 here. Dallas Fuel looking to make the back-to-back trophy lift happen. And they've taken the first step with that map win there on Busan. The map pick for the side of the Infernal not working out in their favor. We'll see if the second time's the charm.
Well, take a look at this player in the middle here as well, the tank for the Dallas Fuel, Hanbin, who Roll Star in the previous year, Roll Star again, and what a time to come in. Zarya, huge. 14 out of a total 32 final blows for the entire team. He was 2 final blows away from deadlifting the entire map of Busan. He was absolutely the heaviest fragger. 69 average energy as well. Cue the jokes, but there's nothing funny about how damn good Hanbin was. Unless you're the Seoul Inferno, well, you could only laugh through the pain.
All right, we'll see if they're going to be able to do just that. Obviously, some struggles, coming into this qualification for the playoffs and everything for the side of the Seoul Infernal. It didn't feel like it was having Hyunjae come in, not having that synergy built up that really kind of cost them that first map. Just indecision when it came down to the compositions that they wanted to run and just not really being able to put those into play. Whereas for the side of the Fuel, right at home the entire way through. But now we've got Blizzard World. We were talking about it before the break. Do we get to see the Wrecking Ball?
Well, I think part of the issue, before I go into the Wrecking Ball and maybe Blizzard World as well, part of the issue for me was the fact that you also are seeing the MN3 Bastion coming on through, but it's not the type of composition that really pushes the Bastion into where the Bastion's comfort zone is. Way more support coming through from the Dallas Fuel side. You have the Zarya bubbles, 2 of them in fact, Lucio plus the BAP. That's exactly the type of role composition mixed in with the Bastion. Like I said, plug and play. You basically are playing the knockout composition. You swap out the Jungle Queen, you're playing the extra Zarya. Sparkle's on a couple of different picks, but otherwise it's exactly the same. When you look at Seoul and Hyunjae, there's an extra curry in there, and it's just not the same for supporting the Bastion.
All right, well, let's see if those adjustments are going to be made as we jump into map number 2, Blizzard World, to see if the Infernal can go ahead and even up the score line. Otherwise, Dallas Fuel in pole position to potentially have a sweep. Already had a reverse sweep in the first series, went the distance all the way to 5. I, for one, am fine with going the distance once again. I don't know about you guys, Toronto, but I'm here to watch some Overwatch, and I want as much as I can get. So let's see if the Infernal can extend this series right off the rip.
It's 3-1 between these teams so far this year. They've met 4. Seoul Inferno have won all 3 in the beginning of the year, but it was Dallas Fuel who got the clean sweep, 3-0 in the summer stage. So far, Dallas Fuel, they're riding a massive momentum wave, and that's not even considering the fact that they are on a great patch for them, and they are not changing a damn thing. Sparkle, he'll once again flex, but for everyone else in the field, it's got to be the same again.
Well, you see that Sombra there for the side of Sparkle. Oh, Mag. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Regardless of which pick he wants to come out here, whether it's the Doomfist or that ball, the Sombra either way is going to be giving you a hard time.
I mean, we joked about the fact that he's looking like he might go down here. Okay, does get saved. Joke about the fact that there could be a Wrecking Ball, but you do need the Doom versus the Edison Bastion. I think that's just required. You need to be able to counter the Bastion. That's a major part of the Dallas Fuel strategy.
See if they can make it work. Skew's going to be taking a decent little chunk there as the nade comes out, but MN3 able to find the headshot. Sparkle going to be taken down. Skewed again, low on HP, but tucks in behind the statue. Keeps himself safe for the time being. Edison again pushing forward, trying to find these eliminations as Mag makes his way up onto the high ground. The bubbles come in, nodes. Now we're going to be emptied out. The immortality field is there, but it does not survive. The dynamite took it down. Zest scoops the kill. Hanbin eliminated his MN3. He's woken up. Finds the last shot on the MCD, and that is going to be the point capped here with quite some time left for the side of the Seoul Infernal.
Sometimes it's just a little swap of a hero, especially for a player like MN3. Bastion, not one of his classics. However, Ash, we remember New Queen Street from last year. Profit on Seoul Dynasty remembers as well. MN3 made his name on that hero, on that map, and he needs his Ash pick now to make it work. You can outrange basically everything on the Dallas Fuel. You're not going to win the turret trading. Edison really taking a lot of damage there. I think from the dynamite. There's one bubble gone.
Trying to take a lot of space.
There's ultimate, by the way.
Jump around the corner. Mag just taking a quick punch into the wall. Doesn't really create any distance as Hanbin's going to have to pull back for a brief little moment there as he was going to be emptied out. Mag now, though, going to be nanoed up. Looking to play forward the window. Looking to get ahead of that one. Trying to isolate Edison, but just can't quite make it happen. He ends up getting taken down. Just as well, going to be falling low. Has to recall out. his way back over towards the spawn to stay alive. And the cleanup coming through. Dallas Fuel for now, going to be holding the cart right in the opening gateway.
You just can't survive the damage. Double damage, Bastion straight through the window. Mag has to have the punch ready. You got to punch straight away. You got to knock Edison straight into the wall. Alleviate the damage pressure. And I'll see what ultimates can be played through. Likely going to be Hyunjae first. Sparkle still trying to build that EMP. Dallas Fuel once again spawn camping. Edison cancel as well. Nice punch from Mag.
Get canceled. Immortality Field going to be taken down. The Consuming Rush now going to be invested from the side of Hyunjae. The Bob as well going to be thrown out into the fray. Looking to try to create some space. Sound barrier shielding now going to be expiring. Edison can't get himself out. Ends up getting taken out with the Bionade from Skewed. Honda just has to try to pull back away, but they're looking to re-aggress and still continue to try to gain some kind of control of this cart. But right now, I think the Dallas Fuel are going to find themselves in a very rough position. Zest dashing back, 45 HP, now down to 17. Blitz trying to confirm the kill, but the heals come in. And the Hyunjae with the covering fire will help take him down. They keep the Tracer in the fight. They break away from the Fuel, and now they start pushing to B.
Soul Inferno basically front to back in there with Mag able to get around the sides. He isolates Hanbin out. It's Edison down first, and that's how you get the dominoes to start falling down. EMP available for Sparkle. Grab time once more for Hanbin. Could be difficult to catch members here. Mag likely to be a target, but if Mag has any mobility, it could be an issue.
And there's the hack out. Mag taken down low. Pulls away for a brief little moment. The healing coming through. Skew now going to have that nano online and instantly going to reinvest it now. Back onto Mag to try to keep him alive. Sparkle's going to be antied out. The EMP going to be thrown in. Mortality Field going to be cleaned up. But Mag still manages to come in and find the kill. The Sojourn now going to be taken down. Hanbin up on the high ground. High energy has that grab, but Edison with the nade finds two. M3 and Hyunjae gone. And that completely ruins everything for the side of the Soul Infernal, who looked like they had an opportunity to finish this.
I mean, we saw MCD window off screen, and Edison popped through a double damage nade, and it just destroys Soul Infernal's back line. And they needed something like that because the EMP solo to Hyunjae wasn't cutting out. Sparkle need a lot more work. We'll see that moment again. Could be that moment, could be something else actually. This is a little bit earlier on.
Waiting for it.
No, it's actually not even a replay. I don't.
Oh,
we're actually just still
we just
live.
got baited.
We got baited really hard.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, go ahead and clip that one. Post it somewhere.
Oh,
get a nice little chuckle at us. Thank you, production. Either way. Pulse bomb now. Cart being pressured. Zest trying to bring this one forward. Takes a recall out to safety. Grab still in the back pocket here from the side of Hanbin. They disconnected from the fight, so his energy should be low, but we know they can build it up very quickly, and there's going to be the grab invested now over on the Mag, and yeah, he's going to be isolated and melted down. Sparkle able to find that killing blow. Anti going to be expiring. Hanbin, MCD, both going to be staying alive. That sleep dart doesn't mean too much because no one can really try to get on top of Edison, at least not quite yet, but now he is going to be going lower as Hanbin tries to backpedal. Bubbles come in. They keep him alive for the time being. Zest again, just continuing to inch that cart forward as much as he possibly can, but has to go away, has to back off as they're all so low on HP. Mag now going down the back line once again, looking for the cancel, and Hanbin going to be taken down the front line, and Zest finds the elimination. Gets the isolation, the sound barrier now going to be committed in, manages to get the shielding out on towards 3. Zest going to be taken down, Edison still in the fight, still looking to offer up a lot of damage to dash into the back line. Mag trying to kill him off, and it's going to be Skewed, who manages to make it happen, and somehow Mag stays alive. The cap is in, and Infernal now have 3 minutes to try to finish the map.
I got Skewed as well. Jesus Christ, he didn't even pop the nano flare. He just believed. He believed the pocket healing on Mag was going to be enough. Surviving through the damage to Edison, but Hanbin going down early, and that was gigantic as well. No bubbles for Edison. Mag putting the pressure once again on top of Edison. Can't see the ult as well. Second time so far on this map that Edison has not had an ultimate.
Just dancing on the edge there throughout that fight. Bomb now going to be opened up from the side of MN3. The dynamite going to be locked in, but the bomb doesn't last too long when there's a Bastion on the opposite side, so Robot very quickly dealt with as the window into the back lines there. And I mean, MN3 just going to be taken out as Hanbin finds the elimination. Now he's looking for a little bit more. Hyunjae up on the high ground, should be able to TP back out to safety. Still hovering around for the time being, and actually will get Bliss as a parting gift before he makes his nice little departure.
See if Infernal can use that. It's a Bionade as well, connecting with the double, but they're not really able to walk on. 5-man EMP.
5-man on to everybody, and Edison managed to find one, but Mag diving for the Decisive Slam, managing to find the enemy Bastion. High energy here from the side of Hanbin, but he's just going to have to try to backpedal as he comes across. Has to bubble himself, but he's far too low, and MN3 gets the headshot to shut him down. Back over to the cart once again, finding Blizz. The quick scope pin gets the elimination. Mag cleans up Sparkle. And now once again, the Infernal are starting to break away. They're starting to move forward and get closer to finishing this map.
I mean, it's a positive trade. It doesn't even matter who you lose on Infernal because you've got Edison down. You still have offensive power coming on through. This time Edison looks like he might be ulting from spawn. There's just no way he's going to have a third ult cancelled. MN3 the target here. He'll jump in the skies. No issue staying alive.
Keeps himself nice and safe. The hack on the Hyunjae, but manages to break away once again. Staying aloof, staying safe, video strike down, looking for some damage, but it's a major overstep as Mag just gets ripped to shreds. Now the rest of the team, no escape possible, just Have to try to die and reset quickly to get back into this one. As there's now just going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining.
There's enough time. You can still finish this map. You have good ultimates coming on at the right time as well, but defensively as well, Dallas Fuel starting to get into recovery territory here for finishing the map without allowing the final cap in. Grab to potentially even C9 the Infernal off the point. Hard to play into the windows on. Mag is going to have to somehow go into the back line, and that's a huge risk because he might get melted. And there's just no time for really good resets here. There's maybe one reset for the Infernal, and they're still waiting for Nano.
Desking himself around the back line. He's looking to push this one forward, but now Mag is going to be taken down, and yep, Seth pulls away. Doesn't try to go for the back cap. It's forced off. As Hanbin comes back over, Edison will get taken down, but from beyond the grave, the martyrdom nade managing to find MN3, and suddenly it's just 32 seconds remaining for the Infernal.
That is a really awkward thing for Seoul Infernal to lose. I mean, you baited out the MCD window. If you held on to your extra ultimates, hold on to Kitsune Rush, that would have been positive for Seoul Infernal. Now they're down on time, but they're also down an extra ultimate, which they should have had.
Sparkle nearly with that EMP to go alongside the grab from Hanbin. Nano goes across, he jumps forward, the grab comes in, they're looking to just fully isolate onto this Doomfist. The EMP now going to be invested, and Mag is left out to dry. The Bob going to be taken down, MN3 under fire, swing around into the back line from Sparkle, the Sleep Dart comes in from Skewed to try to pull for him, but they're just not on the cart. And that will be its final resting place here. A win condition established for the side of the Fuel. If they can just get the push going, they might be able to still make this a 2-0 start.
Bob already expended, Mag's dead, Zest on 1 HP, no one can touch that, it's over. At that point, I think if you had the extra Kitsune Rush, could have been a little bit different. You put the resources into Mag, he's got to get that Nano, dives in, but then he gets grabbed. We talk about that grab, it's going to go solo onto Mag, probably more often than not. It's who Hanbin can actually catch. It's going to be difficult to get a lot of the other players. Dallas Fuel, they'll get that down. With Mag gone, very difficult for Seoul Infernal to play the point. And this is a type of team composition that doesn't necessarily want to stay on the payload. You want to be flanking a little bit as well. You want to be moving around different parts of the map. Mag needs to get into the back line. So no map finish there for Seoul Infernal. We'll take a look at Edison from a little bit early on. This should be the double damage nade catching 2.
Oh, just around the corner with the ricochet coming through.
Simple geometry, baby.
Well,
we might have lost Scatter Arrow.
I was going to say, we don't have Scatter Arrow anymore, but now we've got a bouncing nade. And when you add the window into the mix, it just makes it that much more devastating. An unfortunate set of affairs there for the side of the Seoul Infernal, but they still got good distance. We know how strong they can be when it comes down to playing defensively on this map.
Tell you what, you need steady hands to play billiards right there. And that looked like a really nice bounce off the side. Onto 2 balls, straight in. Innocent doing the most, and okay, it's going to be a lot of harm, but in the front lines, he did plenty on Busan, but the majority of the damage you'd expect is going to come through from Bastion.
Just working their way up through the side room. Sleep Dart going to be used early, trying to get a timing onto somebody, but doesn't manage to come across. Dynamite does go in. Minor amount of damage down here for MN3 as Edson looks to occupy this low ground and continue to harass here. Is Edson going to be whittled away at, but the bubbles come in. Mag tries to put the fists up, but it's just not going to be enough. Gets taken down. The first kill already going to be found here. Dallas Fuel now with an opportunity.
Oh, Edison
that inside track. Edison down low, as you say. Bubbles not quite yet available, but it seems like it doesn't matter because he's not under any pressure. Bubbles go in. Scoot's going to be taken down as MN3 just trying to exit. Hyunjae trying to pull some attention, but it doesn't last very long.
Now the problem is they found Scoot and Hyunjae tried to go for the save, but as Hyunjae TP's in, he's going to have his own life fall for us all. If you're Infernal, I think just let Scoot go, pull back, get the reset. You might still have a recontest that it was Mag down. Okay, Mag can come back in. He looks like he'll go down again. Hack from Sparkle. I don't know if it's an actual solo kill because he did a lot more damage than what a Sombra can offer to actually get this kill. So likely Edison helped out in the damage as well. But as I was saying before, just wait for Mag. He'll run, pull back, recontest after 2 techs. They didn't get that done, unfortunately.
100 energy there from Hanbin, just lobbing in the right click, trying to force Scoot off of that high ground for the time being. Dynamite goes in, but again, Edison not too concerned about it. Maybe a little bit more so now. He does get taken low. Anti-nade as well, going to be lobbed in from Scoot, and he'll pull off the angle at least briefly. Still looking to occupy this high ground.
We got window time.
Way up the stairs. Another Dynamite going to be lobbed in as Mag goes up over the top.
Should be Dallas Fuel trying to assert dominance on the high ground with MCD's ultimate. Gone back over towards the logo. This is a risky window angle because it's very easy for Soul Infernal back hill unless Zest just gets clipped by the nade.
Another one there from Edison, finding the kill, and everybody else just having to hightail it out, learning that they very much have to respect when that window comes up but skewed. Still going to be taken down. MJ now going to be hacked out. Mag trying to peel, trying to force them back as much as he possibly can. Emin through the headshot will be able to find one. The Immortality Field going to be cleared up. Edison going to be taken down, and maybe a turnaround can happen here as the Bob is out there from MN3, just continuing to apply some pressure. Blist will fall. And that's going to be the cart locked in position for now.
And still playable for Soul Inferno. It's a very big surprise that Zest even gets caught by the nade because you think a Tracer should be able to blink away. You see the window being dropped. Use all of your movement abilities and just get the hell out of dodge. There's no way someone should die to a low ground window. The other issue with the low ground window is Soul Inferno. You look at MN3, still has high ground control, throws the Bob down, uncontested. Very difficult for the Dallas Fuel to actually contest the high ground. Edison tries to do it with the nade jump, and gets punched straight off straight away. So MN3 pocketed and protected in that last fight, critical for the Soul Infernal's win.
Hack on the MN3, but the anti-nade goes across onto 2. Hanbin staying alive for the time being as the Immortality Field has been burned. A cooldown that's out of the fight here as we get ready to open things up. Artillery fire will just go ahead and whittle away at the Inferno, but it's not confirming any kills, but now Zest does get taken out. Hanbin able to find the kill. Kitsune Rush going to be invested here from the side of MJ, but look at the grab. Has them all up onto the high ground. The EMP just for celebration. Not sure if you needed it, but either way, the cleanup is in, and it's extended team kills. The cap will come through. 4 minutes and 50 seconds for the Dallas Fuel, and they don't even have to go the distance.
I'll give that EMP my approval. I think the damage was required. Soul Infernal still had enough mobility and HP that maybe the grab wasn't going to be enough. So Sparkle just getting the slam dunk in there, guaranteeing that you were going to cap. Great plays coming through from the Dallas Fuel for that. Once again, Hanbin catching plenty. That's a lot more than you'd expect out of the grab. You should not see Hanbin get that big of grabs. Most of it will be sold to Mag, but that one's pretty big.
Right now, Infernal don't have much to work with. MN3 back over onto the Bastion. Mag, the only one who has that ultimate, and no likelihood he's going to have to use it to escape rather than to try to pursue forward. Zest going to be hacked once again. Drops down onto the low ground. The bouncing nade coming through, just trying to eliminate him. And then, oh, he's right behind that pillar, but they just can't quite get line of sight on him. He stays alive, pushes back out, takes to the skies, and quickly breaks LOS once more. The Duke nearly there. To give them something else to try to work, but perhaps a double Bastion set up here for the side of the Inferno once that comes into play.
It's 4 minutes. You're going to defend for so long. You can't do it. MN3's down early.
They lose one, they gain another, but Zest is not going to be able to stay in the Duke. He gets broken out. Mag now going to be hacked on the follow-up, but Edison does get taken down for the primary fire here of the Doom Fist. Still falls low, gestures over, manages to get himself over to the Mega Pack. Himself alive here for the time being. The cart's still going to be contested, but Bliss just goes flying in, finds Zest, takes him out. Sparkle again pushing forward, looking for a target. The hack is Hanbin is back up to 100 energy. And that demands respect. Another hack through. Hanbin down low, tucks away in behind the cart. Artillery fire up over the top. Immortality Field dealt with, but doesn't find any eliminations. Return fire now in here from MN3 as Edison's just trying to burn this Echo out of the sky. Can't quite make it happen, and he can't get out. Ends up falling down. MCD, now the cleanup continuing. Here's the Infernal, look for the team kill, but they can't quite find Sparkle. He will be able to escape. It's some time bought, but still 3 minutes to chew through here.
That looked like an impossible defense when Soul Infernal, they were really struggling there. Humongous artillery strike coming through from MN3, catches a couple targets, gets that one kill, but even just a single kill, especially when we have defensive favored spawns, things start to look a little bit better for the Soul Infernal. Now it's window time. Gunjay lays that one out. EMP
Window's in, but EMP's massive. Finds 4. MN3 immediately going to be dealt with. Max still going to be down low on HP, trying to stay alive, trying to stay elusive. Works his way back around the opposite side here of the wall. Some heals coming across from Skew to try to keep him alive, and now the card is going to be moving forward, getting closer and closer to the golden box of victory here. And Hanbin now has that grab online. Meteor strike up into the air. Mag trying to escape. Grab going to be invested, but Hanbin going to be taken down. Skew Zest down on the back end. Soul Infernal, 3 members strong, just trying to fight back. But they have to keep this contested. The push forward, MN3 going aggro, making his way up onto the card, trying to get this one contested. The punch in the wall, but Edison has so much damn shielding. They cannot take him down. They cannot stop the push. As Dallas Fuel will move up 2-0, match point in their hands.
And Hanbin, he even goes down in the last fight, but in his last breath, he pops down a grab that allows the Dallas Fuel to be able to get some counter trades. You still have Bliss building up that sound barrier. I was watching that ult charge go up, 94%. He needs it critically. He drops it at the exact right time. Still 4 members alive, 3 of them catching that sound barrier, and it gives the confidence and the ability and the HP pool for Edison to push forward. If Mad goes down, there's no tank to defend for the Soul Infernal, and that's when the Dallas Fuel can get their cap.
And being able to best them there on Blizzard World yet again, that map pick for the side of Soul Infernal, that has got to be a pretty damning feeling at the moment there for the squad, but Dallas Fuel, heads held high, momentum very much on their side, and now poised to potentially just take this as a 3-0 sweep. These teams that have clashed so many times throughout the season.
This moment, by the way, this was huge as well. They needed Innocent to live here, and the bubbles were there. This is the problem playing Tracer into Zarya as well. The pulse bombs unfortunately end up being low priority because a lot of them are going to get bubbled. That was a big turnaround moment for the Dallas Fuel. M3 had some good moments. I think the Ashe pick was positive for the side of Seoul Infernal. It gets a lot more difficult to play that Ashe in C point, but on A and B, especially on the B, the range difference is going to be there, and M3 did win a fight off the Ashe when he had the high ground control, and Dallas will decide to play bottom instead.
Well, Sarabasa going to be coming up as we get ready to go into Flashpoint, which could very well be our final map of this series. But we've already had one impossible reverse sweep. The Spark will able to get it done. Can the Infernal give it their best shot and try to turn this one around? We're going to find out when we come back.
There he goes.
Feud feels like this needs to be rescued, and indeed it does.
Look at how aggressive he's able to get right now. Everybody's dropping.
And it is just a field day for Zest again. Oh my god.
MN3 has other plans, though. MN3 has other plans, though.
The Seoul Infernal now staring down the barrel of a 0-2 beginning in this series. The Hangzhou Spark in front of them already proved that reverse sweeps are indeed possible here at the 2023 playoffs, but can they make it happen?
Seen some good moments from the Seoul Infernal, but ultimately it's been Dallas Fuel in control. You haven't felt like the game was really slipping through their fingers at any point. You look at Busan, complete dominant performance coming through from Hanbin. Looking at Blizzard World, Edison lighting up the kill feed. 17-8 was his final blow to death. 17 out of a total 37, by the way. And did about a third of his team's overall damage. 1/3 of his team's damage on a single character in a 5v5. So Edison doing the most, and that was even with pressure coming through from Mag on that Doom.
I mean, they show time and time again that trying to put that pressure onto Edison oftentimes was not going to lead to finding an elimination. He was able to turn around so many engagements from the side of the Infernal and just shut down Mag continuously. That Doomfist, arms raised, trying to mitigate some damage. It didn't matter. Just picked apart over and over, but now something's got to give. The Seoul Infernal, obviously not an elimination match, but this would be sending them down into the lower bracket, somewhere that you do not want to be. You want to be here all week long. You don't want to be sent home on Friday. We'll see if they can fight back, though. It all starts here with their final map pick of this series as we get ready to go into Saravasa.
Yep, and guess what? Mag's going to bring out Old Faithful on the Wrecking Ball. It's time to pull through something a little bit different. Doom's been good, and I think the Doom might still end up coming through at some point because, look, if you can't punch away Edison, you need to land those slams, and Mag's going to have his work cut out for him to get that done.
That he certainly will. Let's go ahead and open up the gates. Toronto, are you ready? That's what we like to hear. Let's see if the Seoul Infernal are going to be able to match that energy with their play up on stage. Mac back here onto the Wrecking Ball, just waiting, going into that third-person mode, trying to identify his target. He sees him. The crash across, looking for the slam, knocks him up into the air. MCD going to be taking low, but there's the bubble timing perfectly placed from Hanbin, and he takes down MN3 at the same time. Just able to find one. Skewed as well, getting involved, will take out Edison. The lion's share of the damage going to be eliminated on either side as the point gets ready to unlock. Potential here for that opening cap from the side of the Infernal, but Skewed down low, needs to try to stay alive. It's going to be the Fuel backing away, getting themselves over to the point to get this lockdown, and Mag cannot go for the contest. So now ticking up, Fuel in control.
Even ultimates across both the Dallas Fuel as well. Lots of players able to participate in that opening fight win. Once again, the Dallas Fuel, they don't need to change anything. This combat's been working for them. Sparkle will play what is required, what is necessary, and honestly, the Sombra into-ball matchup, very, very good for Sparkle. You need to be shutting down Mag.
The Mortality Field is in, MN3 trying to stay alive. Clean that one up for now. He is going to be just safe as the headshot comes across. Skewed able to find one, but Bliss will get a piece of cess at the same time. Takes him down, but that's going to be two members, nearly three eliminated here from the side of the Dallas Fuel as Hanbin and Bliss are just holding on by a thread, but eventually he will get taken out. For the counter flip down, still have to make their way over to the point. Sparkle just trying to harass out Mag, but he's full HP here on this Wrecking Ball, continuing to try to knock them away, keep them at arm's length, and make sure they can get this flip into their favor. So now they have it, but 63% for the side of Fuel. If they can regain control, they should be able to take the first point.
They just couldn't quite catch Hanbin. They're low HP, but the bubbles were available. He knows his limits well. Seoul Infernal. Good plays out there by Skewed, finds kills. Here comes Katsuda, limping away.
Literally down to 1 HP. He's finally going to fall. Sparkle able to find it, confirms it there with the help of the EMP. Mag going to be hacked out here for the time being as MN3 is trying to stay alive. Gunjay takes out Hanbin. That means that Grab cannot be in this fight, but Mag has to make his exit, so he's not in either. The flip is in their favor. Mag cannot escape. Sparkle guns down 3 on Sombra. And that should pretty much confirm it. The point should go the way of the Fuel now.
And that was even with the kill to Hanbin. I mean, Hyunjae pops down the window, gets a lot of damage done. He's actually the play that gets Hanbin down. No bubbles available. Final fight now. Zess is able to go for this touch. They will be able to confirm it. Contest just in time, but look how many ultimates are online for the Dallas Fuel.
Mag rolling through, window coming through, there's the grab, the sound barrier, everything layered in here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, just trying to survive, and survive they will. Edison pushes back, finds 2 eliminations here on the back end of the fight, and that is going to be the first point locked in for the side of the Dallas Fuel, and then with these kills coming in, they should get inside track over the 2 as well, because the Infernal, they continue to bleed.
Now you have a guarantee that Infernal are going to end up being late to the next point. And what a critical fight when just 2 fights earlier again. Sparkle getting those 3 low HP members. He'll see them through the walls. He'll take them down. The Seoul Infernal had to go for the recontest straight into the grab. There's a couple bubbles will need to be burned here by Hanbin to keep Bliss alive. They are going to get to the point first, obviously. Artillery from Edison.
Opened up. We'll see if he finds the targets. Looking for Hyunjae, but the Immortality Field just going to be taken down. But the hack is there on the back end. Sparkle trying to confirm that elimination, but can't quite make it happen. Genji stays alive, but again, the Dallas Fuel inside track, the cap getting ready to come through. The contest is in as Mag comes through, arrives, and says, scoops the kill. Edison gonna be taken down. Now artillery fire here on the staircase. M3 takes out MCD, takes out the Immortality Field, and paves the way for the cleanup to come through. A quick little snatch to the point, but only 16% as the Infernal now find themselves in control.
You see, Edison wasn't quite sure who his target was. He swaps targets mid-turret form, and unfortunately isn't able to directly get one player down. They couldn't find their player advantage. M3 will end it with the artillery strike, landing perfectly on top of Dallas Fuel members. This time around, they'll take the lead for our second point of Survivors so far. A little bit of advanced movement as you're waiting for Skewed and Hyunjae to find those ultimates. MCD going to be competitive in there as well. Lamp Force early and Edison down.
Yeah, Mac just rolling through. MN3 finding one, finding a second. MCD going to be taken down. Hanbin gets clipped with a headshot there from Skewed. Hyunjae going to be the one casualty here. It would seem on the side of the Seoul Infernal, but they're going to be sitting pretty, maintaining control of the point and finding that added little stagger there onto Bliss. 60% now crested, still not home free yet to tie things up on Servasa, but looking much better for the Infernal.
And critically, just before Bliss has ultimate there as well, I think if you're Dallas Fuel, you could survive that onslaught coming through from Infernal.
Mag's on the flank.
Bliss does have a sound barrier. He's going to need it now, as you mentioned. Mag is there on the side. Slip for Hanbin. Does get the knock up. Hanbin, half HP.
Half HP, but still alive, still kicking. A lot of damage across. Sparkle nearly taken down. There's the window. MN3 pulling back away, keeps himself safe. The counter crash back through. Mag again, just reaggressing, looking to try to keep them away from this point. Dash forward, Sets looking for the kill. And I have to get away there, but Sparkle now fighting MN3. Pulse going to be invested. Sets not coming up with anything, and he can't get out. Ends up getting taken down. A 2 for 2 thus far. So the flip is there. Fuel now in control. Infernal haven't closed it out quite just yet.
I don't know if Dallas Fuel can do much more here. I mean, they need the rest of the team back, and Infernal actually don't get the last few kills. Dallas Fuel, they got to have their recontest. They've actually managed to potentially recover this one. Skew targeted, has stripped away, and that's going to be the ult.
Oh, the Hail Mary toss, and he gets his mark. Skew's going to be taken down from downtown. Hanbin finding the elimination. Now Mag as well under fire. Eliminated. The Dallas Fuel have held the line, and now they get closer to having that 2-0.
But the EMP is all to carry through. I mean, this is going towards one fight territory. Infernal got to contest quickly here. Mag respawning in, we're already into 80. That's got to be final fight. I'm pretty sure Sparkle, one good EMP here. And Dallas Fuel can shut out the Seoul Infernal for cap 2.
Sparkle back into stealth, the artillery fire. Being delayed, the shot's now coming down. Looking for Edison, and he is blown to bits! M3 finds the kill, but now Mac going to be isolated. Focus fire, the EMP committed in just for the Wrecking Ball. They get the kill. Zest down low. Elimination's not found yet. A hack in as M3 goes bouncing forward here on towards the point, but there is no one there to peel for him. He ends up getting taken down. The flip is back in though, 99 to 99. Sparkle is doing his damnedest to try to keep them in this fight, but he's got to make his exit. Jumps back with the translocator. Now Hanbin looks to hold firmly here on the point. Low HP, but high on energy. Just looking for a target, but they're all being taken by his teammates as Edison will find Zest and Hyunjae's gone. Mag going to be rejoining, comes crashing back across the Fuel. Still not flipping this back into their favor, but Mag just does not live long enough. They sweep it out from beneath their feet, and the Dallas Fuel move up 2-0.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel, I mean, they're surviving on 3 members just a couple of fights ago. And this time around, it's going to be Hanbin rolling up 100 energy, staying alive. Going as down, I think it was as low as 140 HP there, but enough healing briefly to keep him up. Only Mag and Skewed alive for the Seoul Infernal in the OT to make anything happen. It's just not going to be enough. You don't have enough resources there, don't have enough firepower. This could be a 3-0, not just in the series, but on this map as well. Dallas Fuel early into Palace. A little bit
into the back, looking for Hyunjae. Can't hack him fast enough. He gets onto the high ground, but the Immortality Field still has to be burned. A cooldown secured and taken away for the time being as the Flashpoint does unlock. Edison here onto the low ground, but Mag not looking for him. Goes up onto the high ground. He's looking for the supports. He's looking for the back line. The pulse bomb gonna go wide. Doesn't find its target, and MCD takes out MN3. Kitsune Rush committed. MCD just dashing back and forth around the window looking for a target, and Mag just has to exit. The Fuel once again are going to assert dominance and get control of the point right off the rip.
And despite the Kitsune Rush being used from Skewed there, you just see Dallas Fuel rushing down MN3. They want to get the DPS, they want to get supports down, they want to run away from Mag. It doesn't matter what the Wrecking Ball's doing. Win the Bastion versus Bastion battle, and the rest of that trade is so easy. MCD securing it with the lamp, well, with everything, with the window first and foremost.
Yeah.
And now Dallas Fuel have a couple more extra ultimates that they can really snowball this through.
The grab there, the EMP now online from Sparkle. So far, it's just a window from Hyunjae. MN3 not that far off from having the artillery, but the same can be said for Edison on the opposite side.
He's already gone.
Window now up here onto the high ground. MN3 looking for target. Hanbin left out to try, left out into the open, but he's looking to turn this one around as Edison returns fire. Just jumping up, looking to threaten him. Listen to the back line, does get taken down, but Hyunjae now MN3 all falling to the wayside. Zest the only one left standing, and it's 72% now here for the Fuel.
That was all Sparkle. Sparkle's second time in the series. We saw it once on Blizzard. We'll see it again on Survasa. He cancels the window coming through from Hyunjae, or whoever's going to be playing the bat for Infernal. No window, no double damage. MN3 couldn't win that trade. Hanbin survives. Edison's going to slow things down here for the final fight. Lamp's gone.
Lamp's gone, Hyunjae down low. Opening artillery now from the side of MN3, and Mag is completely isolated. They're looking to try to peel for him, but it's just not going to be enough. He ends up getting taken down the front line, eliminated. Zest joins him in the grave as Edison finds the elimination. MN3 trying to threaten, but he just doesn't have line of sight, and nobody else can touch. It's a 3-0 on the map, a 3-0 in the series as Dallas Fuel take down their Eastern comrades in the Seoul Infernal. A clean sweep as they keep themselves in the upper part of the bracket.
Dallas Fuel, they're powering up at the right time. It doesn't matter how they did in the spring stage. What matters is right now, get the playoffs, get into the right meta, have Zari begin and have the best damn Zari in the world in Hanbin to get you through in the playoffs where everything is there to play for the returning champions, a 3-0 to start.
And that's got to be a very good feeling here if you're the Fuel, if you're a Fuel fan watching in the arena or watching at home. When we saw the patch, we said, that Zarya is right there. It is on the horizon, and Hanbin knows how to use it, and he has proved that once again. Hasn't been able to play it too much throughout this season. A couple times where we saw it, Hollywood, last second ditch effort to try to get a contest, but now it is right back into the forefront of the meta, and Hanbin looks as strong as ever on that pick.
As you'd expect, he's the difference maker. We've seen it from commentary, from coaches, from other players, from everybody. And it's going to end up being Hanbin player of the match here. Who could have guessed? He was a difference maker on Busan, and he did not let up for the entire series. Constantly high energy, massive damage output. 14 into final blows to deaths on our opening map, completely destroying the Seoul Infernal. And then finding a final map was a 3-0 in Survasa Zombie. Infernal was just locked out.
Stealing those rounds on Flashpoint away from them. What? One whiff the entire time when it came down to the grabs, but every time
and that didn't even matter.
Yeah, didn't matter. And every time he was using it after that, he was connecting to his targets. His bubble timings continue to be absolutely on point. And with this new amplified energy build that he gets, you have to be wary about the damage. We were talking about 69% after one map played on Hanbin. How about 63% across the entire series?
Yeah, he only dropped 6% in his average across the board. Just so much extra damage output. Your tank is doing so much extra work here, and it didn't matter what Mag was doing. I think the Doom was really good in the opening maps, put the pressure on the Edison. The Wrecking Ball, it's certainly going to be a pick. It's going to be one of those heroes that you can play, and it is Mag's specialty, and you can certainly bring it on Flashpoint, but I don't think it was as good. It's not going to be as good versus Edison specifically, and Hanbin, he's also just going to keep the bubbles onto Edison.
Yeah, well, speaking of Hanbin, we've got Danny standing by here with our player of the match. Let's go ahead and throw down to the stage and hear from the Zarya Menace himself.
Thank you very much, Seth and Avril. What's up, everybody? I'm here with Hanbin, our tank role star, and also the player of the match. Everybody, give it up for Hanbin. Great first match for the Dallas Fuel. There was a clean 3-0 victory for you guys. Now, this was your first time, playing in front of a crowd for this season. So, how did it feel for you, just being in front of the crowd and playing in front of the crowd? 자, 오늘 일단 승리를 축하드리면서 아무래도 이번 시즌에 처음으로 어떻게 보면은 이제 오프라인 경기를 뛰셨는데 그에 대한 소감 한 말씀 듣고 싶습니다. 어떠셨나요?
일단은 이제 저번에 미드 시즌에는 못 와가지고 너무 하고 싶었는데 이번에 하게 돼서 너무 좋고요. 네, 첫 매치 이렇게 3대0으로 이겨가지고 우승도 할 것 같습니다.
Definitely, I was a little sad that we couldn't make it to the mid-season, so it really feels good to be in front of the crowd and play in front of the crowd finally for this season. I think it really feels great to get the 3-win victory for our first match, and I think we really could win it all again for this season as well. All right, my second question for you is, you're the best Zarya, there's no question. So, with this new patch, we as the tank players want to get some Zarya tips from you. Any Zarya tips for this new patch? 자, 다음 질문 당연히 우리 또 리그에서 최고의 자리아 어떻게 보면 플레이어이신 우리 또 한빈 선수가 좀 팁을 주셨으면 좋겠어요. 이제 또 이번에 새로운 패치에서 좀 어떻게 하면은 자리아를 좀 잘할 수 있나요?
일단은 저도 이번에 자리아 패치 들어서면서 이게 지금 자리아 캐리 메타긴 하지만 저도 이게 주는 방법만 패치가 됐잖아요. 그래서 TV라고 하면은 이제 셀프는 없는 스킬이다라고 생각하면서 게임하면은 잘 되는 것 같아요.
셀프는 뭐라고요?
이제 자기 방벽은 없는 스킬이다 하면서.
I think the biggest change coming into this patch has to be the barrier, burying your teammates. So I think the best tip for everyone that wants to be a better Zarya player is think about not bubbling yourself. Give all the bubbles to your teammates, and that is the best tip. All right, that is it for us. Give it up for Hanbin one more time, everybody. Thank you so much. Zoe, take it back.
셀크고 다 던다.
괜찮아, 나 주방 내니까 돼, 동호야. 볼볼볼볼 던졌다.
그래, 나 켜. 내용 90이야, 내용 90이야.
이지하잖아, 나이스.
이지하다.
And those were the winning moments of the Dallas Fuel, taking this series very convincingly, which I dare say a lot of people did expect. They were the favorite to come into this. We are finding ourselves in this kind of Zarya meta now, and they show exactly why. This should be very worrisome for a lot of teams out there because they have been looking good at it. Now, of course, if we're looking at the other side, gentlemen, the Seoul Infernal, they thought they found an answer to it, maybe with their Doom composition. Didn't work out so great for them. I don't think Mac had a very good time here, Johnny.
No, I mean, we should take a look at it because it was the big story of the game, of course. Soul Infernal trying out this Doomfist, and I think we got our answer here, Jake. Not too hot here playing the Doomfist, but let's take a look at how they tried to pull it off, right? So Soul Infernal against Dallas Fuel. We're on here on Blizzard World, and actually Soul Infernal's composition makes sense. I mean, you got an Ashe, you got a Tracer, you got a backline of biotic grenades, for example, from your Ana could come in really helpful. And as we're on this third point, I mean, you got some line through your Tracer here. If you're an Ashe and you get to round this corner, you have some Cyclones here. You can really utilize this. So really for Mag, you kind of want to get into the backline and start getting rid of some of these different kind of abilities that we have on the side of Dallas Fuel. Of course, Hanbin, as we talked about, he can bubble his teammates. That's going to be really useful for the Dallas Fuel in protection. But also, we have, of course, the Immortality Field from MCD. That's going to be really useful in protecting your team. So the rule for Doomfist is really just go in there, try to get some of these abilities out, and set up the rest for his team. But as we take a look at Mag setting up his team, we can play this one out, and it's just not as easy as you think it is. It's a very explosive hero compared to Winston, for example. You can dive in, but you get hacked immediately. And so Mag, he's in trouble. He's hacked from the get-go. Time is running out here, so you want to get on the card, right? You want to get into this fight, so we can play this one out. He gets Nanoed, he gets Susu'd. Oh, it's time to strike. Well, here's the Graviton Surge. Oh, here's the Sound Barrier. Oh, here's the Assault configuration. Sorry, bud. EMP as well. Let's drop the EMP on Mag as well. So it's not a great time for Mag here. He's not really utilizing Doomfist to the fullest because he's simply not allowed to. Like, the Dallas Fuel don't allow him to play his own game, right? So from the get-go, it felt like Soul Infernal just weren't in a position to make the most of this composition. And I think we got our answer, Jake. Like, Doomfist, it's going to be really hard to make this hero work. Nothing against Mag. I mean, I don't really think you can blame Mag for that clip. He got hacked, EMP'd and everything. So it's not on Mag. But Doomfist just wasn't an answer to this Zarya comp we've been hyping up for these playoffs.
You know, I agree with you. I think with how well Fuel plays, it made the Doomfist look impossible with the overlapping layers of defense, whether it's the drone, the bubble.
That was an extreme fight.
but I do think that Doomfist has signs of hope. I was hoping to see maybe a little more echo. I think one of the vulnerabilities of heroes like Zarya is that they're very range limited. If you fly up out of that range and you come in and, you know, pick up a backliner, if Zarya just makes one mistake, misses that bubble, and you lose a support, she really relies on having all those heals from Bap and Lucio. So if you can find a hero that picks off that Bap and Lucio, again, easier said than done. But if you can do it, I think that does make.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
I am telling you there's a chance. I still believe.
I heard you said pull out the Mercy in the green room.
I believe. I think there's a chance that something like an Echo Mercy, right, without a true core hit scan, right, to actually two-shot down the Echo.
I'd love to see it.
He does a lot of DPS, but he's not great at shooting up at an Echo who's behind him. And a hero like Mercy can really enable that. So I think there's more to be seen in the meta. I think there was just too big of a gap between these teams. Fuel knew their strength, and it was so far and above anything that Inferno could field. I don't know that the comp mattered that much this game. It feels like the outcome would have been the same.
Yeah, and for us who have been covering the West predominantly this season, obviously it's fantastic to see those players from the Eastern region again. It's been a hot minute since you get to talk to Hanbin.
I know, it was. I think the last time I talked to him was last season.
Yeah.
And yeah,
they
I
won.
saw him. He was happy to see me. I was happy to see him. And we get, I'm
And
pretty
we
sure
go
we're
from
going
there.
to
See,
talk to
maybe
him
take
again.
him out for dinner. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. Now let's take a look at our updated bracket to see what is coming up next and where we are. This is bracket 2, of course. And now the Dallas Fuel took that convincing victory over the Seoul Infernal. We're still waiting for that Outlaws Mayhem match. Infernal now finding themselves in a loser bracket on the brink of elimination. But for our next one, we'll be heading back to bracket 1. But first things first, I do want to remind everyone out there to support your favorite teams. Team jerseys on sale right now in our shop. You know, we got to rock them in style. Last opportunity, grab yours. We actually have a shop right here.
We see right there. Right there.
Yeah, I see them. I'm being teased. I want to have all of them. All of them.
Are you going?
I'm sure we could.
There we go.
Oh, there you go.
Shopping spree, baby.
Yo, that Houston T-shirt looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I want the new jerseys. I like the new jerseys.
We're in
I'm
love.
buying Hangzhou.
You're buying Hangzhou?
I'm buying
It's a
Hangzhou.
buy?
What's
I'll
our
buy.
face?
I'll buy
Maybe
right
I'll pick up a Dallas one.
now. I want a Shy jersey. After that performance.
Oh, a
Honestly,
shy jersey for Jay?
That would be next level.
Yes. Well, you know what? You're in luck. We have an opportunity to run downstairs, grab our jerseys, and come back up because we're going to head into a very quick break. And then afterwards, we will be talking about the next match coming up. It's going to be London Spitfire and Boston Uprising.
Let's go, baby.
London get their revenge on Boston Uprising, who handed them a big L in the play-ins. We'll find out. We'll chat about that after this break.
This is the moment where all you shall hear. There's no coming back from it. Miraculous play.
My name is George, Overwatch League caster and lover of all things aquatic, but most importantly, a secret mystic. I have a crystal ball here to peer into what the future holds for the Overwatch League post-season, but I'm not alone. I've recruited a top-tier team of experts to help me along the way. Zoe, Necra, Jake, Danny, and Reinforce.
And Johnny, Rose, Jake, and I are channeling our prediction through the power of love.
And that love is powered by the belief of our Overwatch fans, which is very, very strong.
So strong. So much power. Power of love.
Shut up, Johnny.
My pred is that match 3, Houston Outlaws versus the Florida Mayhem, is a preview of the grand finals. I think those teams are going to be rematching in the grand finals. Whoever wins that first match, I think they're both coming out of the group. I think they're going to take down everybody else. They'll be the last 2 teams standing. That's my prediction.
That's super weird that you mispronounced Atlanta Rain that badly.
I think you mean Florida Mayhem and Atlanta Rain.
Yeah,
right?
must have been.
Mine is simple, easy, and clean. I think London Spitfire is going to defy all odds and win the grand finals, become the champions of 2023 season. Easy.
Let's go, Danny. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's up. We chatted with Hottie after they beat Vancouver and also after they beat Toronto Defiant. And he said that, you know, whether the meta changes or not, you know, he believes that Ryan is going to be good no matter what.
My crystal ball only tells me one thing. Infernal make it to the finals against
my
the
goodness.
Florida
Bro.
Mayhem. And
cooking.
Poco plays Diva. 5k Diva Bomb to end the series and take home the trophy. Infernal are crowned the champions.
Johnny, are you buying into London Spitfire winning the first ever season and now running it back?
Boston Uprising, Houston Outlaws, in the grand final. Houston wins it all.
And how can you do that to London Spitfire, bro? London Spitfire got you that crown as Pred King this season.
Well, hang on. Okay, here's another pred. We're talking about all of the red and the blue teams. What about one of the other blue teams we haven't talked about yet? Dallas Fuel with the run back. I believe in the Dallas Fuel run back.
I've got Dallas Fuel, Infernal, and Spark. None of them make it out of the group. I predicted Houston and Florida to come out of group 2. Group 1, Boston and Spark. I think Atlanta's not making it out of the group.
No.
Now that's a spicer.
Ah.
I'm going to
Spark.
spice you guys
Okay.
out of this world. I think Atlanta will crumble. I think their results with Hawk have been pretty bad. I think Hawk's a great player, but I think they just haven't looked good when he's played. And if we're going to a Zarya meta, it's looking scary for them.
Florida Mayhem are the most meta-proof team right now, and they're looking good.
I think Outlaws and Mayhem are That's a guarantee. And
that
then
is a guarantee.
I guess in the other group, we just have to see.
I think we're going to just see the same top 4 as Midseason Madness. I think that in the end, that's like by far the most likely outcome is that it's Atlanta, Boston, Houston, Florida playing for the championship, as it should be, frankly, as it should be.
So it looks like my crystal ball is running out of wizardary prediction energy, I suppose. So we'll bring our Overwatch League postseason predictions to a close. I do want to express a massive thank you to all of you, the fans, and a special shout out to our Mystics for sharing their individual insights in this episode. Tune into the playoffs and grand finals to see how the bracket plays out and who will take it all.
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. London versus Boston next. But before that, some of you might remember that Kirif had some fighting words. Let's hear them.
But we win at the play-in, so playoff will be same. You know, I mean, I think it's not gonna be easy, but I can make easy. So.
Well, all right.
Okay, I hear you, Kirif.
All right.
Okay.
Talk your talk, all right? But now they gotta walk the walk. Can they do it? Of course, London Spitfire, they unfortunately took a difficult L against the Boston Uprising. We did think that after that one, no shots they can run with that Reinkarb and actually even make it out of the play-ins. But they did. I think they adapted while they stuck to the Rhine. They did make some changes in their approach to the team fights and the maps and their opponents.
I mean, someone who didn't get Roll Star is Smurf from Tank, and like he deserves it. He's one of the most versatile tanks we have in the game, so you can bring out these Orisa compositions if you want to. We've seen them match Reinhardt earlier in the year if they have to. Smurf, of course, an incredible Winston player as well, and the Boston Uprising, they could totally match the Atlanta Reign and the Hangzhou Spark if they want to play Winston compositions. If they're facing a Lone Spitfire that is leaning on this Reinhardt composition, there's no doubt that Boston Uprising will have an answer. So Boston Uprising, really versatile team, packed with just experience, like playoff experience, championship experience. They should have no issue dealing with the Lone Spitfire.
You know, I do think the London Spitfire are the underdogs in this match, right? You've got to say, oh, Boston just beat them in the last matchup, but I think London are a team you will never count out until the very bitter end. I think they can make anything happen with their unique style because it's not just Hadi. Everyone thinks about the Reinhardt. He's like the face of this composition, but the fact is this team is stacked top to bottom with players extremely comfortable in their roles. We could start talking about the DPS. I think Backbone's May has been lights out this season, a crucial element to be able to bring into the Rein comp and enable him to catch people. Sparker on, these days it's been the Bastion, but any hit scan you put this guy on, he is deadly. He uses that Rein shield to maximum effect, and the support line as well has a ton of flexibility to fill that out. Notably, it's going to be Landon on the VAP, Admiral on the Lucio. They're across the board specialists in this comp. It is not just the Rein, it is every single player who knows exactly what to do, how to play these unique situations. And for a team as good as Boston, it's like, yes, they can win, but what they had to do last time to take down London was heroic. I mean, it was incredible efforts, killing Admiral time and time again. That is not easy to repeat. It's not consistent. Boston has to play out of their mind to replicate that kind of performance again.
I think individually Boston sure has the better players, but London's biggest strength is their teamwork, right? It's using the same 5 players and also just running with the same comp, and they're comfortable with it, and they got that teamwork down, like, to the ground.
And I think we have to keep in mind here that if we go back and rewatch that match against Boston, it wasn't like the compositional difference. I think it was a big bunch of individual mistakes from London Spitfire, which was very uncharacteristic of them. Their backline really struggled. Boston abused that fact and got a convincing victory. But the London Spitfire we saw after that match, they cleaned up, right? They really earned a spot to get here into the playoffs. So we'll see if they can actually come out on top. Let's take a look at our predictions. As much as my heart wants to root for the London Spitfire, I had to go with the Boston Uprising. I am so sorry, but the Boston Uprising, they're just so star-studded. Like, you cannot vote against those players. It would be almost disingenuous to do so. But if one person would be doing that, it would be you with your pred.
Danny.
Danny, Danny.
Come on, just show it up. Everyone knows I'm going for London Spitfire. 3-2, baby. Zoe, I gotta say, you haven't learned your lesson. What happened in the play-ins, huh? Who beat Vancouver?
Yeah, but who beat London?
Who beat Toronto? Hey,
Your points did not work out as much
that was
as you
way
thought.
before. They learned their lesson. They're here to redeem themselves
Okay, so
against
it's only
Boston
week
Uprising.
2 of play-ins, obviously. Oh yeah, right. Got it.
Let's go, London, all the way.
The vibes competition is extremely tight over on this side of the desk. I think to take a more analytical approach, I just see this match as a litmus test for this Orisa Genji comp, right? This is what Boston showed as the first answer to London's style. They looked great for them. They won that match pretty handily. Other teams tried to replicate it and failed against London. So the question is it that one match? Was it an overperformance, huge plays from Decay, Smurf, Lee Jae-gon? Is that something they can consistently replicate against London? Or does London have the skill to innovate, not necessarily in their picks, but in their play style, their approach, their ult management? These are the ways they can.
All right, so what's your point? Where are you going with?
So I'm going with Boston Uprising. I like their comp. I like that matchup. I think it's going to favor them.
Oh, we're not pandering to the crowd here.
Johnny,
crowd
me and
unhappy.
you.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Are you guys serious?
A traitor.
I'm taking an analytical approach. They beat them last time. It's the Boston Uprising. Booed! I'm getting booed!
Give me more booze! Give him more booze! That's it! Go!
The crowd supports
these guys. These guys are a joke.
Usually,
are you guys serious?
Usually I would say you got a size advantage, but there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them.
You might want to stay up here on the desk for a little bit. But what if we're right?
Well, at least one person's going to be right.
Someone will be right. That's for sure. No matter what, we're here for this match. We hope for an exciting rematch. This is match number 3 of the day. Let's see where our audience is. Honestly, this is very close. Okay. There's a lot of London believers out there, and rightfully so. They did impress during the play-ins. Now we are ready for this match. But first things first, let's send it down to the floor with GB.
Hey everyone, get ready for this next matchup. It's been quite the day so far. The crowd's starting to fill up even more so. It's gonna be awesome. But real quick, guys, if you don't mind doing me a favor, because as a New Yorker, Johnny picked Boston, so I just wanna do something real fast. Can you guys just boo Johnny real fast for me? And also, get out of here. Thank you. I just wanted to get that done. In any case though, guys, who is ready for this matchup? All right. So do we think that the Boston Uprising pull up a win? Okay. What about, I don't know, the London Spitfire? That's a lot of noise. I think the crowd is ready to go. We're ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters as we get ready for this next match.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. It's Jules and Custer bringing you through this next game. Boston Uprising versus the London Spitfire. Getting a little heated on the desk already. I love to see it.
Of course, the analytical approach coming from Jake. No one is surprised, but somehow we end up booing Johnny, as is tradition. But honestly, the London Spitfire, they've been a fan favorite for the last 2 years because they're just fun to watch. They play Reinhardt. The power of friendship has come in clutch in the past. Can it come in clutch in these playoffs?
Well, different meta. We've seen a ton already. Will we see Ryan? Of course we will. But first, please welcome to the stage the legendary Boston Uprising. A legendary lineup of players. People that have come out of retirement to stand on the playoff stage. We have Smurf. He's won it before, Scott. He could win it again. So many legends.
Just the sheer number of MVP, Role Stars, championships on this roster is unparalleled in the league. When Pre built this roster, he said, we're building a championship roster. They've been a little shaky at times at the top end. Can they elevate to that level they need to be?
Well, the London Spitfire, I think they're going to have something to say about it. Please welcome to the stage the Ryan connoisseurs, the London Spitfire. A team that is very much a crowd favorite, like you said, Scott. That main man in the middle right there, Hardy, a truly meta-defying team. They know what they love. They know how to play it to a T. That Rhine Rush style, we've seen variants of it throughout the year, Scott. A lot of Sim and Bastion recently.
Yeah, they've moved it and changed it to the strengths that they needed to be in the current meta. Bastion really taking a stand up in this meta, led by Spark. He's #1 in damage with Bastion so far this season. And then the person next to him, Backbone. He plays the Mei when they need it, but the Symmetra play is what defined how strong their Reinhardt composition is.
They are very much like some neural link. They're all on the same page. Those teleports are just sublime. And it's funny seeing other teams trying to replicate that kind of style using the Sim TPs.
Yeah.
And their TPs instantly get destroyed, or they're half the team's late, they're like over there, half the team's over there. But with the London Spitfire, they're taking the TP, they're going as 5, they're right on top of your backline, and Sparker is in turret form, mowing them down.
And it's unconventional, and that's why every team in the playoffs is scared of the London Spitfire, because you know they can upset anyone at any time. It's so difficult to practice and prepare for. So if you're any team, then you have to be worried about playing this Reinhardt at any moment. But the Boston Uprising are in a unique situation because they beat them just 2 weeks ago in the play-ins to punch their ticket here. So the question is, have the Boston Uprising solidified their strategy? Can they do it once again and beat down the Reinhardt of Hattie and the team?
Well, I think it's crazy too. We're seeing Smurfers obviously start, and we spoke a lot about going into the playoffs. Zarya, is she going to be perma-meta? Is she going to be pushed out by other things like Doomfist? We're healing lots of things in the wind, maybe a little bit of Winston here and there. We're seeing Smurf start. We're going to control, of course, Scott. So we're thinking maybe some Winston from Smurf.
We thought that Zarya would be very prominent, so we were asking the question, how does the Zarya match up against the Reinhardt? But as you said, we've seen so many other teams playing different things.
And this is London Spitfire's map pick as well. And of course, we're going to a Ryan-favored map in Lijiang Tower. Not exactly where Boston want to go, of course.
That was the big thing. When the Seoul Infernal sent the Spitfire to the other bracket, when they were like, we don't want to deal with this noise, that gave Spitfire the higher pick, which on control, Lijiang Tower is so good for Reinhardt compared to other maps like Ilios. So that's a big advantage that Spitfire have. Worth noting, in the match that Boston Uprising and London Spitfire played 2 weeks ago, the one map that the London Spitfire won was on control. And if they're on Lijiang Tower, they need to win this one. Start strong.
Start strong. Those nerves on stage can start kicking in. But if you end up winning the first map, crowd's already behind you, London. You know how to win from there. The Boston Uprising and the London Spitfire, their first game of the playoffs, are about to get in. 15 seconds before the doors unlocked. And the Spitfire, they know they're on this call. Boston Uprising got to know it too.
Last time the Boston Uprising beat the London Spitfire, they played the Orisa, the Lucio, the Baptiste, alongside the Bastion. They also played some other things, primarily the Genji from Decay. It looks like they're just going to go 2 weeks back and try it again.
Here we go. Rolling out. Mid-fight, Hardy almost booped off the edge there by Smurf's spear. Hardy going pretty low though. Baptiste did receive a sizable nerf.
Already down.
But I'll hold my point. Hardy already dead. Lijiang almost booped off the map there. Looks like a little bit of an in there from Admiral, just trying to get that reset. But the first fight, won by Boston.
Hardy trying to step up, took way too much damage, and that was the go button for the Uprising. Just put the pressure on and Hardy falls. Terrible start here for the Spitfire. Now they need to find a way to route back to the point.
All right, point unlocked and point capped for the Boston Uprising. Is this just a better comp, Scott? Is the Orisa that good into the Rhine?
Last time it was competitive. It was back and forth. It could have gone for the London Spitfire. I don't think the Boston Uprising just have a better meta or a better composition in this matchup.
Oh, there's a teleport. Whoa, Birdring didn't really know where to look there. Hardy holding up with the shield. That turret form ripping through that, but it looks like Boston Uprising on the defense. Not until they put up that window, but it's a lamp from Landon to save his life, and Hardy's going to wait for the window to disappear before they make their next move. Landon has to be careful. Here comes the Orisa, a window from Sparker, but Lijiang takes him down. It is a trade of Bastions, but Landon's already dead. A good pin from Hardy. Is it going to secure the kill onto Smurf? And there is the Spitfire cleaning them up, but Lijiang is still alive. It's actually a double support versus Hardy on the Rhine and Admiral on the Lucio. Can they get the flip? Looks like Lijiang is going to make sure they don't get it. Not with ease, at least. Is Yaki now the target of the London Spitfire? Lijiang hit the two-man beats. The two-man was on Birdring and was coming back, but Izzyaki is down. The point's still in control, though, with the Uprising.
And Lijiang is just running around.
Where is he going?
They can't shut him down. The sound barrier was a little bit late. He wanted to turn the fight, but with both supports going down from the Boston Uprising, the point should go to the Spitfire.
I'm sticking up here, Scott.
60, 70% of the ball for the Boston Uprising. Somehow they're still in control. Maybe they can go in for the touch. There's the slam on the ground. Smurf pops the ult, instantly gets taken out. That wall from Backbone pretty clutch there. Stops all that damage coming down from the Terror Surge. If it did end up connecting, of course, but Smurf got killed, I think, mid-usage. And there, finally, the Spitfire get the cap.
71% though, the Uprising were just able to hold on to everything for that little bit longer as Decay switches over to the Genji like I was speaking about earlier. Wants to have that deflect, wants to have that big blade that can turn the fights. Fortunately for the Spitfire, they've retained most of their ultimates. They still have the sound barrier.
No counter right here from Sparker as he's in the turret form. Almost gets spooked off the map there. Here comes the Meteors. No, not quite getting anybody. A little bit of damage, but it does force the beat onto Admiral as the window from Izayaki comes out. There is the ult from the Bastion. Nothing but a little bit of tickle there on Decay, but it was actually enough. Sparker ends up falling, same with Decay. They trade DPS, but the main damage source right now from Spitfire is landing behind that window. Legion Guns off the map. And London Spitfire win yet another fight. Oh, good stagger actually onto Izayaki too. Oh, nice pin. See ya!
Give him a wave, see Izayaki, lol! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark from Backbone. Getting in with the mental warfare. The Boston Uprising, they're living by the Lee J gun and dying by the Lee J gun right now. He's trying to play aggressive, be a nuisance. That was so disruptive the last time they played. He hasn't been able to come up with the same amount of value so far.
Extremely high amounts of environmental kills from Lee J gun this season. One of the top in the league, but top in the league on Lucio for deaths too. Nice little beep on Decay, just managed to clamber back up onto the map. And now comes the push from the Boston Uprising. There is a wall available from Backbone too. There's the amp from Admiral. They're going to rush on forward. They see Lee J gon, he's pretty low. The wall comes out. Healing from Admiral. He's trying to keep Hardy up, but the window is just too good. Birdring finds 1-2 kills on Backbone and Hardy. Izyaki's fighting for his life. But it's Admiral that should be praying. 95% for the Spitfire.
And with the flip going over to the Uprising, we're likely in one more fight, and the Uprising were able to hold on to their sound barrier and the blade. Decay's Genji has been okay so far this season. He needs to come in clutch. We need playoff Decay to step up with this blade.
There's a lot of ults, Scott, but the beat from Admiral could be the difference maker. Legion Gun's got one to counter though. Maybe Blade to force out the beat, send Smurf in with the Terror Surge. Decay looking at 5 members of London taking the teleport. Oh, there's the ult from Birdring. They do end up blocking it with Hardy's shield. The blade's been pulled though, and guess who's in the front line? It is landed. Decay with a monstrous 2 kills. Can he follow up with some more? The Terror Surge is good enough for another. The Boston Uprising taking the first round on for London. Oh no, there's just too many boots for Admiral to get back. On Spitfire's map pick, it is Boston that takes the first round.
That is the round that is the worst for the Reinhardt composition, so the one you would expect to lose, but you can see the Uprising more than comfortable to continue to play this Orisa Genji Bastion. They understand how to play it. The amount of value that they get with these Izayaki amplification matrices, every time they drop them, they seem to just be putting out too much damage for the Spitfire to handle. And now we head over to Control Center. And I expect to see the same thing throughout the rest of this series. Smurf on the Orisa, Hardy on the Reinhardt.
It's got to be at least for the control map. No changes. Yeah, Decay. Okay, Decay sticking on the Genji too, Scott. It's all about the mid fight. No TP, of course, so London will get there first, more than likely. There you go.
And with the Symmetra turrets up, the Boston Uprising deciding they don't want to fight into that as Birdring's actually tending towards the outside area. The one thing you need to be careful of is another Symmetra teleporter onto your backline at any moment.
Maybe waiting for Birdring to pop the turret form. You don't really want to teleport onto that. A little bit of high ground advantage there from Backbone, as well as Sparker. Does get speared, but it's all good. Just teleport back down. Decay was merely a fly on the wall for that engagement. There's Smurf in the backline, already popped the Golden. He's a little bit more resistant to damage. Use that to a pretty decent advantage there, creating a lot of space for the Boston Uprising. Hardy goes for the pin in. They did lose Smurf, so a lot of that front line pressure on the London Spitfire has been lost as Smurf is only just spawned now. Hardy's going to charge in. Boston Uprising do control the point now, Scott.
Yeah, but Smurf's not around, and that's why the London Spitfire are trying to step up early.
They're trying. Landon's taking a little bit of damage from Decay, who's being quite annoying on the sidelines. High ground control from Izayaki, but Backbone with another TP gets pooped off the high ground. And that window is not used by anybody now. Boston Uprising still in control though, Scott. It's for London Spitfire just kind of playing ring around the rosy with these TPs. But Boston had a pretty decent time on the point, 32%.
Really smart play from the Spitfire. Their understanding of how to play the composition and their advantages is what makes them great. Realizing Smurf isn't there, Hardy can just pin in with no consequences and is able to take the point without really using any ultimates at all.
Okay, he's got a blade and 4%. Hardy, oh, hello. Almost pinned him there. No deflect for Decay, feels pretty bad, but here is Birdring. Mortar Strike coming out. One going for Sparker, one going for Backbone, another one for Sparker. And there's the wall. Decay pretty low. Deflect used again. They're going to have to play rather safe, but no, they use the beat to try and get in there. Terror Surge in the back. Lamp has to be dealt with. It does land. It's landed. But Sparker with a double kill with the Mortar Strike.
That was a counter. You see the Terror Surge come down from Smurf, but Sparker has suppressive fire, and the Boston Uprising ran into a trap.
London Spitfire. They know Leech on with no beat. They used it for the engagement, so Smurf was pretty damn vulnerable to that ult. Luckily, Sparker stayed alive.
Those were big ultimates from the Uprising as well. Sound Barrier, Terror Surge, Blade, even the Bastion ult to give them the space. So London Spitfire in prime position to take this round.
Shatter, and you can tell Hardy, TP, Shatter on the back line. It hits Birdring and Decay is already dead. Nice little window they get. Izzyaki. No one there to use it. They were cuddling on the mega health pack, but it is Sparker that dished out the damage. And now London Spitfire holding close. They got one more fight.
Another ultimate that goes by the wayside by the Uprising. So now they have absolutely nothing with one team fight to touch. Lee J gone and Decay. They're going to try and take the fight, draw the Spitfire back by being the ones to touch.
Little duo mission. Looks like Lee J. Lee J gone. He could be raw already. You see him just
playing his own game.
Yeah, he actually is. London Spitfire pretty happy with that though. There's the touch on the point. Window for landing still available. He's actually going to put it down for the retake. Smurf with no spear spin. They've got to be careful. Someone's going to protect Backbone. Sparker takes him out through the window. And now he's up to Decay to try and just clear this backline out. But they're just too strong. A TP through with the... Look at that. Smurf doesn't know where to look.
The magical
initiated. He's even got the ult if he needs it, but I don't think they're going to. The London Spitfire handily taking this round away from the Boston Uprising. They tie control up.
That's how the Spitfire got to these playoffs. They handily dispatched a lot of the teams in the West by just coordinating their team through the Symmetra teleporter. Their understanding and also just deep playbook of how to use the teleporter is unmatched. It's what makes it so difficult for Decay to get value with Blade, Smurf to get value with the Terror Surge, because every time you think you're taking a fight with the Spitfire, they end up somewhere else.
Well, here you go. It was Sparker's ult. Look at that. And Decay took so much damage there too, like
crazy.
He took a little bit from one mortar and killed with the next. That was really rough. And nice little adaptation too. They know what Smurf wants to get into the back and pop that Terror Surge. And they had no beat.
We're going to see once again the London Spitfire, because they're playing the Symmetra, they will be the first team to get to the point. They don't even want to fight in the middle. They just want to run around the outside, get to the point, set up the Symmetra turrets.
Yep, no speed TP. It was TP then speed. They know Decay's playing the Genji, so there's no point matching them in the air. Those turrets can be quite annoying too, of course, when you do go for the entry. Looks like they're going to give a little bit of space, but a little bit of space, unless you teleport. Nice little spin there from Smurf, actually pushes Sparker away and off the map. They saw that teleporter going down and Smurf says, fine, have it your way. Another spear kill for Smurf. 3 kills. 4 kills, in fact.
Smurf didn't get that roll star and he took that personally. He's so good at so many different heroes. It's why he's considered one of the greatest of all time to play the game. You called it perfectly, Jack. The spear pit spin pushes everyone away from the Symmetra teleporter and disjoints the London Spitfire.
He's a champion for a reason. Wants to look for another one on a different team. Spear connects with Sparker. They're slowly making their way in now. There's the turret mode. Another spear does land, stops a little bit of damage through the window, goes the grenade, but a fire strike lands directly in the center of Smurf's chest. An easy kill for Hardy, one that he's very much used to at this point. Nice little stagger too on Izzyaki, and there is the flip. Once again, we're looking at the same situation, Scott, about 30%.
But the London Spitfire, they just brawl better. Their composition is better once they start getting their ultimates online. Trying to find a sneaky pick, and actually a little play that Backbone did in that last one is they used the teleporter as a bait. They shot it into the backline, everyone from Uprising ran away, and then they end up killing Smurf in the front line. That's what I'm talking about with the deep playbook with the Symmetra.
So many tricks up their sleeve, and probably some we haven't even seen yet, right?
Yep.
Teleport, okay, no fakey this time. There is the window. A lot of stuff happening right now, but that Terror Surge lands, but it actually just destroys the lamp. That's about it. Smurf once again suffering from his own hubris. Double beat coming in. Sparker connects no mortars, but he doesn't need to. He's got the little cannon, he's got the grenade, they got the damage and the kills. Boston did end up capping through that fight, so they do get a little percentage there, stop Spitfire, but at the end of the day, with Spitfire capping and Hardy having Shatter, Landon having Window, these rotation of ultimates, Scott, it's just too much.
Yeah, that's what it is. The London Spitfire, they just have an understanding of how to do it, and the Boston Uprising haven't been able to deal with it so far in this round. But once again, I'm looking at Decay with this Genji Blade. There isn't a sound barrier on the other side to counter it. He needs to be finding value once again. He did it on the first round. Can he do it again?
Looking for an entry. There's the Shadow. Decay dashes out of the way, straight for the Lucio, but he gets moved away. Admiral just escorted himself out, and he gets taken down. Smurf takes care of Backbone, but that's about it. Team kill for the London Spitfire.
They just can't find a way in. There's just too much damage, too much movement from the Spitfire, and now last fight here for the Boston Uprising. The only thing they have is the Bastion ultimate. Can they use it to give themselves a little bit of space and get into this fight? Maybe give time for Izzyaki to get up his amplification matrix.
So many corners though, Scott. It's so hard to get that Bastion ult down.
You're walking into Symmetra you could get turrets as well.
Yeah. Quick TP. All right, Birdry. More to strike, but there they are, straight from the high ground, teleport into the window. The lamps are already gone. Izzyaki carrying in the corner, getting microwaved by the turrets. The London Spitfire have ults to spare. Boston may have capped, but it's all on Decay. Pretty low HP, has to escort himself out, but no! Landon escorts him to spawn. Another team kill, and are they going to be able to get
touches.
Back? No touches? The London Spitfire on their map pick up the W and start the series off with a bang.
We said heading into this series, this is the map that they should feel most at home and they need to win. And they get the job done. If you're the Boston Uprising, you're dealing with this once again as the crowd on their side. That man, the Reinhardt chatty, he's just a different beast.
Losers pick though, Scott, of course. Now Boston Uprising get to go somewhere that maybe the London Spitfire don't want to play. Of course, it will be Hybrid up next.
Oh yeah, Hybrid up next. And as you said, because we have the losers pick, we could end up anywhere. The Boston Uprising can move to maps that favor their strengths. Because you can see right here on Lijiang Tower, on these highlights, this map is just not built for the Decay Genji, and there's just too many options for the Spitfire to maneuver and teleport around the map.
A lot of the time too. They're putting a lot of pressure on Izzyaki. With these teleports, it's so hard to know where to lamp to, because they teleport like in the center of your team. Where do you throw that lamp? There's 3 different directions your team is going, plus yourself. A lot of the time, Izyaki's kind of trapped in a corner on his lonesome, having to lamp and just try and stay alive and heal.
You saw in that last fight, Izzyaki is like, well, I'm just going to step over here, and there's Symmetra turrets just beaming him down. There's just so many threats to deal with time and time again. And so far, the Uprising haven't been able to come up with too many answers.
I mean, that was so nice.
The way that they play is just a different level on the Reinhardt. That's why you'll never see a team try and mirror them on the Reinhardt.
No, absolutely not. That's grand finals material right there, I think, if London end up making it. Picks coming up in just a moment. Of course, Uprising probably don't want to go to Kings or anything like that. Maybe a little bit of Midtown.
Yeah, Midtown was the pick for the Boston Uprising last time, but they're going to Kings Row.
Kings Row against
favorite
Rhine comp.
But it is deceivably not that much of a Reinhardt map because there are a lot of high grounds. In the past, yes, it was great for Reinhardt, but since we've moved over to Overwatch 2, it's been very difficult to really enable that kind of play. But if anyone's going to make it work, it'll be the London Spitfire.
It'll be London. Hey, high ground don't matter if you've got teleport.
That's true.
You just zip up to height. Easy, easy. The Boston Uprising and the London Spitfire facing off. London take an early lead. Can Boston come back? Find out after the break. Do you Spitfire? Yeah, they do. Of course they do. London Spitfire up 1 map so far, Scott. On their map choice 2, Lijiang Tower. Boston Uprising choosing King's Row as the hybrid map of choice.
It's a map we haven't really seen much throughout the entirety of the season. Oh, getting a little loud for you guys. I'm sorry about that. You know, don't mind me.
Blame Scott. Blame Scott.
But the Boston Uprising, this is a great team throughout the entirety of the season who's just been so flexible in different compositions. It's been surprising to not see them pull out any different looks. We were questioning the Zarya. We were questioning whether or not the meta or the patch changes would, you know, honestly change any of the types of things that Boston would play, but it feels like right now they're more than happy to play against London.
That was a sick Giga Chat.
What was the meme?
It was like, no, you can't play Ryan. You can't play Ryan. Chatty. He do be him. Boston Uprising now, going to King's Row. And yeah, you mentioned it just before we went to the break, Scott. A long time ago, it was like, oh, a lot of Ryan here, most of the time. But seeing Smurf come out on the Orisa, and no substitutions either, by the way. So we're not seeing Kalios, we're just seeing Smurf again, so maybe a little bit more Orisa. Or again, Winston, because there's a lot of that high ground, but you got to be still scared. I mean, the ability for London Spitfire to get on your backline with these TPs is going to be an interesting case, I think. Okay. Okay, don't
maybe. No, it maybe. Just think about it. Lifeweaver's been getting a lot of buffs. Talking about patch notes.
Ranked practice paying off.
Maybe Lee Jae-gon's been throwing some of their games, playing a bit of Lifeweaver in the ranked.
We've been reported for that.
We have been reported by that by Unter, of all people, funnily enough.
Unter reporting both me and Scott for throwing on Lifeweaver. It wasn't me, it was Scott.
Yeah, that's my bad.
I'm going to put that on it.
But we're going to see Boston Uprising double down, really believing in this Orisa, Bash, and Genji, and you can't blame them, honestly. This is how they beat them last time, and the patch didn't really change much for any of these heroes, so you have to be confident, hey, if we get to maps that favor us, then we can find the advantages.
There's the TP, there it is. Goodbye. Boston Uprising. Nice bit of deflection damage there. Sparker currently a magnet for every single one of those spears.
London on the point. The point's going to start ticking up. The Uprising don't want to take the fight right away.
Oh, here come the turret forms. Sparker like bumping their chest, like get back. Already a tick on the board for London Spitfire. And Decay, 1 HP, same with Smurf, all super low. London Spitfire just taking it to him right now, even TPing up to the high ground, resetting cooldowns, window available for Landon, maybe a little bit of a surprise. Is he actually in trouble? Oh, nice little boop, there's the window, in fact make it 2, Hardy, 1 HP, manages to get away, Sparker now holding the corner, has to back away, turret mode disappearing for both Bastions, and another teleport, this time London going back to main, the Sparker unleashing the Mortar Strike, charging from Hardy to try and push him in, but no, it's actually Decay that falls to Landon, and here's the swings from Hardy. A lot of AoE damage, loses his shield, but the beat from Lee Jae-gon, it's a 4-man, Sparker dead. What are London going to do now? They're going to try and just get him onto the back. Hardy not close to the shadow, he's 20% away, but they still hit the wall. This fight is still going.
Capped.
TP away, but they still need to touch to the Boston Uprising. They're so close to capping. Beat, Admiral, hits 4, Smurf in trouble, Smurf down. Lee Jae-gon, no one can touch. Not even Decay, no resets there as the London Spitfire take a 2-minute fight and they come out on top.
The point pressure was just too much for the London Spitfire. They kept forcing the Uprising players to have to keep touching the point. Cloud9 represent, shout out to Cloud9. But London Spitfire, this is what they did against the San Francisco Shock. They forced the objective, forced you to come into them where they are stronger. And you said it was a 2-minute fight, but that doesn't matter as long as they get the cap in the end.
Decay has got the blade once again.
Hardy has a shatter. He tries to shatter the blade most of the time. It's a difficult one to hit, but if he can just slow Decay down or even make him afraid of it, that'll be worth.
Oh, there it is. There's the space created. I don't think there's going to be a blade needed either. Another very early window from Izayaki. Smurf and Birdering do go down in that fight, though. Rather scrappy, and you're not going to be able to hold forward here. Decay can maybe touch the payload, but they have to back up.
Hardy's already back. The closer spawns for the London Spitfire is going to give them advantage back. Uprising will get an effective fight at the back half, but now they only need to win that one team fight, and they have so many ultimates to deal with. They have their own amplification matrix. How do Uprising get in with Decay and get value from this blade at all?
TP, Shatter, Speed. They got Smurf, but he's blocking off all the heals. The charge comes through, but here's the blade from Decay. He takes care of the lamp, and Hardy's already dead. Smurf with the spear onto Backbone. Decay has done the work, forcing all the cooldowns out from London Spitfire. And a nice little stagger onto Landon too. Back. Come on, cheating lamp. Is that cheating? Is that cheating, chat?
I think using your abilities is cheating. That is
a
correct.
disgusting stagger.
What was that? 10, 15 seconds.
Wait,
the trade is yucky.
Is he yucky? Oh, London hitting the question marks.
Unfortunately for London, they don't have the sound barrier. If they had the sound barrier, I could see them just going for it, but it isn't going to be enough. I think Hardy getting a little too cute with these teleporter Earth Shatters. They're not finding the value they need to, almost baiting themselves into a bad position.
Yeah, you saw Smurf, 180. As soon as he heard that TP, he threw a spear.
Yeah.
Didn't cancel the Shatter at all, ended up going down, but got lamps.
Artillery strike from Birdring.
Artillery strike. Where is it gonna land? Hardy's waiting. There it is, all right, in the back line. Backbone getting sped out there by Admiral, okay.
It's hard to find value when there's nothing else going on the map.
Right.
Waste a little bit of time though, and that can be valuable.
There is the wall. Decay on the other side of it needs some heals. Terror Surge comes out. Sound barrier from the Boston Uprising at Apple's dead. London Spitfire, even with a wall and a window. They cannot match up against Smurf. I mean, you just kind of run through there. Here's the Terror Surge, gets the damage resistant. The rest is history, really. Oh, nice spear on Hardy.
And that's going to be a stagger on Hardy as well. More time coming off the clock. London are trying to save him, but
the staggers are too good.
And this is the thing about London. Every single one of their players can make a play in the right situation. Lee J. Gon had a great boot on Admiral in the Terror Surge in the last fight. Every single player can pop off, and that's what makes the Uprising a scary team. When they are standing stalwart, when they're making plays, they're just so difficult to do anything. And the Spitfire, they spent the last 3 minutes almost accomplishing nothing.
Right. Right, there's the teleport. Trying to go for a different route this time around. Oh, joke's on you, just went through the bar.
Yeah, you can see Sparker, he has the artillery strike. It's pretty much the only major ultimate they have online right now. He's going to use it to give them a little bit of space.
Straight behind the window, Bird Ring, again, only taking a tickle. They can't push forward on that because the window's up.
Great play. Uprising recognizes it, responds in their own manner. They're happy to trade that ult 1-for-1.
Ooh, that nade was one-shot Backbone, wow.
It does 200 damage still if it sticks you.
Yeah, right. Hardy stepping up with the Earth Shatter. Bit of a testudo formation on the front lines here. He lays down the Shatter. Oh, no one there! Swap sides. He's trying to still swing, but that turret form was just almost laying waste to him. But Decay ends up going down. They do trade DPS once more. Here comes the Mortar Strike. Hardy, shield to the skies to protect the rest of his team. And there's the window. Smurf, though, has just saved cooldowns for this. This window, you can't really get an angle at all. It's just a backup for Boston.
It needed to be a little bit further so they could capitalize on the advantage, but Uprising smartly just back up, and now 30 seconds remaining. One more fight for the Spitfire.
Terror Surge and Smurf does the same thing again, just walks through it.
Here it comes.
Spear, Terror Surge in, pulls 3. Sound barrier to protect him. It lands, and there's the follow-up from Decay and Birdring. 19 seconds to go for the London Spitfire. I mean, Boston, they have a blade, they have a window, Scott. There's so many tools, and Backbone going somber to get the touch.
He's hoping he can find some alternate route to the point.
Oh, what a spin.
Because no one else is going to get there, but he's so far away, there's no chance.
3, 2, 1, no touch for the London Spitfire. Boston Uprising stopping that payload just before that second point.
You can understand why the Uprising chose this map. They had a great understanding of how they wanted to play the second point. And the London Spitfire, because of how narrow the corners are, and the streets are, and the corners are just everywhere, they can't get effective teleporters other than in front or behind them. So they can't take alternate routes, they can't go anywhere else. And the Uprising win in a straight up fight with the Orisa shooting down the corridor.
Yeah. Those windows have been so valuable too, especially on the first point for London Spitfire, but more so for Boston. Either just navigating away from London's or just like putting them up when you're trying to make space with that artillery strike. I like what you said, yeah, just they have just a response to that. If you want to try and make a play, send Hardy in with the speed boost after the artillery strike's being used, then kind of disrupt you, push them into Hardy kind of thing. They put up a window and you can't move through that because the Bastion's just sitting there shooting.
Something I personally would actually like to see the London Spitfire do is maybe move Backbone over to the May. It's been a change that they've done in the past, and if the Symmetra's not finding that effectiveness, maybe dropping the walls and isolating the tank like Smurf could be big or dangerous from Lee J. God. Great boot. That was the boot I was talking about that caught Admiral off guard. Ends up getting additional value for the Terror Surge.
His middle name is Danger.
Is it?
I mean, looking at the stats, yeah.
That's true, that's true.
Yes, he does like to play literally on the edge. He's one of the highest environmental kill Lucios we have in the league currently.
His stats are actually just incredible when you look at them, because you would think he would have low healing with how aggressive he likes to play, but he's very high up there. As you can see, the Boston Uprising and Lee Jae-gun going into danger. Your right middle name starting to check out.
Exactly. Trying to get the nice little boot there off the high ground, but London actually just take the low ground themselves. A nice little TP. Smurf is very low already. Nice to use the deflection there from Decay.
One tick. Almost. They're not going to get it. London Spitfire don't want to give a tick away this early in the round without even offering anything. But you can see how afraid the Uprising are of the Symmetra teleporter.
Yeah, Verdun's playing off on his lonesome. Here comes the push. Window defensively used, but Smurf just walks through it again. What's the best way to break a window? Well, just walk through it. Shatter it. And landed.
Oh, just having a bad day. Oh.
He's a champ for a reason.
No
Boston Uprising
respect.
are taking that first point now, and that payload's gonna get a move on.
And that's what makes Orisa strong as a hero, is you can just fortify, spear spin, run into the backline. There's not many responses the Spitfire can have, especially if they put down the amp matrix and he just runs through it. Now Boston Uprising, they have the amplification matrix and 5 minutes to only get it to this golden box of victory.
Pretty scary. Izuyaki playing on the point right now, can use the window pretty far range if he needs to. But not holding the choke, that's what's important for Boston. And there's the window. Nice teleport out though. They really do just disappear in the blink of the eye, it's crazy.
That's a play that the Spitfire love to do when they know they're at an ultimate disadvantage. They do it against Genji Blade as well. Oh, wow.
Excuse me?
That's dangerous for the Spitfire. They need to peel back.
They do. Teleport away. Here comes the artillery strike from Birdring. He finds another pick. It would be kind of sick, but no. Hardy's there with the shield again. But look at the payload, Scott.
Spitfire, they might even have to teleport to even touch the point. And this is why Smurf's playing so aggressive. He's trying to be a threat, make the Spitfire have to run through him to get to the point.
Whoa, Lee Jae-gun has been found. He's trying to get some cheeky little boosts there. Terror Surge coming in. No boop kills. Oh, he got spot. What? How? Izuyaki's on the point. Someone has to touch. No one is there. The Boston Uprising handily taking care of the London Spitfire. A pure dismantling on King's Row.
I love the Terror Surge into the Lucio Boop at the edge of the map. That's a classic that we haven't seen in a really long time. Popularized, actually, funnily enough, by the San Francisco Shock. So we can see the Boston Uprising, they have some plays in their playbook as well, and they take it to the London Spitfire, showing why they're more than willing to take the same matchup that they did 2 weeks ago.
Right. Well, scary too. A lot of teams are like, well, we don't really want to face London because prepping for London is very different from prepping any other team. We hear in interviews all the time and like on broadcast or with Yiska or whoever, right? And we speak to them, it's like, oh, how do you prepare for X, Y, or Z team? It's like, oh, well, for a lot of teams it's quite easy, but for London, you can't really prep against London versus another team. You can't be like, hey, could you play the Sim TP comp with the Rhine? Like,
and be really good at it.
And be really good at it, yeah. So they're a tough team to actually prep for, but right now, Boston Uprising, they seem to have figured it out.
Moby Dick actually said in an interview, the head coach of the Boston Uprising said, when we went up against London Spitfire and the bracket was decided, we're more than happy to take them on. They're not afraid. They've beaten it. They don't have that same fear that some of these other teams have where it's like, we've been beaten by it before. We don't really know how to deal with it. Boston really showing that they have an understanding of how to deal with it on certain maps.
Well, the series is tied now. It's London Spitfire's map choice, Scott. And it will very much come down to that, I feel. Every single series that London is going to play this tournament, this playoffs. It's map pick for them. Flashpoint, where do you think we're going to go?
The thing about Flashpoint is you only have 2 maps, Surabasa and New Junk City, and both of them play in somewhat of a similar way of how Flashpoint is because we haven't really solved it. It's only just come into the Overwatch League. Most teams have been preferring to go over to Surabasa because it's a little bit more open, and if I'm the Spitfire, I would believe in that, but with how narrow and how many corners and just really how much of a maze New Junk City is, maybe that confusion could aid the London Spitfire.
Right, we're just getting their pick through now. Just waiting a couple of moments for Spitfire to lock it in, and we'll see. And then, of course, Push and Escort, we're definitely going to map 5.
Definitely.
I've got a feeling in my bones.
Jaws guarantee.
Flashpoint's just a bigger control, right?
That is true. That is true. But that's what I thought the last time London and Boston played. I thought, well, London should feel very at home. They are very good at Flashpoint. Yeah.
Exactly. Agree.
This guy agrees. He's absolutely agreeing. Hardy dip. Okay.
Yeah, facts.
All analysis out the window.
Hardy
what
dip.
this guy said.
But Gab, I mean, there was a couple of times there actually where, getting picked off at the very end, that's it. It's done and over with. If your support ends up dying, these comps just kind of fall apart, and here you go. It's actually going to be London Spitfire taking us to New Junk City. It feels like an age since we've seen New Junk City, because Surabasa, like you mentioned, is more favored for a lot of teams right now.
Yeah. And as I said, New Junk City, so many twists and turns, you never know what you're going to expect.
Right, let's go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. London and Boston, they're one apiece. London's map choice. We're going to New Junk City after this. There's a champion on your screens right now, hunting, searching for another one. This time on a different team on the Boston Uprising. It is Smurf.
Let's look at some Orisa stats from that last map.
Only 3 deaths and really showing the strength of Orisa. Because you're just so sustainable on your own, you have the Fortify, you have the Sphere Spin, and then when you combo this ultimate right here with some great team play, it doesn't always find picks, but it does so much damage and displaces the opposition team that usually you get so much value.
Yeah, you see a lot of the time when he is using that ult too, you do decay instantly, hitting the shift, dash straight through everybody, so everybody's super low. And it's really tough to kind of get out of too. You're forced to use land, maybe even beat right or speed to get out of there. And
just mean.
That'll be a BM. You love to see it.
Give away, Smurf.
Dude is calm right now.
He's a 2-time champion. This is just another day at the office for a man like Smurf. So we go back into the server, over to New Junk City. Spitfire pick onto Flashpoint. Theoretically, a Reinhardt map where their Symmetra teleporter can find more value.
Well, let's go. Let's get into it. Spitfire and Boston, their first match of the playoffs. One Spitfire's map choice to start off with. They took it 2-1 though, and then Uprising, it was really just a dismantle on King's Row. But let's load in to New Junk City for Flashpoint.
I wonder if there is a world where we see Spitfire make that adaptation over to the May on a map like New Junk City. A lot of chokes where you can pop up a wall and find a value. Also, because you're fighting inside a lot of the time, Blizzard even gets more value than you would usually expect it to. Music's so good. I agree with Hardy. It's kind of banging.
It is a little banger.
Backbone, a professional player, doesn't play with music on.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, honestly.
Yeah, wait, what? Not even like low?
No.
Yeah, that's great.
Looks like both teams are going to come out playing the exact same thing. Better get used to it. I don't see either team making any swaps, no matter what map we end up on. Will Backbone switch over to the May? I doubt it.
No, it doesn't look like it. Just sim.
Nope, going
sim,
through.
Sim. All right. Let's go to the center point then. And yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to see a big change at all. We've seen a lot of variation already in the playoffs, but when you're playing against a team like London, you've got a comp that you know kind of works against them because you know they're not going to change.
Yeah.
Gonna wait for that TP cooldown, I'd imagine, for Backbone. Look at them, all backing up. There's the teleport behind. Instantly taking out Izayaki. Wow, that nade. Pixel perfect precision.
And that's the coordination that the Spitfire do better than anyone else. As soon as they were through that teleporter, everyone 180s hits Izayaki and there's almost nothing he can do. The Uprising were prepared for it. They knew it was coming, yet they still could not stop it.
My God. Those points, they tick up so fast too, and they're not going to have a lot of time really to navigate and force these TPs out of London Spitfire. They just have to go, already at 25%.
Uprising trying to take a different direction. Oops, sneaky beaky like going in through the left door actually.
Those turrets are going to... It's a little alarm system, I think, for the London Spitfire. There goes the turret. Playing a little bit of this low ground here. Lee Jae-gon almost taking all of his health in terms of damage. But there it is. The window is just too much. I mean, when you're grouped up like that, one grenade will do it normally. There you go. There's the kill. How much? 64% for London.
Seems to be the idea that the Uprising are go for. Wait for the teleporter to come through, try and mitigate the damage of it, and then go with your engage, because that's a big tool out of the Spitfire wheelhouse. But now with Uprising taking the point, both teams having ultimates come up. We got Bastion ultimates coming up. Actually, Birdering is very far away from his Bastion ultimate. Has not done much damage in this round so far.
Well, here goes the Bastion ult. Very quick. Sharpish for that first one. Oh, they should be able to get out. Yeah, Lee Jae-gon the whole time just speeding away, but Decay, unfortunately, isolated away from his main healer in Izayaki. Already put down that lamp too. It's a good time for London Spitfire to pounce on them. Little dive bomb onto the points. Wall available for Backbone, and Smurf, he's getting kept alive. There's the sound barrier. Teleport away, but Backbone's actually been booped into the low ground by Lee Jae-gon. A little 2v1 with the supports. And of course, Backbone and Avril come out on top. A reflip at 71%, and they're chasing Birdering away. I don't think you're escaping, unfortunately, son.
Get out of there, Birdering!
Oh, he's gone. And that should be point now for London Spitfire.
And that absolutely will be point. You'll see the Uprising start to maneuver in a different direction. Waiting to see what point will be coming up next.
All right, Admiral doing a little bit of checking. But no, there you go. Arena over to London.
And that was a big fight for the Uprising because Lee Jae-gon tried to commit the sound barrier to overcome the deficit of a player that they're in, while Admiral was able to hold on to his sound barrier, which once again will be there to counter the Decay Blade.
All right, Refinery up next. Here's grenades like coming out of nowhere. Speaking about coming out of nowhere, what? Whoa, Mortar Strike! Oh, Hardy blocks the majority of that damage. Shatter available, they're waiting for that teleport. You can see, there's the TP, there's the Shatter. It does hit, but can they follow this up? Sound barrier, everything being used. Nice deflection damage from Decay there, but no, Terror Surge drags everybody in. Blade from Decay is just good, but no, Hardy is better. Swings through the shield and takes Decay out. So many low health bars, and you see Smurf and Decay over-committing, overextending into the back line. Birdring still comes up with one, but an over-aggressive window there from Izayaki is going to cost them dearly.
It's 3 ultimates that found almost no value, and Izayaki definitely would want that amplification matrix back, but Decay just still struggling to find any value with his blades. So now Spitfire once again in control of the point. They have a Bastion ultimate, they have an amplification matrix that the Uprising are going to have to walk into. These teleporter Hardy Shatters are getting a little out of control. I feel like he hasn't been finding the value he needs to find. As Sparker pops the artillery strike, Uprising will just disengage. A little bit of time there for the London Spitfire.
Yeah. Luckily, Izyaki's got a little bit of air control there when he uses his Exo boots. There's the window. Oh, Birdring, unfortunately, a little bit too aggro. Oh, that nade. No, it missed.
You're going to see the London Spitfire. They're trying to set up. If they can find another pick, this will be huge for them. They'll get the second point.
They're going to go. They're ready for the TP. No, okay, TP back to the point. Don't want to overextend. Got to be careful. Birdring's coming back in just a moment, but this will be the last fight on Refinery, at least.
Refinery is such a difficult point to touch. You can see them. They're going to have to navigate onto the high ground, but they want to get their support ultimates before they fight.
Back to the point. London Spitfire taking a lot of damage there from... Oh, nice poop. Down to the low ground. Can they isolate someone? Apple trying to run for his life. He manages to get out of there, but it's actually Boston Uprising now on the point. Sound barrier comes through from Boston. They find Landon. Now trapped on the high ground, a London Spitfire. Agbo at least kills one. Spear, yeah, the crumbling corpse of Sparker. There's a sound barrier, they're still going. Hardy finds 2 in this fight. They're more than willing to try and turn this one around with the backbone still holding on to that ultimate. Fully charged up. Smurf didn't stand a chance. London find the flip, a miracle team fight there from London, and that will be, well, that's point 2. One more, and they take the map in a clean 3-0.
You can just see Admiral was holding on to that sound barrier for the perfect moment, realizes his team is in a 3v3, pops it, gives his team the advantage, and Hardy just uses that to a T. Runs at the Uprising. Looks like the Uprising, they're trying to cut off the London Spitfire from getting to the point. But Uprising will be the ones who start with control.
Well, they do have the blade. Maybe that's what they were trying to do. Maybe they were trying to think about. But they could play so far back too.
Because they can teleport in at any moment.
Right?
And they have the wall, they have the photon barrier, which they're going to use to get on top of the point.
Normal shadow from Hardy, maybe, there it is, and straight onto Birdring, pinned, no, actually lands onto Smurf, but it doesn't matter, the damage is still done. Blade for Decay, a nice little boost, no dash resets for Decay, so can't follow up with additional kills. Still 2 dead DPS for the London Spitfire, but Landon still got damage. They still got the window. But the center of this point, there's a giant column in the middle of it, so they're able to mitigate some of that damage from window, but just hiding away. Hardy's on the point, just a 1v1 for Smurf. Most boring 1v1 of history, I'd say. Smurf spears, spin, Sparker, how'd he get that kill? Terror Surge comes in, Smurf super low. Defensive use of the artillery strike there from Birdring. And yes, this fight is still going on, somehow.
Spitfire do end up getting the flip. That was a weird fight because both Baptiste players went down, so neither team had healing and were able to fully commit. But London Spitfire firmly in control, and if they get one more point, they will take the map. So Boston Uprising, been struggling so far, need to find a way.
Yeah, bomb flats, again, another tough spot for Boston Uprising to navigate, because there's so many corners that London can just kind of teleport around. Hardy's on the point, holding the fort, taking a lot of damage though. Yeah, the boop out of LOS of his healers.
Izayaki down again.
Landon keeps coming up with the goods. Sound barrier, late one from Uprising. Maybe not needed, but to guarantee a cap, they've got to keep themselves in this, Scott.
And you're happy if you're the Spitfire with that sound barrier going down. You're like, okay, as much as we lose that fight, that's a huge tool and resource that they won't have for the next fight, while the London Spitfire holding on to a sound barrier of their own.
A little bit of chip damage coming in from Decay as well as Birdring. Trying to get that blade. They really need that blade to force beat, just force something.
If they've been tracking ultimates effectively, they know they have the advantage. They can just take a straight up fight and use the sound barrier to just give them the extra health and let them go aggressive.
I mean, Lee Jae-gon's on 10%, mate. No way near that sound barrier just yet. Admiral amping it up, puts the speed
there they go.
on. There's the beat. Into the back line goes Hardy, but no, Smurf stands in the way for the time being. Ain't no one moving past that shield wall. Lamp dead, Smurf still low. Hardy just blocking off most of those heals. The sound barrier not coming up with anything just yet. Where are the kills for London? They don't exist.
The Boston Uprising, they bend back, but they do not break. London Spitfire, they thought they had the advantage. They thought they could go early, but the picks just weren't there.
Smurf just stood there that whole time, just holding London back, burnt so much of that sound barrier away. As they make their way to the next point, it will be Ducts.
Decay, Blade once again, he hasn't been finding much value in this series at all, but Admiral doesn't have the sound barrier. So once again, Decay, I'm asking, come up clutch with this Blade. Even if he finds one pick, or at least does damage to the Spitfire, that's all he needs to do.
One pick,
and not
force Lamp,
die.
take Lamp out. Just put pressure on Landon.
See if Hardy's gonna go for another TP shatter play.
Didn't last time.
Yeah.
We do on the low ground? Okay.
They have 5 ultimates, so this just gives them space, and you can see Decay taking the point. If they get the flip first, so big.
There is the wall. Decay had to dash out, still with the blade in hand. I hear the artillery strike coming from somewhere. Sound barrier for Boston, and now pedal to the metal, landing in their sights. Well, guess what's happening? Terror Surge with the blade! There's no surviving that. A quick, concise team kill for Boston as they cap.
Throwing 5 ultimates at the problem, realizing they didn't have the point. Yes, it was expensive, but maybe necessary. So now all they have to do is deal with this Spark of Bastional because Spitfire committed lots of ultimates of their own.
Yeah, big, expensive fight, like you said. 30% and building. Want to see how they end up pushing in off of this artillery strike. Just a couple on the high ground.
Hardy's
trying to negotiate. Please move into the artillery strike, please. Pretty please.
Spark it down.
Up trading. Landon's super low again. They're just chasing him. He's so scared. He's on the low ground right now. No healing for Hardy, but does he really need it? I mean, Backbone's full charge right now. Izzyaki also struggling to keep Birdring alive. It's Decay up with the resets, but Landon takes another life. 75% for Boston and building. It's Lee Jae-gon and Decay versus Landon and Admiral.
Respectable
Decay is so
2v2.
low. It's not that respectable, mate. Not when you got Landon's aim.
Landon has been a sneaky carry for the London Spitfire throughout this entire resurgence of this team. His Baptiste is number 2 in damage, number 2 in healing. Very impressive player that doesn't get enough respect on his name for the success that we're seeing from the Spitfire.
All right, Spitfire now hold. They're 1 point away from taking this map, taking a lead in the Series 2. All right, quick rotation for London. They got window. They know what they're up against. All the land from Landon. Comes out just in time. Here comes the artillery strike. They've got to do something! Spear into the wall. Hardy was nowhere to be seen. The sound barrier comes out from Apple, but it's too late. Izzyaki may have fallen, but look at Smurf's accuracy with these spears. Admiral is too low. Boston taking this to a 0.5 by the looks of it. Backbone with a TP out is going the full distance on Flashpoint.
And we're heading over to Junkyard. This is a very open point that you would theoretically think would favor the Uprising. But the London Spitfire, they have the positioning first because of where the spawn doors were for the Uprising. London's going to have all the time in the world to set up in the ways that they want.
Yeah, on the high ground too, it could be quite deadly, especially with the window. Ideally, you cap holding the high ground, then maybe TP behind them.
Yeah, they also have the photon barrier to be able to just give them advantage in any fight which they want to take. You can see them actually baiting the Uprising in. They're playing quite far back, so then they can engage in more of the open.
That wall is very far back. Oh, Hardy stepping up though. There's the spear spin. Shadow's still in the hand. Hits them in the back. You got to be careful. He's still there. No boot,
Great boot.
Very nice. No pin, thanks to the boot. There's the Terror Surge, dragging everybody in. A quick teleport away, but Sparkle wasn't quick enough. Smurf ends up paying for it with his life, but Blade pulled by Decay. Playoffs Decay is well and truly here with these blades, Scott. No nano needed.
That's exactly what we needed from him, Decay. When it was needed most, he stepped up. Fortunately for the Spitfire, they did get 30% for that fight because they got the flip going in, but that was an expensive fight to lose for the Spitfire. They don't really have many ultimates to get in at all because the artillery strike doesn't really offer enough.
Well, navigate this one.
Uprising also baiting in the Spitfire, trying to put respect on the teleporter.
All right, it's almost telegraphed at this point, opening with an artillery strike. Triple shot on the high ground, Birdring healed up. They've got one of their own now. They've also got a window, so if London want to try and step up onto the point, they're going to have to deal with this window, but Izayaki knows they have teleport, so putting down the window could be a death sentence to them. Well, not so much anymore. They actually just take the high ground and actually try to wrap around, kill Izayaki, puts the lamp down and the window. Now London have to play safe, a little bit more passive.
This is taking so much time, though. The Boston Uprising up to 70%. They only need one more team fight now.
More time being burned off. Artillery strike coming in. 1, 2, 3 shots.
Uprising have used a lot of ultimates to slow things down, but the Lee Jae-gon has the sound barrier.
Hardy with a shot at Avril, 2% away from his own. Smurf's going to go in. They're going to try and make a play. Avril! Oh, sub 50 HP. He still manages to get it off. Lee Jae-gon still with the sound barrier. They're happy just to take this fight. They know London Spitfire only 31%. They burn the other team's beat. They have a better beat for the next fight. And they've got a Blade coming up too. Beat Blade could be the difference maker. Flashpoint almost in the hands of the Boston Uprising right now.
Admiral dancing with death a little bit there. Almost Ajaxed, but Uprising, as you said, Jack, more than happy to give up that point because they have a beat of their own. Decay has the Blade. We saw how clutch it was in the last time he had it. But Spitfire have answers. How do they respond? Do they want to TP with that Hardy? Do they want to go aggressive with the Photon Barrier?
They can delay a lot of time here again, Scott, with this wall, the shadow. They got everything they really need to force out the beat early if they really want.
It's going to be a fight on the point for the map.
How is he dead? Shadow hits the ground, but it only hits Hardy. I mean, Smurf even. The Blade has been pulled. The London Spitfire being cut to smithereens. Hardy is dead. Double kill for Decay. Backbone trying to make it even, but it wasn't to be. The Boston Uprising on match point.
Out of nowhere, just Landon falls, unable to utilize his own advantage, and from there, the Boston Uprising and Decay cutting down the Spitfire. And you can see they're back in business, almost playing out exactly how it did 2 weeks ago. London Spitfire taking control, but as the maps open up, there's just no way that they can stand up to Uprising. Oh. The dozens of Boston Uprising fans in the crowd, they're starting to step up.
Push is the next game mode again. Another choice here for the London Spitfire to make Boston Uprising on match points. They did it a couple of weeks ago, Scott. They beat London.
Yeah.
Can they do it again? Start the playoffs run. And with a lot of players that have been in this situation before, another day in the office for someone like Smurf.
And you can see the issue that the Reinhardt composition is running into for the London Spitfire. There's just not enough damage to deal with all the threats, and just the way that the Uprising play, unless they have big ultimates, it doesn't feel like they ever have that major advantage. And if the Uprising play these fights correctly, exactly like this, the Spitfire just fall over. Can the Spitfire start to turn things around? We're going on to push, a game mode in which Reinhardt is very strong on, and then on Escort, anything can happen.
I mean, those last couple of moments, just picking off Landham, I'm Birdring, unretiring, by the way, to come back and play.
For the third time or something like that?
Something crazy, man. But he's in the playoffs right now for Boston. Looks like, actually, we're going to New Queen Street. Spitfire's pick.
Makes sense. New Queen Street is a very long corridor. You can get lots of values with teleporters. Great map for London.
Great map for London. Can they take us to a map number 5? We'll have to wait and see. After this break, it's going to be New Queen Street. in Toronto. New Queen Street up next. London Spitfires map choice, but Boston Uprising right now on match point. And this man right here saunters onto the stage, knows it's playoffs, and puts up stats like this.
I asked for Decay to step up. I want to see playoff Decay. We're getting glimpses of it right now. This is definitely a difficult task to play Genji into the London Spitfire, but it needs to be done. And on New Junk City, he did a phenomenal job of getting the damage in, finding value from the Blades.
Blades nasty. Looks like London don't really have an answer to them at all. I mean, Landon, at that very end of that fight, Scott got picked off by Birdring. And then it was just easy for Decay, didn't have to worry about Lamp or any healing really at all. Boston Uprising on match point. London still get another chance later on, obviously, in the tournament, Scott. But Boston right now trying to make it a clean sweep. No, not clean sweep, of course. London took map 1. But going on to New Queen Street, how are we thinking?
Well, I expect to see the exact same thing from both teams, and London Spitfire coming up for answers, as it feels like the Boston Uprising have just cracked the code of how you beat the London Spitfire. And I know if I'm any other team and I'm watching this match against London, I'm sort of taking notes, jotting some things down. But one of the things that I think Boston Uprising do that is unique is they just play at such an exceptional level and have the same coordination level of the London Spitfire, because that's how you beat them. You have to beat them at their own game.
Just more Orisa, more Genji, more Bastion. Pushes a bit of an interesting one, especially when you think about how the sim teleports interact with the rest of the map, especially New Queen Street. It's so enclosed, especially that first point. And with the Lucio, it's so easy to kind of just run around people right around the bus. It's not like any of the other push maps like Esperanza, right? You can't, on that first point, there's the giant spire, sure. But like a lot of this, the first push that you end up getting, you're right next to the spawn. Like, it's so tough to actually fight. You need clean team fights. And London are very good at doing that, but they do rely heavily on their ultimates.
And they rely heavily on their ultimates and the Symmetra teleporter usage. And that's the question that I have for London is, what have they worked out here that is going to be able to give them an advantage over what Boston Uprising have been doing? Because so far it feels like Boston have been playing in a way of anticipating and then counting how the Symmetra teleporter is going. So if they can live through that initial switch, something that they couldn't do on Lijiang Tower, then all of a sudden the London Spitfire, they don't have many tricks up their sleeve.
All right, here we go as we load in.
Toronto to Toronto.
Toronto in Toronto. Crowd's ready, so are we. Boston, a team truly full of legends. Players that have won it before, and like you mentioned at the very start of the series, the very top of this one, Scott, was pre-built this team to win. Very much built this team. I mean, Smurf, championship winner, Birdring, unretired, another winner, another champion.
The thing that I'm interested to see from the Boston Uprising is how they play against other teams as well. We know this is how they want to play against London Spitfire, but how are they going to play when they play against these other teams? Because Boston's weakness throughout this entire season has been punching upwards. But as we go to New Queen Street, once again, both teams playing exactly the same thing.
Oh yes. Quicker start out though from London. And here comes the sad teleports. Hardy taking it. Just an overwhelming amount of damage there, almost. Doesn't want it snapped out of thin air just yet. Izzyaki too. Got to be careful with these grenades. They did get nerfed, Scott. The Bastion grenades.
The impact damage, yes.
Still very deadly. There's the teleport straight behind, but Boston, we know your game. We know your tricks.
And then Spark is the one who falls. Exactly as you said, Jack. Izzyaaki's just so prepared. They're waiting for the teleporter that's going to go to the backline, that's going to try and punish and pick off a backliner. But Uprising, they've seen this too many times before, and it's just not working for the Spitfire.
Yeah, you see them kind of clump up in a ball. As soon as they hear that teleporter go down, they clump up and they move towards the entrance of the teleporter because they know London are going to be right behind.
And Smurf is almost just like running on top of his Baptiste and just spear spinning in the direction the Spitfire are going, mitigating all that damage. But now this is where it gets difficult for Uprising because London, they can waterfall out of the window, they can teleport behind. There's many options that they can do.
But Izzyaki with a window in a couple of percent, Landon too. It was a very deadly first fight, a lot of healing and a lot of damage traded. There's the double windows, better land, but Landon's already dead. Once again, Smurf almost predicting that Landon would throw down that window and just runs straight through it.
Well, that might be a very early capture here for the Boston Uprising on the first checkpoint.
It's gonna be.
Backbone staggered, and all of a sudden Spitfire grasping at straws, trying to work out a play that's gonna, I guess, dismantle the Uprising, just sort of make them feel a little uneasy.
That is a fast checkpoint.
And they have 4 ultimates to answer whatever the Spitfire throw at them as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And they can just hold this corner too. London have to come to them. They know butt scratch mode takes a little while.
Backing up a little bit, moving to a more advantageous position.
Is on the high ground now, by the way, as well. Lee J gone. Is Lee J gone to spawn? Same with Decay. Takes a nade to the face. All right, here's the clean fight that Spitfire need. They're still taking a little bit of time, though. They can't really lose anybody. And they don't. All good. Clean team kill there with Lee J gone going down first.
That's what, wait, Lee J got Ajax? I didn't even notice that he popped the sound barrier.
I didn't even hear the voice line.
Wow, that is a big misstep for Lee J gone. That's a massive swing for the Spitfire.
That must have been very early on in the cast there, because there was...
I want to see what happened to Lee J gone now.
What?
But now, all of a sudden, the Spitfire, they're the ones moving. Uprising are the ones who have to come into them.
We caught that one in 4K, unfortunately, Hardy. Spark is dead. Who's in the air? Blade pull, Decay. Oh, no. London going from bad to worse there.
There was some mistakes made for the Spitfire in that one. So the mistake made by Lee J gone all of a sudden isn't as much of an issue.
The Boston fans getting up there now. Lot of heat, lot of shade being thrown either way. That ward is going to die too. Teleport around the back. Birdring in trouble. Booped out of the lamp. And there's the window for London Spitfire. Just filling Boston Uprising with a whole lot of holes in them. Goodbye, Decay. But still, the Boston Uprising, they've got the forward spawn here. They might all be able to spawn in it too. That bot is fairly far away from that middle checkpoint.
And that's why getting the capture so early for the Boston Uprising was such a big advantage.
They all got the same.
Every time they win a team fight now, it's going to swing back the other way, and the London Spitfire are the ones who are having to push the bot uphill in some respects.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy was on the bot alone there, just trying to get a little bits of progress. Birdring artillery strike. Landon holding down those Exo boots. Goes to the sky, backbone pretty low, receives a healing grenade, all good. Sped out the way too by Admiral.
No real ultimates, both teams not really looking to blink. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sparker pop his own.
Nice angle here from Sparker. And here comes the artillery strike straight on top of the backline, but no. A lot of damage, but there's the sound barrier from Lee J gone. Hardy in no man's land right now as his backline is getting run down. Oh, Decay pushed off the map. Should be able to clamber back up though. Not to worry. Hardy in trouble now with no healing. Landon is dead. Decay is just a little fly in the sky right now, just annoying Hardy to death. But April still comes up with a kill. Even trade so far from both teams, but Birdring still just dishing out damage, and Lee J gone, paying for his sins earlier on, coming out with kills. Hardy does not escape alive either.
So many ultimates going back and forth, just jostling for position. But Boston are the ones who live just long enough. Lee J gone doing Lee J gone things, just dancing around the map, being such a nuisance. And Spitfire, they haven't been able to find any traction, getting any meterage. They're still only at 15 meters.
Sure, Birdring there to actually cap the checkpoint again, so now they have forward spawn and London have to push it to that midpoint to cancel that one out. There's the shadow pushed away, still connects, hits 3. The window's there though. Oh, Hardy through the bushes. Takes care of Lee J gone again. Oh, what?
Oh, big grenade.
Birdring, hello?
And more meterage goes up for the Boston Uprising. That was 3 ultimates for them, but now they're moving up 75 meters.
A small mistake there by Hardy, just put down the shield for a brief moment and Birdring just launched a nade in. Picked up a double kill, almost reaching the 100-meter mark here, Scott.
Spitfire have the ultimates to win this one. They don't want to use too many though.
Are they using 2 already? Oh, Backbone and Admiral already dead. Both support ultimates still available for the London Spitfire.
For exactly what I said, Spitfire, they don't want to have to use too many ultimates to take that fight, but being a little bit too greedy, getting impatient, Backbone goes too aggressive, falls to the artillery strike, and it's getting from bad to worse for the Spitfire.
Really is. Lee J gon's 10% away from that beat too, and he's going to get that in just a moment. Double support for London Spitfire. They need to do something here, Scott, and they need to do it now. A spear spin for a Smurf.
His eyes set to kill. Sparker in trouble. Soundbarrier comes out though. Lijiang gone with a better beat in a moment, you'd imagine. A lot of low health bars on the Boston Uprising as they do get forced into the room, but there's the beat. 5-man beat. Can they make use of it though? Sparker in trouble, but no! A double kill with the artillery strike. They stop the bot for the time being, but they still need the kills. Birdring launched through the air with a little boop. Izzyaki still doing a fair bit, but there you go. They finally stopped that bot, Scott, but at what cost? 115 meters for Boston.
London need to get 100 meters extra on the board to keep their upper bracket run alive. You don't want to be a team that has to fall to the lower bracket, climb your way out. Right now, it's looking a little rough, but we've seen crazier things happen on push before. That's a great start.
That is a fantastic start. All right, Birdring dead. You can back up here. Oh, hello. Oh, nice right click. Nice air shot from Backbone. No deaths here for London Spitfire. That is what they desire.
Okay, so they're gonna get some of these meters back. You need to be careful if you're the Boston Uprising. Time and time again, we see teams just trying, oh, we don't need to win this fight. You give away too many fights, too many advantages, then the next thing you know, you're in final fight territory. Decay has the blade, Admiral doesn't have the sound barrier. Decay was huge on New Junk City with these. Needs to stem the bleeding for the Uprising.
Checkpoint in the silence of Spitfire, but here comes the blade. Oh, that Terror Surge is good! Decay with 3! Hardy in trouble, and so with the rest of London Spitfire. 2 minutes to go, a clean team kill for Boston.
I ask and Decay delivers. Perfect synergy with the Smurf Terror Surge as well. And now the bot running at record pace back up the point, and this is what Spitfire has to deal with time and time again.
A checkpoint almost recapped there. Birdring from the high ground jumps down, uses the window, but Sparker's already dead. A defensive window from Landon, but look at Smurf, just runs straight through it. Birdring the same, just wants to take the fight to their melee range for Birdring as he just runs down Hardy. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. London Spitfire now on their last limbs.
Admiral has a sound barrier. He can use that to sort of give them an advantage, but Lijiang can also respond. But finally, the May that I was asking for from Backbone has finally come out, but is it a little too late?
Sound barrier for both teams. Here comes the artillery strike from Birdring. It's going to create a lot of space. Backbone's going to be fine with a little ice block if he needs to use it, and he does. Could be a key target now for the Boston Uprising to run down. Wall comes in, there's the beat, hits 5 men. So does the London Spitfire. No one down just yet, but Decay just chunking away at Hardy's health bar. Artillery strike from the spawn, Sparker kills Izzyaki, Birdring falls. And that is London, still holding on. But with 30 seconds to go, they have to be perfect.
Wait, where's the bot?
Yes,
sneaky beaky Smurf
is still chilling. Another 10 seconds burn off the clock, but look at the bot. Look at how far away they are, Scott. They need 90 meters or so to get themselves back in this map and series.
A little bit of hope for the Spitfire. This is where the magic happens. When you get into overtime, spawns start getting longer, anything can happen in push. If you're the Uprising, need to play calm, need to play poised.
OT in session, no C9s please. Blade coming up from Decay. Same with the Terror Surge, the double deadly combo. It's available rather soon. Smurf just needs an avenue to get in.
Howdy has the Earth Shatter. Decay's looking for a blade, but he doesn't need to do anything. It's the Spitfire who need to.
Backbone's going super low. He's in the front line, forced upon the block. High ground, window used. There's the Terror Surge, there's the blade. They're all grouped up. Admiral in the sights of Decay. 2 kills for the blade. The bot is still moving, but it does not matter. The Boston Uprising, a team full of legends, wanting to make their name once again, writing it down in the history books as they take the map and the match away from London.
Boston just proving that they are the better team. London may be thinking, oh yeah, we lost last time, but we've learned from our mistakes. But Boston shutting that door, the series playing out exactly the way it did 2 weeks ago.
No mercy spared for London Spitfire. Pretty much a repeat, like you said. They've done it once, they've done it again. Seem to have figured out how London Spitfire like to play. And of course, London came into this series with their map choice. Scott, Lijiang Tower, they take it. For the Boston Uprising, they said, well, it doesn't matter what map you take us to next. It's gonna be ours. Boston with a strong start in the playoffs.
Yeah, Boston is just a team full of superstars. As I said, I'm curious to see what else they're going to play in these playoffs now the meta has changed. Yes, obviously Orisa is great against the Reinhardt, but will it work against everyone else? And you're the London Spitfire, down to the lower bracket. Now everyone has to fear you.
Player of the match from this series, it's gonna be the legend, Smurf. So Orisa this series was just so sick. His spear accuracy is insane.
Not only that, getting the damage in, but it was also just making himself a threat, giving the team space, and also just understanding how the Spitfire are playing and manipulating it against it. Struggled on the first map, but then as soon as that happened, you could see he was just the guy. We need to be the aggressors. We need to be the ones getting in the face of the Spitfire, and he did exactly that.
There was no better man to win it this one time around. I mean, at the end of the day, Boston Uprising, they put a lot of talent on their team and people that have won championships before, and they look like they want to do it again. No mercy spared at all. And with stats like these, yeah, you best believe Boston are here to play.
Yeah, Boston are a scary team. Is their roster going to live up to the hype of what it was built for? Can they be a championship roster in the playoffs with a new patch? Anything's possible.
Anything is possible. They've got more tricks up their sleeve, that is for certain. And like you said, what do they play against other squads now? Because you're going to run, yeah, Orisa Genji worked out for London, but now it's a scary group, Scott.
Well, we've seen some Winston, we've seen lots of different pieces that we know the Boston Uprising can play.
Yeah.
But now if you're the London Spitfire, you're going down with that Reinhardt ship. Is it going to stay afloat?
Is it going to stay afloat? Not sure. London Spitfire definitely want to bounce back. They got a lot of fans in the crowd, but so do Boston. We're going to send it actually to Danny down on the stage with an interview with Birdring.
Jaws and Costa, thank you very much, everybody. I am back here with Birdring from Boston Uprising. Big congratulations on getting the win. All right, I have to ask, because this match was sort of a rematch in the play-ins. You guys already beat London before, so because you guys already got the win against London before in the play-ins, was this sort of, you know, an easy win coming into the playoffs? 자, 첫 번째 질문으로 오늘 일단 경기 승리 축하드리면서 아무래도 런던이랑 플레인에서 한번 경기를 치렀고 또 어떻게 보면 그때 벌써 이겼기 때문에 오늘 프로 첫 경기 들어오면서 아 런던 한번 이겼으니까 좀 쉬울 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
아 물론이죠.
Of course. Why? Yes, of course. I like the confidence, and you guys, fantastic. You guys were fantastic. I also do want to ask about, you know, in the match, I think we saw something interesting. London was sort of chatting, sort of trying to throw you guys off by, you know, typing in the in-game chat. How did that make you feel? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 경기에서 오늘 런던이 계속 채팅창에다가 계속 이렇게 찌르더라고요. 계속 이렇게 뭘 치고 해서 이거에 대해서 좀 어떠셨는지, 좀 이게 좀 이렇게 이게 좀 스트레스를 좀 받으셨나요? 그런 걸 좀 보고.
딱히 신경은 안 썼는데 그냥 말 엄청 많네 이 정도 생각. 예.
Yeah. Didn't really bother me, but I did think, you know, oh my God, they do talk a lot. All right, that's it for the interview. Everybody give it up for Birdring one more time. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Danny. And of course, thank you so much, Birdring. Congratulations to the Boston Uprising. I mean, all chat has worked out for them before, but not with that squad. They have just too much veterans on. It doesn't get into their heads. Not like that. Not like that. Man, another dominant performance by the Boston Uprising. I'm not saying we knew that that's going to happen.
I'll just say Toronto. You know, it's fine. It's okay.
You know,
you don't have to apologize. It's all right. It's all right.
They apologized in spirit when they started cheering for Boston.
Follow my lead.
End, I think.
Don't worry about it.
Follow my lead. Don't worry about it. Well, let's recap this match, see how they got it done, explain why Reinforce was so right and it was absolutely unnecessary to boo.
And Jake.
And me.
We were all right. Let's congratulate
Analytical minds.
You gotta wait for Danny to really gloat.
Boston Uprising, they showed that they are not struggling against that Reinhardt comp already in the play-ins. Like, not even remotely. Where other teams still were trying to figure it out, Boston had an answer, and it worked again. Like, they were not phased.
I think what's so scary for the London Spitfire is that this was a match of building dominance for Boston, right? The first map, London was able to take it. They were able to get the win on arguably the best map in the game for the Rhine comp on Lijiang Tower. But Boston, they're unfazed, and it was 3 dominant maps in a row from there. So really, I feel that this really hurts London. However, I don't think many teams can replicate Boston's success. I think it comes on the back of insane individual mechanics from Smurf, Birdring Decay, really even Lee J. Khan, you know, his existing tendency of wanting to go to your backline and make solo plays works perfectly against the London Spitfire. So I think it's going to be hard for other teams to necessarily do the same. Even Atlanta going up against London, I think they have to take them seriously as an opponent. They're a unique team that can still get these wins if you give them any opportunity.
I mean, you can see as well, Boston Uprising, how they're combining these ultimates. They have such a good understanding of their composition. What they do is better than the Reinhardt composition. The way they combine Terra Surge with the Dragon Blade, for example. The way Artillery Strike is already ready to go when the Terra Surge come in. Boston Uprising, they just have a great understanding of this composition. And the case Dragon Blades, they were just like, hamstringed the London Spitfire. They just couldn't get any initiative done. Hardy struggled to land any meaningful shatters because Boston Uprising's rotations were on point. They had good understanding of what the London Spitfire were trying to do. This is just a really smart team of veterans who have been in this situation before.
Yeah, they absolutely don't give up the front foot aggression to London. London is a team that is able to just bully down a lot of other squads, making those TP rotations, punishing people who are sitting there passively. But Boston, they're rarely caught in that spot. They're the ones initiating, they're forcing skills out. And so London, they don't have all the tools in their arsenal that they'd like to typically play with. Those TP around, speed boost, drone. It's like you're always paying some of those key abilities just to get around the map against Boston.
Yeah, I mean, Boston taking the W here, but still, as you already said when recapping this, not too many teams will be able to replicate what Boston Uprising has done. And again, that is something we saw in the plains. Other teams still struggled against the Rheinkorn for good reason, Jake, because there's a lot of intricate details to the way London Spitfire are playing this comp, which makes it work so well against other teams.
I wanted to dive in a little bit deeper on this story because I think the fan response to London's comp has been undeniable. People love that they're making the Reinhardt work. And so I wanted to go in a little bit deeper and talk about how they get it done, what enables them to make it work. So I'm going to illustrate this little piece right here. This is London's attack on King's Road. And remember, they're on attack because it's going to get confusing. So London, we can roll the clip. First, they're just going to walk in and immediately TP across to the high ground. Even Hadi, he's in the perfect position to TP his team. And they're going to be able to stabilize in this position, get all of their cooldowns back. Every single player on this squad, they can all reset on the high ground because Orisa can't get to you. Bastion's on the low ground. These heroes can't get to you. They're forced to just be patient and wait. London is going to be able to rotate out here to this position and create such a dominant position on the high ground to zone off the point. And then they're going to be able to pressure. So we can roll the clip from here and see where they go. So they're going to move on to this high ground and taking this poking position. All of Boston, I mean, Boston's on defense and they're pushing to the attacker spawn right now. London takes the initiative, drops straight to the point, and there's one tick down. They're even pressuring a second as soon as the cooldowns come out from the Boston Uprising. So just creating a huge advantage out of essentially nothing based on their Rhine comp and their Symmetra TPs. But even when they get into this potentially dicey scenario, they feel, you know, maybe Boston has their cooldowns back and is about to push. They go right back to the high ground. We can pause it again because they're going to do the same rotation again, come out to this high ground position, and it's going to force Boston to make a decision, right? Can you go back again? You know, you don't really have time for that on Boston. Do you want to cross point here? Again, this is a threatening position because London can pop this amplification matrix. And so Boston, they take the last option left and they kind of run across into this corner. It ends up working for Boston a little bit, but London puts so much pressure on them. We can roll the clip. You see that Izayaki only lives by the skin of his teeth. Look at him caught on this rotation. I cannot believe he gets out of this. But still, London are 2 ticks up. They pressured out more ultimates, and ultimately they're going to create an advantage out of this, forcing Decay to flank, eventually getting that pick, and then the beat from Boston isn't going to get any value. So London, they're just masters of backing out of these questionable situations and always refighting with an advantage, creating something out of nothing by rotating around the map and forcing their enemies to be reactive rather than proactive.
I think it's really fascinating how London Spitfire are able to navigate the map like that, because again, like no one really does it like that, and like utilizing the Symmetra teleporter, a hero that is now really viable. This has been a unique approach from the London Spitfire, so all is really fun to watch, but I just feel like Boston had their number in this matchup.
People like London because they like good, honest Overwatch.
Honest Overwatch.
Honest Overwatch
the
is a
real meta comp. Those Rhine comps. Depends on who you're asking.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
That's not wrong, right?
Reinhardt.
Well, let's see. They're not out yet. They have to fight their way back in through the lower bracket. They do have a scary opponent waiting for them down there. Atlanta Reign is just not the team you want to find yourself facing off against in the lower bracket. Uprising Spark is going to be an explosive match up there. So I can't wait to see what bracket 1 will have in store for us. But first things first. You know what I love more than brackets? Bundles.
Okay, bundles.
There we go.
Right. That was close.
DPS bundles.
Right.
You are a close second, Danny. A close second, for sure. Make sure to grab yours. And now Team Weapon Charms are coming with it. So make sure to pick up all those snazzy team skins. They are looking good. Now, I am more than just hyped for the next match. It's going to be the last match of the day. And it's two teams who've been fighting it so close all season long. Of course, I'm talking about the Houston Outlaws and the Florida Mayhem. And we will be breaking down that action after a short break. So stick around.
The time has come to crown our next Overwatch League champion.
Are you guys ready? Let me hear you!
Let's recall our epic journey through Season 6.
Welcome back! Damn, it's good to be back! Let the games begin!
Welcome to Spring Stage Knockouts.
The Seoul Infernal. The Hangzhou Spark sweep their way into mid-season madness.
And that'll be it! Boston Uprising will be seeing you in the mid-season madness. The Florida Mayhem have booked their ticket to Seoul.
Let it go, Johnny. Let it go, Johnny.
The stadium's loud. I'm feeling the crowd. No stopping me.
The ultimate challengers, the Houston Outlaws. The Atlanta Reign.
This is real deal. It's not an anime.
The Atlanta Reign ride it all the way to the throne. Your mid-season madness victors.
A successful defense here in front of point B. Hangzhou Spark win. Seoul Dynasty punch the ticket.
A collect call from Canada and Dallas Fuel.
The Boston Uprising.
London Spitfire. They're going to accept the charges.
Overwatch League Grand Finals.
The moment you have been waiting for.
Grand Finals, September 28th to October 1st.
good, everybody? Danny Lim here. I'm joined by the top 3 teams from the West. We got Pelican from Houston Outlaws, Chio from Atlanta Reign, and someone from Florida Mayhem. How are you guys doing?
안녕하세요.
Chio, you already won the Overwatch League with Dallas Fuel. What are you guys going to do to prevent Chio from lifting that trophy again this year?
뭐 토론토에서 만나면 그냥 기절 정도 시켜주면 못하지 않을까.
치유 형이 오프라인에서 특히 많이 떠는 것 같더라고요. 그래서 아마 현석이 형을 좀 공격하지 않을까.
Are you scared of Florida Mayhem, Pelican?
아유, 메이엠은 생각도 안 하고 있어.
저는 이제 최대한 빨리 이제 휴스턴을 만나고 싶은데 그 이유가 이제 마지막 매치 때 저희가 3대 0으로 명치를 너무 세게 쳤거든요. 그래서 지금 PTS가 있어서 만나기 싫다는 걸 지금 돌려서 말한 것 같은데.
Who is the weakest link between the three of you?
치오. 그냥 메인 힐러니까.
세현이 형. 왜냐면은 일단 리그를 오래 했는데 우승이 없어서.
저는 치유 형이에요. 왜냐면 우승하고도 MVP 후보에 안 들어갔잖아요.
아니 그거 엇갈렸다니까 그거. 나였어 내가 봤을 때.
If you made it to the finals among the three of you, who would you rather play against in the finals and why?
메이엠이 올라올 것 같아.
뭔가 휴스턴을 또 만날 것 같아요.
저는 휴스턴이 올라올 것 같습니다. 왜냐면 에틸보다 휴스턴이 더 잘하거든요.
아, 훌륭하다. 어?
사회생활 참 잘하네. 우리들 라인 타야지 정하나. 야, 이해해줄게.
Can you guys say something nice to each other?
어린데도 잘하고 훌륭하다. 그래.
누가 우승할진 모르겠지만 각자 팀에서 1옵션으로 남자 우리.
딱 둘만 봐도 공격적이고 무서운 딜러 힐러니까 자신감 갖고 우승해보자.
화이팅!
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 Do you guys have anything you want to say to your fans that are watching?
재밌게 봐주세요.
앞으로도 계속 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
자만하진 않고 계속 열심히 해서 꼭 우승하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Right on! That was fantastic. Choose your social group wisely.
Ladies and gentlemen, choose your social group wisely. Pick your side wisely. And also, my favorite part was I think Pelican saying Chio is the weakest link. He's just the main support.
Come on, put some respect on the main support role. I feel bad. Come on.
Am I saying? I mean, he did lose against me.
You're piling on to Chio now while he's down, Zoe?
No, I would never. I would never. No. Man, I mean, obviously great to hear the banter. But now it's serious business, man. Like, those teams have been fighting it so closely all season long. Now we get to see a match between the Florida Mayhem and the Houston Outlaws. So let's talk shop. Let's talk about what we expect to go down here, starting with the Florida Mayhem. They've been so creative, so versatile. This has been such a talented roster. And they popped off all season long. I think they were very consistent.
Someone has the greatest pick of all time.
What is that?
Like analysis here, but someone's like force choking the camera. I think that's what I'm getting from this. It's giving Sith Lord energy, but that's not someone. I mean, I feel like he's a born Jedi, but that's just me. But this whole team, Florida Mayhem, they come together so incredibly well. They play unique styles, but it's not just one. There's been a few teams in the playoffs we've talked about. Oh, London, they're a Rhine team. You know, Fuel, they can play the Zarya. Florida can tap into any of these styles. They have all of them at their fingertips, and it's all because of someone. He's incredibly flexible. One of the only tanks in the league to be a solo tank, but respected as one of the best on both off and main tank roles. Incredibly hard to strategize against, and really a great asset that Gunba can use as a coach to bring incredible strategies. You've got Merit and Checkmate on DPS. Now, who are you in case you need a buff on the Genji? There's so much talent on this roster, and I haven't even talked about supports. I've heard a lot of pro players saying Chorong is one of the best main supports right now, one of the hardest to kill, and it's a stacked field this season. And RuPaul, I think, has had a really impressive season. Impressed me last season, has been continuing to perform. I can't leave anybody out on the Florida roster. I can't.
And for the Houston Outlaws, I mean, this is just a stacked roster. I know that someone goes like, well, we beat them 3-0 already, but if we gotta be honest, the Houston Outlaws weren't themselves in that series. This is a Houston Outlaws that comes into this playoffs with arguably the best player of all time, Violet, playing that main support role. And Shu, I mean, he is so impactful on the flex support role with the biotic grenades, with the sleep darts. And remember the Baptiste place when he was on the LA Gladiators, won several stages. You have Pelican, of course, who's been really flexible and clutching up in a moment like this. This is a really stacked roster from the Houston Outlaws. So this is another one of those rosters, just like the Atlanta Reign, that you don't necessarily want to play that early in the playoffs because they can be an absolute juggernaut. This could potentially be a preview of the grand finals because these are two of the best teams in the entire tournament. I'm just looking forward to some really good Overwatch, and it's not an elimination match, so whatever happens here, we might get the opportunity to see both of these teams later in the playoffs.
I think for Houston, they really want to get this win. A win now over Florida would mean everything to them. I think they do see Florida as their biggest rival in the tournament. And from that piece with someone at Pelican, it seems like it's mutual. I think both these teams have a lot of respect for each other. And so I'm curious to see what they've each cooked up for each other. I'm sure they've got some special math.
Haven't you just seen that video? I don't think they have any respect.
Some love, all right? They're competitors. It's a balance.
I don't. For prediction for this one, I don't know what I'm gonna go with. This was a hard one to.
Oh man, was it ever? But let's bring them up anyway. Let's take a look at our predictions. Truth be told, I don't remember what I picked.
Come on!
Obviously, I picked the Florida Mayhem. No, I mean, this team, they've shown such versatility and creativity. And I just believe in the flexibility of those players. I do think that they've shown us a lot different looks on a very high level throughout the season in a consistent manner. So obviously, I have to go with the Florida Mayhem, but I hope for a close one.
I do feel like it's going to be a close one, but I went with Florida Mayhem as well, just like Zoe said. And also right now, there's no like one best comp, and that flexibility, that versatility that Zoe mentioned, I think it's gonna be a big part of winning this match.
I think the Florida Mayhem, they're well situated for this meta. They can play a lot of styles. There's been a lot of flexibility.
Ayo.
They've shown that they can perform, but I won't be caught slipping again. I'm going for the boys.
Ayo.
Houston Outlaws, you guys got this. Take it and take the season.
And no one was surprised by Jake's pick. I too will be going with the Florida Mayhem because there are some real questions with the Houston Outlaws roster. I didn't talk about the tank, of course, Fearless. What is the meta going to be? There was a lot of talk. We'd have Zarya being played, and that's why Houston Outlaws, they signed Bernard. But Fearless, is he going to be comfortable in this meta? Can Fearless contribute to Houston Outlaws winning? I just feel like Florida Mayhem, they're a more known quantity. It doesn't matter what the meta is because Florida Mayhem, they will find a way to make themselves comfortable.
I'm kind of happy that Jake went for Houston because at least when Houston wins, she's not gonna get angry with him this time around.
True. All right. I'm actually surprised at this.
Let's go.
Houston Outlaws losing a fan vote? What is going on?
I mean, they're going up against someone.
Is someone single-handedly, charismatically carrying his team here?
Florida Mayhem crew is strong. There's a lot of Florida Mayhem fans out there.
Look at Merritt's face. That is
look at our face. Look at our face.
Come on.
That's right. Make some noise for your teams, guys. Well, I am ready for this one. I am excited as can be. This is the last match of the day, but before we dive right into the action, we send it down to the floor with the lovely GB.
Thank you so much. So yes, we're excited for this matchup. This could very well be a grand finals early matchup. So I figured I'd go ahead and get a few fans to express their loves for their teams. And actually, you may remember this guy. Actually, he's been at the Blizzard Arena quite a few times back in the day. This is, of course, Chef. Give some love to Chef, please. Thank you. Good friend of mine. And we also have Abby joining us here as well. Give some love to Abby as well, if you don't mind. All right, now let's go ahead and predict who you think's going to win. Now, obviously, the jerseys give it away, but why do you think the Houston Outlaws are going to win? And any words of encouragement for the fans and the players?
See, I drove 6 hours to go see the Outlaws today. I know for sure they're going to win. I want to see them Texas hard today. And that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
Whoa, a little Paul Heyman going on there. All right, Abby, you got to try and match that energy. Why do you think the Florida Mayhem are going to win today?
Okay, we have an MVP tank, someone, and the best supports in the world, and the best DPS, and the best Genji. Who are you?
Nice. Look at that. All right, well, I think everyone here is pretty much split. It's going to be exciting, but it's now time to jump back into the action and send it over to your casters for this epic match.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Thank you very much to the fans as well. Down on the floor. Yes, this very well could be a Grand Finals preview. At least that's what everybody is kind of pegging it to be. Houston Outlaws and Florida Mayhem so hyped coming into playoffs.
Florida Mayhem, the Des did a great job of highlighting it. They just have so many weapons and threats to deal with, and in a new meta, them being known for diversity and being able to pull anything out at any time is just so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. But Houston Outlaws, come on, man.
They're
champions on their roster. Fearless,
so many.
Who won it last year.
Yeah. If Fearless won it last year, then you have Violet, considered one of the greatest players to ever play the game. They just have so many stacked players. They could also just be that much better.
Well, I know there's a lot of fans in the audience right now. You're going to have to give it up for the Houston Outlaws. Fearless won a trophy last year. Different team now. Dallas Fuel waiting backstage. I'm sure they're wishing him good luck here today. One of the greatest of all time to ever touch the game in Violet. Shu, one of the best flex supports to ever touch the game. And I haven't even talked about Happy and Pelican, one of the craziest aimers of all time, and Pelican's flexibility too to boot. Him and Happy are just gods at the game.
When you saw this roster be put on paper and you're like, this is the Houston Outlaws for 2023, you're like, that's a scary team. Time to prove it in the playoffs.
One of the most charismatic teams of all time. Please welcome to the stage, the Florida Mayhem. Hey, RuPaul, Chorong, one of the scariest backlines, like what was said on the desk. Chorong, potentially one of the best main supports right now. So tough to kill. And of course, the happiest man to ever touch Overwatch in someone on the tank role. Rounding it out, Barrett and Checkmate. Need I say more?
And as Jake said on the desk, and they have Who Are You? If Genji does become meta, if they ever need to pull that out, he's just waiting in the wings. Historically, one of the best Genjis of all time. This was a roster that was underrated heading into this season. Yes, they have good pieces, but no one expected them to reach the heights that they have.
Well, they're right here and they're right now. I mean, the come-up stories for like organizations and players. You're thinking about Fearless all the way back in Season 1, man, and he's finally taken a trophy last year and he wants to make it a back-to-back. The Florida Mayhem, no slouches either. I mean, RuPaul is a player that stood out for me the whole season.
Just a mechanical player. Yes, he kind of felt very odd when he was picked up to this team originally, and he's fit in like a glove. And his ability to play every flex support at the highest level and just show time and time again he should be considered one of the best flex supports in the league. That's just been another boon that the Florida Mayhem have, as you can see them all.
Checking themselves out on the stage. Oh, Pelican mean mugging across the stage? No, he's looking at Violet.
He's mean mugging Violet.
Yeah, mean mugging Violet. Don't drop any beats.
Yeah, no Ajaxing in this series.
Already had one too many, I think. And as we go into the first map, Scott, what do we think we're going to see?
Well, the big question heading into this playoffs as a whole was the Zarya was expected to be prominent, but you've watched the series so far today, not many teams are playing it at all. You can, if you're the Houston Outlaws, you can play the Winston, just like we saw the Hangzhou Spark play. The Florida Mayhem, no slouches in that composition as well. But I don't see either team conforming to the meta. Both teams throughout this season have been known for playing to their own strengths. Just recently, Houston Outlaws were playing Doomfist Kiriko, a hero that no one else was playing. And Florida Mayhem, we know how tricky they are.
Tricky, Slivy, just hard to really pin down. Looks like Mayhem actually picking Lijiang Tower. So back to back now, Scott. Lijiang Tower first pick. And I like that too. Not conforming to any kind of meta, just playing to their strengths, and they have the skill to back it up.
Peek behind the curtain, I actually chatted with Goomba, and he was telling me he believes his team is one of the best Reinhardt teams in the league. And you can't doubt that. Someone is such a great Reinhardt who coordinates his team. I wouldn't be surprised if they went up against London Spitfire and went toe-to-toe. So this Lijiang Tower pick isn't a surprise to me.
I think they illustrate it perfectly on the desk too. It's been a bit of a question with the Houston Outlaws, their tank role. Like, how has that been kind of working out? Because Bernard was actually a recent pickup for the team. Obviously, we're seeing Fearless here. Maybe Bernard gets swapped in a little bit later on, but the meta changes so quickly. Obviously, the teams will travel, they get to the venue, and then, hey, what happens? Well, it's scrim time. A lot of scrims. And over the course of the last few days, the scrim meta is changing. Like, it feels every single block. So you're never really sure what the meta is going to be. And here we go. The rollouts. It's going to be Fearless on Doom. And, well, Florida Mayhem, shades of London.
Shades of London, because it's just so strong on this point. A lot of teams play the Reinhardt, they play the Symmetra, but Outlaws, pretty signature composition with a lot of players on their comfort heroes. Pelican on the Echo, Fearless on the Doomfist, Shu on the Ana.
Oh, one of the best to ever touch the character for sure. We'll see if Mayhem can pilot this comp. Oh, Fearless with a punch. Oh, goodbye, checkmate. First blood going over to the Houston. Oh, what? Fearless? Seriously? We've only just started, Fearless.
Oh boy, the Houston Outlaws have been cooking, and that is a huge motivator. When you come into a series, there's so much uncertainty, and Fearless pops off like that, that's crazy. And look at his
ult charge
percentage. He's gonna have a Meteor Strike before the second fight.
Someone, you better catch up, buddy. 17% ult charge on that Shatter. Meteor Strike at 76.
Big nade.
Little nade. Oh, only hits Merit. Don't know if you want to go in from that. Violet just playing a little frontline battle there with himself, it felt like. There's the Meteor Strike. Is it expected? Probably not, but it is dodge. Slam on the floor, but Happy falls. 2 dead for Outlaws. Make it 3 as Fearless also falls. Merit backs up to the points. Violet going down the early, Scott. You cannot let that happen.
Big mistake. We talked about he is considered one of the greatest. You won't see that many mistakes coming out of Violet, but Florida Mayhem find themselves a lifeline, and now they're back. Bunkered on the point.
Bunkered on the point. Playing to their comp strength too. Checkmate 75% towards his ultimate already. Fearless in the back line, and Florida Mayhem said, sure, that's fine. A duplication onto the Rhine, Scott, but he doesn't find any value. A couple of 5 strikes is great, Pelican, but you've got to get in there. Someone with a kill, Checkmate out. A nice counter pin, and there goes the dupe. Pelican now trying to run for his life as well. The Florida Mayhem just hunker down again.
The Houston Outlaws did get a flip, and they're going to try and keep contesting this point. That's why Fearless is going back in. That's why Violet, the rally's
back, pop the rally, but he's facing in a 1v1 against someone. The sound barrier comes through to match the rally. Violet's only giving that to himself though, but maybe that's all that they need. Happy with the rail, finds 2, even chasing them to spawn.
The greatness of the Houston Outlaws showing shades.
There's 3.
That's a stagger, and the Houston Outlaws flipped the point very early on in that fight. So now they're at 80%, and now they only need one more team fight. Fortunately for Florida Mayhem, they do have both DPS ults, someone coming up to an Earth Shatter, but so far the someone Reinhardt has been inconsequential.
Pelican with a sneaky duplication, maybe. He's behind him. There's the dupe onto the Bastion. Big nade. Already 40% ult charge. Lamp dead. Phyllis charging up to a punch, but it is Florida Mayhem now trying to react. Artillery strike to stop Pelican's offense with the copy Bastion. He is going to find a nice little flank here, but that dupe's going to run away soon. Florida Mayhem, though, running away with the point. They actually just find the flip, Scott.
Houston Outlaws more than happy to just give it up. They only need one fight. You don't have to fight into the amplification matrix. So how do they want to enter into this fight? They have no ultimates.
I think it's Dyson with death right now on the sidelines, but it's actually Happy that falls. Charing's Donuts, finding him across the map. Now looking and searching for Shu. Half HP, a headshot will do it, but no. Ends up dodging out of the way of Checkmate. Ends up popping the block. Shu with some fire back on him. Shatter hits the ground, and there goes Fearless. The whole Houston Outlaws comp, Scott. It plays well when it meshes together, but everybody is just playing solo right now, and they can't get any say on the points. Pelican has been nanoed. They're pushing forward. There's some decent damage. Beam goes through. There's not enough healing in the world that's going to save Merit from that. A boot from Violet. Checkmate off the map. So many environmentals already. It is overtime for the Houston Outlaws, and this duplication's going to earn a free Blizzard if he lands a couple more Icicles, and of course he does. A Blizzard on the points, and Florida Mayhem need to get back, but they're unable to do so. The Houston Outlaws going to claim round 1.
And you can understand the Doomfist pick into the Reinhardt of the Florida Mayhem. Florida just don't have the tools to be able to shut down Fearless. Fearless is just being constantly pestering, annoying, putting out that damage. And it feels like Florida Mayhem keep giving him that empowered punch, which is how Fearless is getting these knockoffs off the map and finding the value.
He pops it at the right time when you're in the Bastion, like, wheels mode, like, that's a free powered punch, right? Crowd very much on Houston's side, but who's really surprised? One of the most passionate fan bases, that is for sure.
They're a franchise that have been looming, and they've definitely made strides in just being more successful season on season on season. I believe they finished 3rd last year, but 3rd's not good enough. They want more.
Yeah, it's just to update you, small audio issue, so shouldn't be too long until we find a fix.
I really am curious to see if the Florida Mayhem are going to see that Reinhardt not working. It feels like the Houston Outlaws expected the Reinhardt and played perfectly into it. Even with some minor mistakes from the Houston Outlaws, Violet getting picked a couple of times, just some ultimates going by the wayside, it felt like the Florida Mayhem always playing on the back foot because they're playing the London Spitfire, Symmetra, Reinhardt teleport around the map, but it's so difficult to find and isolate any of these Houston Outlaws players.
And that's the man really that, like I said, has impressed me throughout the entire season. As a Florida Mayhem fan, you'd be very, very excited when you see Charon getting picked up too. A crazy rookie performance last year, Scott.
Yeah, and he kind of came out of nowhere. Like, Goomba is known to sign players out of left field that not many other people are looking at and then turn them into superstars. Someone is a prime example of that. Someone kind of came out of nowhere. People didn't have their eyes on him as a great player, and right now, he's one of the top 2 leading MVPs for this year. One of the few players that can play both main tank and off tank.
Oh, there's Violet on the screen too. Like I said, a lot of GOAT status on the Houston Outlaws. Let's talk a happy Sojourn though, Scott. A few nice railgun kills, and like we mentioned before, the way the Houston Outlaws comp was working there was just basically all splitting up. You saw Violet taking some rather risky angles, but kind of helping Pelican in the skies, using the packs, but then Happy was also finding another angle in. And that's another way to kind of try and topple over this Rhine TP with the Sim kind of comp. And with Happy playing these off angles, sometimes it's pretty easy to get those charge shots down.
And Sojourn seems to be creeping her way into the meta right now. We saw it in the Atlanta versus Hangzhou Spark match. If Sojourn starts to become meta, Happy will feel right at home. He is one of the GOATs of all time on the hit scan. He's very rarely considered the best, but he's always been in the conversation.
All right, we're back in round number 2 on Lijiang Tower. Houston Outlaws taking that first one. Look like Florida Mayhem were in control. That's the crazy thing, because that last round, it really felt like Florida Mayhem were in control a lot of the time, but Houston Outlaws just individual picks. Is this the start of the map?
Oh,
yes, it was. The little 3K from Fearless. I mean, it's almost set the tone. A short slam into a punch-off, checkmate. Oh, he's trying to throw some turrets. Just take the turret, man.
Doesn't work like that.
And then hits the block, power-up punch.
Oh,
bada bing, bada boom. RuPaul just sent flying, and Chorong was there holding his hands until they met their demise.
Same thing once again, but a minor adjustment from someone. He goes over to the Orisa. He's going to be able to javelin toss into the Doomfist if he tries to power block in their face.
Lamp's already used, Scott, after that big bionic grenade from Shu. And that's who you've really got to be careful of as well. You haven't got a Rhine shield to block those bionades anymore, Scott. There's the punch, slam in, a lot of AoE damage. Merit, once again, has been antied. He gets taken out. Someone trying to find the trade, ends up getting it too. Shu, Merit, dead. Houston Outlaws, though, with that initial kill. I mean, Violet is not falling, that is for sure. So much healing when you have that Brig just hitting Spire time after time, and there is the first cap going to the Outlaws.
Florida Mayhem just not utilizing the Symmetra teleporter in the same way, and that's going to prompt Checkmate to move over to the main. Merit over to the Sim to go for the teleporters as well. They're trying to find ways to deal with this Fearless Doomfist, who just feels to be playing the game for free. He's getting so much damage with Seismic Slams, finding isolations with the punch. Right now, Florida Mayhem just taking so much damage from the sticky bombs and the nade.
Look at the ult charge of the Houston Outlaws right now. They got Dupe, Rail coming up. Fearless even with his ult. That early lamp could be disgusting. Very early lamp. It's going to match to the window. Who's making use of it though? That is the question. Duplication onto the Orisa. Trying to scare him right now. I think just walking into his face. A free Terror Surge on the horizon for Pelican right now. Doesn't quite get it off. However, Merit trying to do something cheeky, but Happy puts a stop to it. This Railgun doing a fair bit of work, trying to dash away from someone, but someone smells blood in the water and dashes after him, but Shu, of course, he's got Happy's back. Checkmate down, same with someone. Houston Outlaws running away with this map.
And you can see someone is just trying to run for the backline of the Outlaws, trying to put any pressure, because it feels like they're just trying to take down Fearless, who's getting permanent healing, all the packs, all the healing. But they can't find it. Someone's potentially finding one, but no one else from the Florida Mayhem is finding any success, and lots of questions, but no answers for the Mayhem so far. They are having the Blizzard, they have the Terror Surge, they can combo these ultimates together.
I mean, look at Pelican's positioning. He shouldn't be able to get that close and land sticky bombs like that. Terror Surge comes in, but your team's already gotten someone. Violet hits the rally, and that might just be the round and the map. Well, you just have to throw yourself off, buddy.
He's dancing.
He's trying to get away. Oh, he's so sneaky. Can he get out? Maybe.
Can't get whipped.
Oh, no,
gosh.
didn't get whipped. Gets the boop away, but no. A disgusting stagger on Chorong. Felt like he should have just jumped off the map. That might just be it. No healers. Someone's on the Doomfist. There will be a Blizzard, but no, Shu is protected by the shield of Violet. Nothing stands in their way. This backline is just concrete. There's nothing that takes it down. Nice sleep onto Chorong, and that'll be the round and map just like that. Houston Outlaws starting off with a bang.
Been a lot of hype for the Florida Mayhem coming into this playoffs, but coming out flat, and the Houston Outlaws showing they're comfortable right at home. Shu on that Ana, Fearless on that Doomfist, just making big plays time and time again, and that just resulted that Florida Mayhem just couldn't do anything.
Disgusting stuff already, and hey, what did we say not 10 minutes ago, Scott? There were questions around the Houston Outlaws. How are they going to utilize their tanks? How is the meta really going to affect them? How are they going to come into this? A lot of that was predicated on the fact that, yeah, Zarya was potentially going to be a big factor in a lot of these games.
Yeah. But if Fearless can just play the Doomfist and no one is willing to play the Zarya anymore, something has changed in the idea of how the teams were playing and preparing for the playoffs. If things change in the last minute and the Houston Outlaws can play what they want to, that's a big deal for them. And all of a sudden, Houston Outlaws start becoming a much more of a threat than they were coming in.
That is a crazy punch. Look at the ult charge tick up to 41%. Whoa, 70%. Well, all right, scene switched. I got baited.
And just Happy is just hitting rails after rails.
I'm curious where we're really going to go next too. Of course, it's Florida's pick, and you're thinking, and we said, you know, a lot of flexibility on the Florida Mayhem lineup right now. So are they going to play this Ryan Sim TP stuff? Again, I don't think they will. We're probably going to go to a map where they're hopefully not going to give Phils the space to do stuff like this on Doomfist. Maybe. Okay, well, it's going to be Midtown. I was going to say maybe we go to somewhere like King's Row where Doomfist is a whole lot less effective.
Mayhem are the type of team that they're not going to come in with one strategy and die on that hill. Every single map, they'll try something different if it isn't working.
Well, Midtown is the map pick for the Florida Mayhem. Hey, Houston Outlaws has started off strong already. Yeehaw! We'll jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Fearless, a player that's had a heck of a story in the Overwatch League from Season 1 up until now. From a Season 1 doing 0 and 40 Scots up until a championship trophy lifted by him last year on the Dallas Fuel. Now playing for the Houston Outlaws and playing a little bit of Doomfist to start us off with. And wow, what a performance on that first map on Lijiang Tower. Starting the series off pretty crazy. A nice little 3K, you know. Just
pretty good start.
Pretty good start, yeah. Killing the backline, pretty easy.
And Fearless has been a great Doomfist in the past. People love to talk about Fearless's Winston and how that is obviously his strength. But on all of the main tank heroes, he has stepped up. And now that they have Banara waiting in the wings, if they do need to switch off, then that's perfect. But right now, why would you change anything? No. Fearless is absolutely running rings around the Mayhem.
I feel like he seems to be one of the more decorated ones too if he keeps playing like this. Florida Mayhem was their map choice. They went to Midtown, facing down who feels like a young gun still, right? It's in someone.
Second year?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected when he was signed that he would be this level, and he has really been the catalyst that leads to the flexibility that we hype up the Florida Mayhem. All year long, whenever they've needed to change something up, when their backs are against the wall, they make a change. That's what I'm looking at from the Mayhem right here. They get to choose the map because that's the way it is in the playoffs. So why did they pick Midtown?
What have they got up their sleeve? What has Gumba, McGravy been cooking?
It could be anything. We could see someone go over to the Zarya, right? People forget, but someone's Zarya was the way that the Florida Mayhem qualified for the playoffs last year in 2022. He had #1 stats on Zarya pretty much across the board. Sigma is one that I wasn't expecting. This is something we haven't seen anyone talk about or anyone really hype up, but right now he's running out of spawn and he's committed.
Sigma, Echo, Bastion, Brig, Bap. The Florida Mayhem on the defense, yeah. Wow, okay. I want to see if Phyllis is still going to run out with the Doom. As long as you dodge the rock, like, you can punch Sigma from the high ground. Wants to be very stationary. A little balloons TD action, you know, on the high ground, just protecting merit.
This makes sense with the threats that they were dealing with from the Houston Outlaws in the last map. You have a Sigma who can stay stalwart in the front, you have a Brig who can heal and pack whoever goes into pressure, but you also have the damage from the Bastion and the Echo to punish Fearless. That's something that they didn't have in the last map on Lijiang Tower. Let's see how Outlaws deal with this and what happens once they see it.
Yeah, here we go, map number 2 underway. Houston Outlaws on the attack first.
Pelican Sombra.
Okay, so they're just kind of hugging as a group right now, just behind that Sigma shield. Someone just getting a little bit of info, dropping down, pushing the shield. Pelican jumping over to Sombra. Yeah, Sombra Tracer. Houston Outlaws. Good point presence here too. They're going to force Florida off of this height.
Florida is a very immobile composition, so the Outlaws with the Sombra Tracer, they're just trying to remain a threat, even with the Kiriko as well.
What a nade.
Hits
RuPaul, Merit, someone. A little bit in trouble. Happy, trying to put pressure on that point. No tick given over just yet. It's Chorong to touch.
One tick. Happy gets caught. He's just taking too much damage. And as I said, the Outlaws want to surround them, but they're just consistently getting poked by the Florida Mayhem that eventually people are going to fall. So Florida more than happy to give up that 1 tick if it means that they're going to win that first team fight.
Yeah, 1 tick for a minute and a half there off the time bank. Pelican obviously only just switched, but still, charging the EMP might be a little bit tough. A lot of shields and a lot of way to mitigate that damage coming through.
One of the reasons people haven't been playing as much Sombra lately has been the 50% ult charge reduction. So it takes longer to get this EMP, and right now it's taking a long time for Pelican to get his.
Oh, the GOAT trying to find some value in the back. Chew, okay. Just takes that poke damage, gets taken out, and there goes Happy. Wow, this comp. I mean, Houston Outlaws, it's kind of the same way they were playing on Lijiang, right? You just kind of try and surround them, trying to poke them out. But Mayhem are just taking it in their stride right now. Duplication available. They've got a lot of ults coming up. Pelican 75% towards the CMP, and it's actually Violet switching over. Going over to Zen now instead of Kiri.
I think realizing that he can't play the flanking Kiriko and help the rest of his teammates, at least as Zenyatta, he can put an orb on the Tracer, put an orb on the Sombra, also that Discord orb, and that extra damage that they're going to have in the choke.
Oh, there's the window. It's actually in the choke. Nice little lamp there to save both Chorong and Merit. Nano boost onto Happy. A rare sight to see, but if it gets work done like that, I'll take it every day of the week. Happy with the pulse bomb. Oh yeah, just chuck it on him. Oh, it's too good. Happy with 3 kills. A duplication onto the Doomfist. A little aggro there for checkmate. A nice little clean up. The nano boost is all they needed.
Happy Tracer has been sneaky good all year. People consider him a hit scan specialist, but every time he's had to make the move over to Tracer, he's stepped up in a big way. So Outlaws, they get the first capture. They didn't even need to use the EMP from Pelican.
Huge advantage now, because you know, Florida Mayhem want to just stick it as a group on the high ground, apart from checkmate now, of course. He's on the Tracer, trying to hunt down Happy.
And someone's going to have to play a little bit more safe because of the Discord orb,
just
because
gonna
of
go
the
in
extra
now.
damage.
Oh, pops the rally! Pelican says thank you, that's a free trade for us. We don't need to fight you now. Florida Mayhem are going to press the issue though.
Fearless getting punished, so is Violet. So honestly, that felt like it was bad for the Florida Mayhem when Chorong popped that rally, but they found some value, so it's not too bad at all.
Still made it work. All right, now, do not get hacked out of Flux challenge.
That's an impossibility. If someone can get this Flux out, I'll be impressed, because every time you go in the air, the Sombra's going to be waiting.
He's looking good. 3-man hack. There's the Flux, though. Someone forcing away the rest of the Houston Outlaws as they tried to capitalize on the EMP. Merit punched down to the low ground, the Fearless with no follow-up. That EMP not getting much at all. Very nice presence of mind there by someone. Power block destroyed by someone's rock.
And that's the value that you have of the Sigma versus the Doomfist. If that Doomfist ever tries to pop that power block, he's just going to get rocked. So it's going to be difficult for Fearless to find any value. And now that they're playing an Ana and a Zenyatta composition, they feel like they're just so slow. They can't aid in any way. And that's why when the EMP goes down by Pelican, there's no follow-up.
Wow, Happy trades. Just gave up Pulse Bomb, just switched to Hanzo instead.
And Fearless is on the Doomfist, so it feels like this composition is kind of not having the same synergy. Maybe staying on for the Meteor Strike so he can go in, get value from the ultimate.
Surprised Happy swapped off that, to be honest. It can be a real fight win if you land it, but maybe just thinks Hanzo. One log can also be a fight win, right? Oh, Violet. Can the go do it? Checkmate running rings around it, forces the Transcendence, and Happy's already dead. Oh, what a stick from Checkmate! Pelican tried to provide backup, but he was the main course. The Florida Mayhem taking it in their stride. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Fearless with a power-up punch. Yeah, Checkmate a little bit too wise to his antics. It's just a nice stagger kill too. That fight very much over, and Happy, these are mystery heroes. Straight over to the Widow.
I said that the Houston Outlaws were running rings around the Mayhem in the last map. Right now they're running rings, but they're not going anywhere. Right now the Florida Mayhem switching over to this Sigma composition. Outlaws don't seem to have a single answer.
Uh-oh, you can hear the Widow.
Yup.
Hello. Oh, Happy,
he's in
trouble. You're in trouble, my friend. Nice. Blink, smack, and force the lamp. A little 2-for-1 there. 5-headed C1.
And once again, there might be more staggers as well. Checkmate's trying to force the issue. Someone coming in from the other side. Outlaws cannot get staggered more.
55 seconds to go, and they've made almost no progress on this second point. Happy needs to come up large. One of the craziest aimers Overwatch has seen. Same with Checkmate, to be fair. He's trying to force a lamp again. Here's the recall, has to get away. Save double blink so he can get away from the Echo. Here's Happy sneaking. I mean, the Flux and the artillery barrage, yeah, that results in the kill. Happy missing 2 shots. And with 30 seconds to go, someone at Outlaws needs to be clutch.
Happy just needs to find any value on this Widowmaker. You can see the backline, they're getting run down at the old spawn.
Split. Violet with a lamp. Fearless is dead. Happy to follow. Uh-oh, Outlaws in trouble. Chorong may have fallen, Scott, but that's a late death.
14 seconds remaining. Pelican pops the duplicate just to hold on. 10 seconds, Outlaws will get another touch, but it's not going to feel good.
Pelican, yeah, so triple blinks on. Pulse Woman adds a Checkmate. Of course, he sticks it. You may be the best starter in the world, Shu, but it's nothing against Checkmate's pulse bombs. What a hold from the Mayhem.
When Florida signed Who Are You, everyone was like, but I want to see Checkmate play in the playoffs, and this is why. Coming up so clutch on this Tracer with just perfectly timed pulse bombs and punishing the Outlaws for what feels like a greedy pick of the Ana and the Zenyatta.
Sigma comp, like you said, Scott, you didn't really expect Sigma to roll out, and it really just kind of messed with Outlaws' heads, I felt like. A lot of times they're just playing what they did in Lijiang Tower, just splitting up, forcing the point, wrapping around, but it was only after Happy landed some sick shots on the Tracer, after getting Nano, were they able to kind of dislodge him. And then Happy, at the very end, was playing Hero Roulette. He gave up the Pulse Bomb, went to Hanzo, didn't find any value on that, swapped to Widow. It's just, they were trying to find answers, and nothing was coming up.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem.
Oh, look at this Pulse. Was it a Pulse? No. Oh, the artillery strike and the flux. Oh,
Shoot, run! No! Get out of there! He actually almost missed him.
He almost missed him, yeah.
Thinking that he would disengage, but the damage was done nonetheless. And honestly, Florida Mayhem, as you said, with playing around this Sigma, they're able to just hold on, and Outlaws just unable to surround them as they were in the last round. And now, Merit, checkmate, over to the same DPS heroes. See if Outlaws are going to make swaps. They're going to go back to the Ana and the Brig, what they played on Lijiang Tower, feeling like it'll work better on the defense.
I was hoping we saw a little bit of Hideari there, but no. Just a couple of shots out of spawn, see if we can tag somebody. All right, what's the play here? Just rotate into the small room, take the mega health pack. Oh, nade's decent. It's showing a Merit, but no follow-up. Even Shu has to be careful, though. Those sticky bombs are connected.
Mayhem's just going to try and anchor in these sites. They're going to try and play, put up the shield, absorb the damage, and try and find any picks where they can. They don't need to be the aggressors in this situation. They're more than happy to just sort of stand around.
Oh, look. The nades are good, but
no follow-up.
There's no follow-up. You can't get in there. Happy Pelican, they can't. Unless you get some miracle sticky bombs. Wow, checkmate. A bit of aggro on the high ground. Takes a railgun shot, but Florida Mayhem can just stick in. Oh, maybe not anymore. All right, okay. I take it back. It is over. The push is done.
This is going to be the problem that the Mayhem have. Yes, they will sort of want to stand around, but at some point they're going to need to make an aggressive maneuver and step into and make their way towards the point. But that's difficult when Shu throwing consistent biotic grenades, Fearless waiting in the wings for a punch, and Pelican hitting sticky bombs at every corner. Then Illari does come out for Chorong. They just want more damage.
The healing pylon's going to be pretty decent too. Hunkering down the room, just put it on the roof, and you're good to go.
Mayhem are going to just sort of have to play very slowly. You can see them making their way around the alley, just trying to take these off angles.
Oh, outburst. Pelican in trouble. No, pops the dupe to stay alive. Actually, dupes the Illari. Can he get the Captive Sun? That would be insane value. I mean, a whole lot of healing. There's the outburst. She's got 80%. He might just get one for free here. Looking for someone to heal or damage to be done. Doesn't want to get taken out of the old. Oh, doesn't quite get it. The Happy receives the nano. He's got the overclock, but it's actually Shu that goes down. The overclock's been popped. Someone's still alive somehow, some way. This backline for Florida performing miracles right now.
Fearless went in the room. He gets the punch, but he's going to have to disengage.
Yeah, he has to get out of there.
All of a sudden, Florida are where they want to be. They've got into this mega room. Here they can see, and they've caught Violet. All of a sudden, it gets harder for the Outlaws to stay in this fight.
Yeah, way harder. And Chorong as well, just outputting so much damage too. Just puts the pylon down and says, yeah, if you want healing, go to that. They know Pelican's behind them now, Scott, but the ticks are going to keep on coming.
They're trying to hunt down Pelican. They're trying to find him. He got the mega.
He did get mega. Oh, he didn't land those shots though, and there's Chorong with a follow-up. A minute to go. Is there a recontest? A lot of ults for Mayhem though.
None for the Houston Outlaws. I think this would be a fool's errand to go in for this one.
Fearless looking to go in. Pulse bomb on Violet. That's surely done. Fearless 1 HP. Does manage to slam, but not get away. And there it is. The point is unlocked. That payload's going to get a move on. And that golden box of victory, Scott, not too far in the distance. Oh, nice shot.
Stagger comes on Shu, and Florida Mayhem still holding on to these big ultimates. Fearless makes the transition over to the Orisa. I like this swap, but is it coming out a little bit too late? First of all, they're going to need to disengage Florida from the high ground, but the Florida Mayhem, they only need to push at 57 meters, and it's already 36. They only have 20 meters to go, so Outlaws need to pick up the pace.
It's such an awkward place to hold. It's right on the lip of the dip.
Uh-oh, Chimera alive, all good. That beam healing coming in clutch. Here's the Doom,
Captive Sun on high ground, Violet in trouble. Lamb Scott, same with Violet as checkmate follows up. They do end up trading with someone there. Little outburst to get away from the duplicated Bastion ults. They're going to hold it for now, Scott. Phyllis actually swatching over to the Orisa of all things. But look at that, he's such an awkward spot to hold.
This is going to be very difficult. Fearless is going to need to keep playing on this car. He's going to need to stay near the car because as soon as he steps away from it, the car could push in at any moment.
Checkmate when may.
2.5 minutes. This isn't the craziest hold for the Houston Outlaws. Now that they can have their backline just set up on this high ground, they have so much healing. How do the Mayhem get this done?
They can force Lamp though. Houston Outlaws are going to be in trouble. That Flux is coming up big.
With the Bastion ult as well.
Lamp, Bastion ult, shoot. Oh, he dodges it, but the Rock does not miss. The Lamp does save his life for the time being though, but what tools do they have left to try and end this fight? A nano boost onto Pelican takes out Chorong as he just hits him with the tri-shots. That little pylon falls too. Minute and 50 seconds to go now for the Outlaws to defend.
Rare mistake from someone, and now they don't have any ultimates left in their chest. And the Outlaws, Happy has the overclock, Fearless has the Terror Surge. They might be able to hold this. They only need to hold on for a couple more fights.
2 exactly, Scott, I think. Minute and 30 seconds to go. Overclock for Happy. He's peeking over the side. Takes the pylon. Nope, didn't even take the pylon out. Rest in peace.
Able to try and split them off, but it's not going to do enough.
As the overclock strap the high ground for Happy. Oh, he's trying to tag Merit, but there's no heads to be shot right now. Florida Mayhem just ducking cover. No Happy can just rip their face off at any moment. Rupal gets slept behind his own window, but he's got a lamp to save him. There's 1v1 Alari. Chorong's got the health back. Oh, Pelican's in trouble. There's the kills. Captive Sun is good for 1. And there's the point. The Florida Mayhem, with an unbelievable hold on Midtown, end up taking the map and tying the series up.
But you can start to see the Houston Outlaws solving the Sigma problem. That might be important as we go on to future maps, but the Florida Mayhem just able to hold on and even up the score 1-1.
MVP candidate, someone too in the front lines, and this back line, something to fear. Rupal and Chorong just so clean with it. Winning that 1v1 against Pelican, who was also duped as the Alari. Scary stuff.
As soon as you saw him get that mega pack, take it away from Pelican, yeah, Pelican was done. That he needed to get on top of that one. So just some small things dictating the flow of the fight. But what we talked about with the Florida Mayhem came to be true. They changed everything up, play a completely different composition, and the Outlaws didn't have the answer.
Control was theirs, and now the Florida Mayhem take their map pick on Midtown. Outlaws get their choice now of
Flashpoint.
Surabasa
and New Junk City, we talked about it earlier.
Surabasa has been the map pick for most teams recently. Obviously, last match it was New Junk City, but for London Spitfire, you kind of imagine that to be the case. Houston Outlaws, what are you thinking? Because right now, they played this lot of this Doom, right?
You would think the Doomfist will be better on Flashpoint than it is the Florida Mayhem, right? Can the Florida Mayhem play this Sigma Baptiste Brig on such an open and broad map like Flashpoint? They're going over to New Junk City as well.
New Junk City, right.
Lots of small corridors. Lots of questions for the Florida Mayhem.
Well, lots of questions for the Outlaws, bro.
That's true.
What are Mayhem going to play?
Yeah, and that's the threat of the Florida Mayhem in these playoffs. If I'm watching these games, I'm like, how do you prepare for this team? But for all we know, Houston Outlaws might have some tricks up their own sleeves.
There you go. They might have some tricks. We'll have to wait and see. Jump to a quick break. New Junk City up next. Florida Mayhem take Midtown, their map choice. New Junk City next. Scott. Damn, he really does have the moves.
He does. I think
busting it down.
I think everyone kind of wants to see Florida Mayhem win just to see him dance live in person.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like a sight to behold.
But nothing better than watching someone on player cams. I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, I want to see that butt move. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it in the past on cams, but I want to see it in person.
Okay, can I just... Okay, Jake, this was not a forced choke. Kamehameha, maybe?
Yeah, Kamehameha.
Yeah, he looks like a Sith Lord, dude. Like, he's not that evil, man.
He's the protagonist, not the antagonist.
Exactly. He's on the Jedi side.
The Florida Mayhem bouncing back in a big way. They got destroyed in the first map. No easier way to put it. But they make the adjustments on the back of this Sum-1 Sigma, and now they're the ones that punch back. So, what kind of adjustments are we going to see? We're going to Flashpoint. Very different map to Hybrid and Midtown.
Yep, Outlaws pick it. Yeah, I want to see if we actually see Winston.
I wouldn't be surprised. Both of these teams are very capable at playing the Winston. But one of the big reasons we've seen teams shy away from it is Bastion just melts the Winston. It can be very difficult to play into it. And it seems like both teams are willing to make that pick. Honestly, it felt like both teams of Atlanta and Hangzhou just agreeing to not play Bastion when they allowed both teams to play the Winston, right? To maybe someone's detriment, but I think Florida Mayhem and Houston Outlaws, they've both shown a willingness to change things up if something isn't working. So if you make that swap to Winston, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a response to the Bastion.
Oh. There's only one way to find out. Is Happy gonna play the Junk?
Please.
Back buff.
I believe on New Junk City, if you play Junkrat, you have about a 30% damage increase.
Yeah, that's
it's in the patch notes somewhere, I'm sure.
Map passives coming soon. Aaron Keller, please.
Aaron Keller, we'll ask him about it when he's on the desk later.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go. Time is ticking down as we unlock the doors. Florida Mayhem coming out with Checkmate Torb. I like what I'm seeing.
They're just playing roulette with their compositions. They're now playing the Orisa, the Torbjorn, and the Soldier. The shooter comp that was popularized by the Toronto Defiant in the summer stage and the play-ins. It's very high damage output. Fearless is going to need to be careful as he moves around the map because he can just get punished at the blink of an eye.
Happy also trying to find a way into the backline or try and get some damage done, but Mary's kind of going to be doing the same thing. Oh, that's not a good start.
Yeah, Shu's just getting caught in the open, taking too much damage. And now with all the damage and they have the healing piling up, the Outlaws aren't going to be able to fight into this.
Yeah, there's no way. And with someone too, like, Houston Outlaws are basically ignoring someone for the most part.
Yes.
They want to just take out the summons, the pylon and the turret, and then try and get in. A lot of decent like long-range fire, so you can do that with like Pelican sticky bombs, the tri-shots, Pappy just kind of shooting at it kind of thing, but it's going to be tough for Phyllis to create space here against the Orisa.
We have Happy doing the Hydron cosplay, where he's just going to exist and play his own game and just flank people at all times. Just trying to make himself a threat, force the Florida Mayhem to turn around and look in a different direction, but Merritt's the one that falls the first time, Happy finding value.
Oh, Violet kept alive by a body grenade there. Someone just, he's not done just yet. It is Fearless. With a kill onto Chorong, yeah, and that's what you need from your Soldier in this composition. You need him to find the picks.
Yeah, spread the Florida Mayhem out. Make them thin, because if you just attack them from the front line, Florida Mayhem has so much damage that they can throw in that direction. Someone's trying to get out, not get staggered.
Someone is one.
He made it out, he made it out, so no worries there. Now the ultimates are starting to come up. Shu has the nano boost, which he can put onto Pelican, he can put it on Fearless, even Happy on the flank. If he can get a nano visor, Florida Mayhem, because they're playing the Ilaria and the Baptiste, don't have a support ultimate that gives them survivability. They only have offensive capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, the lap is about it, but that's not surviving too long against anything that's nanoed. Shu has spotted the pylon.
Trying to get it.
Oh, he got the nano. He got it off on Fearless of all people. He's trying to build up that power punch. Tactical bites from Happy, but Violet's already dead. There it is. Oh, what a slam punch from Fearless. Meteor strike high in the sky. The Florida Mayhem had no business in that fight.
They did get the flip, so that is going to take some percentage away from the Outlaws, and that will give the Florida Mayhem another opportunity to walk into the map. But RuPaul went to the Lucio, decides better of it, goes back to the Baptiste, deciding to stick with their composition. Are the Florida Mayhem going to be able to close this distance and get onto this point?
Look at the way the Outlaws are holding right now. They're kind of acting as a barricade. Fearless punching checkmate. There's a lot of damage coming out from Outlaws right now. Now Pelicans joined the flank. Someone made it to the point, but the rest of the team, yeah. Pelican bobbing and weaving there, but really he was just shaking his head. There's no way someone wins that. And there it is. The first point is Outlaws.
Mayhem trying to make this Orisa work, but it feels like the Outlaws, and primarily Fearless, is just doing so much damage right now. He's currently 4-0, hasn't been punished at all by this high damage output from the Florida Mayhem. Moving over to bomb flats now. Outlaws first ones to make it to the point. Merritt has the visor. Looks like he's going to try and get an off angle, put some pressure out on, but if he steps away from his team, all of a sudden there could be a Doomfist in his face.
Well, oh, there he is. Okay, both healing stations go down. Visor available. Here's the point. Unlocks. Merritt just playing the frontline game, but knows Happy's on the flank. Sees the bullets, sees the tracer rounds going all across the map.
There's the Doomfist.
Oh, they cap.
So now Florida Mayhem, they're more than happy to slow this fight down. They're more than happy to just anchor up. Fearless gets incredibly low.
Oh, there's the Terror Surge, just punches straight out. Rather cheeky of someone to do that. Nano boost, but Finn's already in the backline, punches through the window. Not shattering it, but no, shattering the hopes and dreams of the Mayhem's defense there at that point. Pelican with a double beam kill, achievement unlocked. As the cap comes through for the Outlaws and the stagger can begin.
And you can see the issue the Mayhem are having is they have to play all together, stack up, and play as one, but that's just enabling Fearless's Doomfist to just hit more damage with the Seismic Slam, getting more value with these punches. And right now, it doesn't feel like Mayhem's damage is just really offsetting that threat of the Doomfist, and Pelican and Happy just applying so much pressure from different angles. Florida Mayhem making the switch over to the Sigma. It worked on Midtown. Maybe it can work here.
Look at that little outline in the background. Little Happy. Kind of chilling. Got a visor. That turret's going to be kind of annoying, but not so much anymore. Thanks, Fearless, taking that one out.
He doesn't even need to do that much damage.
Just needs to exist, right? Well, there's the Captive Sun launched into the corner. I believe that was a miss. I'm not sure that hit all of anything. The visor's coming in, and the duplication onto the Torbjorn. Yeah, Pelican going for some hammer kills. The turret, in fact, picks up a kill. That's a rarity. Molten Core, it was a freebie as the Houston Outlaws make this last fight on bomb flats.
And that's going to be 2 rounds going to the Houston Outlaws as they slowly clean up the Mayhem.
Wow, this is a stomping.
Just like we saw on the first map on Lijiang Tower, it doesn't feel like Florida Mayhem on certain map types when it's very open and the Outlaws comp can spread out, that the Mayhem are able to match them. They're scrambling to find answers. Merritt over to the Bastion, checkmate over to the Tracer. They've slowly made the transition back to their Midtown comp.
Yeah, all right, okay. Sigma back online. Junkyard is the point.
Once again, the Houston Outlaws are the first ones there. Violet has the rally. Fearless has another Meteor Strike. Florida Mayhem are once again walking into the trap of the Doomfist.
Yeah. And they're so good at playing these off angles. And he's got the Meteor Strike too in like 8%, so if he does go deep, he can get out for 3. Nice little slam. There's the punch away. Actually finds checkmate. And there's the rally from Violet. Points unlocked. And there's the cap. Shooters end up going down. Rupal through the window with the help of checkmate. Oh, that rally bash. The boot doesn't quite go off the map. That's a lot of disruption though. Merritt ends up falling over. So does Violet. Actually traded a little bit too aggressive. The AoE damage coming out from someone is pretty gargantuan, Scott, even with that rock. And there's the flip. And now this is the best place for this comp to be on the defense.
That was much better for the Mayhem. They were able to bait in the dive from the Outlaws and minimize the amount of damage that was done. Now they still have the flux. They have the pulse bomb from checkmate that was so valuable on Midtown. Chorung also coming up to a rally. Florida's poised to be able to deal this. And now checkmate's on the Tracer. He can be a threat and deal with Happy at any point.
Yeah, Happy's trying to find an angle, but checkmate's paying him a little visit there. Might not want to send a postcard either. Oh, he's running rings around him. There's no healing station for you there, buddy. Violet ends up falling. Looking for this Happy death. He's literally 1 HP. There you go. Final bullet will do it. It was end up capping. Cheeky from Pelican. Does end up hitting with the reset. Sayonara.
His planet needs him as he falls down to the depths.
There's more cities down there too. Another map.
And you can see how difficult it is for Happy to play the way that he wanted to play. Now that checkmate is on the Tracer, he's actually hunting him with the pulse bomb right now. If checkmate can catch Happy, that will almost certainly guarantee the point.
Flick and a miss. They're playing super far up, Scott. It's going to take a whole lot of work for the Houston Outlaws to punch through this front line. Happy has so much. He's struggling a lot more now, Scott. Oh, Fearless. Okay, had to go touch the point, cause OT. Now there's no chance. Florida Mayhem back on the board.
And you can already see Fearless struggling to stay alive against the Bastion. Like, he just melted as soon as he made it to the point, even with the power block up. So great switches from the Mayhem, slowly starting to crawl their way back in. Moving over to Refinery, I believe it is.
Oh, Happy. Nice kill onto Checkmate. Okay, so the Hunter becomes the hunted there. Is Ducked up next. 15 seconds before the point unlocks. And with that kill, it's a sideline threat down, but the main core of your comp is still okay, so you're all right to push this.
Yeah, but all of a sudden they might have to just concede the first point. No, they're going to fight for this.
Yep, they are. Happy's on there to cap, same with Fearless. Window on the high ground, and Violet gets caught. Not good. I mean, Shu can see those bullets flinging towards him, and the point does unlock Scott, but no cap for Outlaws. It's actually Mayhem that picked that one up.
Houston does have ultimates that they could decide to commit to this fight if they want to even it out. There it is.
Oh, dupe into the Bastion. How long are you going to survive, Pelican? Oh, the manly duel to the death. The lamp saved him. Pelican put his head in hands, I would imagine. Nano boost on to Fearless. But where's the damage? Where's the follow? Where's the kills, Outlaws? They got to find something here, Scott. They've invested so much into this fight already.
I said they wanted to commit ults to offset the balance, but now they've committed them and they haven't offset it. They're just falling down. All the while as well, percentage ticking up for the Mayhem.
This Sigma just countering this Doomfist comp. What can Outlaws do? I feel like they need to switch Fearless here. All right, Happy Sojourn. A lot of easy targets to shoot here to build up the rails.
I agree with you. At what point does Fearless decide, I need to go back to the Orisa like they did on Midtown so he can stand up to the scrutiny of the Bastion and the Sigma?
Oh, sneaky, sneaky Pelicans. Oh, a little bit too overeager from Checkmate.
I think he thought he had another blink there.
Here's the rallies, both of them coming in. Big nade, someone in trouble. Lamp goes down, but Violet is dead. 99%, one capping for the Outlaws. Someone punched away, but it doesn't matter. They're still standing up. Oh, rock through the window. That would have been a death sentence for Shu. There's the cap, but it doesn't matter, Scott. It doesn't matter. Florida Mayhem tying up Flashpoint now as they take Ducts.
Oh, and someone, great presence of mind, realizing I don't need to pop this Gravitic Flux, holds onto it. And now the Outlaws, they're going to have to deal with that one. More switches come out from the Outlaws, scrambling to find an answer. Violet over to the Lucio. Fearless still sticking on this Doomfist. Florida Mayhem on the Sigma. They're going to be the team that finds the first capture, or at least finding their way onto the point to begin with.
Flux and the artillery strike. Name a better combo for the Florida Mayhem right now. I dare you.
Oh, Fearless.
Fearless already like sub 50 HP before he can make an entrance.
Looks like they are going to have to concede the first capture. Is Fearless going to fight for this?
Oh, there's the nano boost. He's going to have to now. Rock hits him. There's the Flux. Where's the target? Looks like he's just going for the Lucio, maybe? Oh, actually, yes. Violet, long gone now. And even a connection onto Fearless. Point cap for Florida. Only one ult used.
The Flux, the amount of patience that someone had left.
Oh, this stagger's brutal too. Where do you even throw yourself off the map?
Yeah.
You can't.
He can't go anywhere. He's doing a lot of damage, but with the amount of healing coming up from the Mayhem, he's just stuck.
Oh, that's God, that's what, 25%-ish?
Even more, you add it up because he has to come all the way back from spawn. The team needs to disengage. Mayhem's trying to find more players.
Oh. Outlaws think better of it. They back down from the duel.
So now Mayhem, not only do they get the stagger, they build up ultimates. RuPaul gets an amplification matrix checkmate with a pulse bomb. Merit has the artillery strike. They only need one more team fight. Blades out.
There's the blade, yeah. Nice little land there from RuPaul. Doesn't quite escape the wrath of Pelican. Gets the slash and the dash. Helped there by Fearless. Picking up the kill onto Merit. Now someone falls, and I mean the Florida Mayhem still got what? That's 98, 99% on that point. And this point is, well, map point, Scott.
Crucial blade for Pelican, though. Can be difficult to find value, but isolates RuPaul, forces the lamp, finds the pick. And now the Outlaws, they have the sound barrier. They're going to get up to a nano boost and an overclock. This could be difficult for a very slow composition of the Florida Mayhem to enter in. Once again, looking at checkmate with this pulse bomb. Maybe he can bust the door wide open.
Checkmate's been spotted by Shu, quite eagle-eyed.
Early sound barrier.
Sound barrier, yeah. I mean, it's going to fade off. Shu is so scared right now. Happy using that overclock in the small room, but can he find the heads to click on? It doesn't look like it. Someone holding up that shield. Same with Chorong, pops the rally. The Florida Mayhem just handily dealing with the Houston Outlaws right now. That rally in the shield from someone just too good. And there's still a pulse bomb to go. Here's OT, who touches maybe the Lucio, but it doesn't look to be the Florida Mayhem now on match points.
Houston Outlaws trying to up the tempo, get in the Florida Mayhem's face, but it didn't work out for them. As soon as the rally was popped and they didn't find the picks, nothing that they can do. And the constant battle of rock, paper, scissors continues. It felt like the Florida Mayhem really struggling with the composition that they rolled out with on the Orisa. Just wasn't paying off them. Make the switch to the Sigma, and Outlaws still coming up short against this Sigma composition. Could this be a theme throughout not just this series, but the playoffs? How do you deal with this?
We're going to push. Maybe Sigma comes out again. It's been working.
Why not?
Fearless can't do anything. There's nothing much he can do. Before he even gets into the fight, someone's already just pelting him down with those spheres, the rock, everything is just standing in Fearless's way right now. He may be a returning champion, but right now, someone proving that maybe he should be up on the pedestal like Fearless was last year, Scott.
And really the identities of both teams showing their heads. Of Houston Outlaws, they like to come in with a strategy. For the Outlaws, it's Fearless playing the Doomfist. I'm sure it's worked very well against many different compositions, but right now it feels like Mayhem has the answer, and this is what makes them great. They've played 3 different compositions at this point at such a high level, and they can just keep playing them until Outlaws find an answer to each one. Because, remember, in this map, Houston Outlaws were up 2 points to 0. They were in the driver's seat, but the Florida Mayhem bring it all the way back.
Outlaws chance to pick. They got to pick him out that favors this Doomfist, because that's right now the only shade they're looking at right now.
What would that be? Would you go to an Esperanza? They're going to New Queen Street. This is going to be interesting. Doomfist is good on this map. There's a lot of different high grounds and stuff that you can play around. Potentially it's bad for the Sigma if that's the threat that you're trying to deal with, because there's so many flank angles. We'll have to find out.
We'll have to find out indeed. Houston Outlaws right now, they're letting Mayhem cook. And they're whipping up a 5-star meal. We're going to jump to a quick break. Florida Mayhem up 2-1. the sun sets here in Toronto. The sun is setting for the Houston Outlaws. Needs to come up with an answer quick as the Florida Mayhem are now going against Outlaws on New Queen Street. Let's have a look at some cheeky stats for you. We've got merit on the Bastion. Series so far, yeah, it's looking pretty good. Across the board, I mean, few deaths, soul mode kills, which is the turret form, final blows, limbs damage, he's got it.
And you can see the Houston Outlaws really struggling to deal with the amount of damage that is coming out from Merit. Not just when they enter wheels mode, but the burst damage of the grenade, all those types of things. It's just putting on so much pressure, and that's the problem that Shu has been running into. Violet, or the entire squad. Just feels like they're not able to play the game that they've been probably playing in practice because of the Sigma, all the threats that is coming out from the Mayhem.
Yeah, I mean, how do you go from this? Locking in the Doomfist, getting triple kill to start out the series, looking pretty strong, and they did end up taking that first map, Scott, but now we're running into a problem where, right, how do we deal with a Sigma? And we go to New Queen Street, and again, another map that you can vary up your style a lot more.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're seeing any substitutions coming in, so Benar still sitting on the back bench, maybe waiting, biding his time, or Outlaws biding their time to throw him into the ringer, but right now, I mean, even a championship-winning caliber tank like Fearless is having a tough time. That matchup against the Sigma is very hard.
And this is a thing that the Florida Mayhem do. They make you feel uncomfortable and force you to swap. So I think Fearless is at the point where he might have to make the switch.
Yeah.
We saw Orisa work to some degree on Midtown. As soon as he switched to it, he was able to hold up to the Bastion damage, to the Sigma damage. He's not dealing with the Rock as that. He has answers to that. But are the Houston Outlaws practiced on that? Are they able to play it on a map like Push, New Queen Street? There is limited practice that teams can have, and you usually come in with your own game plan. Not every team can be like the Florida Mayhem, which can really just, on a dime, switch to a different composition.
Yeah, and they probably will, to be honest with you, going on to New Queen Street, or just stick with what's working. It's a scary group as well. Worth keeping in mind. All right, Houston Outlaws taking their seats. They want to bring this to a map number 5. They don't want to go down out too early, Scott. Taking a loss here. Not the end of the world, of course. You have another chance, but it's not going to feel good.
You never want to have your back against the wall like that. You can sleep easy knowing that you're not having to play elimination game from here. If you lose one match, you only get one. You only get one loss, and then from there, you have to be flawless. This could, as the Death said, be a precursor for the Grand Finals. We could see the Houston Outlaws make their way through, but that's just a much bigger uphill battle that neither team wants to have to deal with.
Absolutely not. New Queen Street is the map pick as we load in just a moment. I mean, even Shu and Violet, they're also kind of struggling too.
Yeah.
It's been a tough time. Violet's been targeted quite a bit. There's been a couple of little slip-ups here and there, but we know Violet for being very, very aggressive. Mitch tweets, refused to accept 3-1 here, okay.
I will not be denied. Okay, the Overwatch gods, Mitch has spoken, okay?
All right. I mean, we think it's going to be a 5-mapper, and I think the crowd want to see that exact situation.
It does feel like we're in a series of rock, paper, scissors where there's so much changing going on that...
Rock, paper, scissors? Really?
Well,
it's even like Outlaws right now are perma-picking scissors, and then someone's taking the rock and smashing the scissors.
Well, yeah, but if we can see this adaptation from the Houston Outlaws, maybe they go into this break, Jungbuck sort of sits them down and says, okay, guys, we need to make these changes because what we're doing right now isn't working. All of a sudden, that triggers another change from the Florida Mayhem. That's what I want to see. All of us want to see these two teams go to map 5. We want to see everything these teams have to offer because this is the playoffs. We don't want to see teams just lose and fall down to one composition because right now it feels like Florida Mayhem playing this Sigma. Houston have no answers.
All right, looks like everybody's ready. We're going to load in to the 4th map, New Queen Street.
It's impressive to think of how many star-studded players are playing on this stage. But not only that, the Houston Outlaws, they're kind of like the veterans, while you look at the Florida Mayhem, they're kind of the uppercomers, the new generation of Overwatch players that have really just found that extra gear. While on the Outlaws, they have championships, they have role stars, they have everything under their belt. That's the experience that they're going to need to tap into if they're going to make this a map 5 and even up the series. Yes.
Mad tenure on that squad. All right, here we go. New Queen Street, Toronto in Toronto.
Maybe we just took all the other push maps out of the pool, so we always play Toronto in Toronto.
Maybe. All right, what you got for us, Outlaws? Come on. A lot of smack talk from the audience as well, I will say.
Yeah.
Florida fans, known for it, I feel like.
Yeah, well, you know, that's how it's supposed to be, the Florida fans. You know, that's how someone's been. You know, we heard the little banter from, you know, Pelican and someone sort of talking down, and I have some words to say about that. First of all, just because Chio's a main support doesn't mean that he's lesser than the other two, okay? First of all, as a main support, that's insulting. But other than that, obviously, these teams fell to the Atlanta Rain. They're trying to prove that they can get to the top and win this tournament as Outlaws coming back out on the Doomfist.
All right. Well, guess what? Someone is playing Sigma. The Rock beats the Scissors, and it has done for the last 3 maps. What makes it different here?
The Outlaws must think that on a map like New Queen Street, they can play it more effectively.
Jeez.
You can see how Fearless has to play so careful. Just the fear of the Rock and the damage. Happy trying to play in the flank, gets caught.
It's so hard to flank on this map. There's basically one flank route.
Exactly what
And that's
we
a
saw.
lot of your damage deleted too. You're relying on these off angles to take care of comps with shields. Oh, Fearless. That's not where you want to be, unfortunately. A lot of damage coming in from Pelican. Those sticky bombs are landing, but it's just too much. I mean, Merit just hits the shift and just rolls on in.
Just rolls, pumping out damage, and as you said, Happy needs to find a way to stay alive against this Checkmate Tracer, because if he falls, then all of a sudden Outlaws are just a one-dimensional team with where they're putting their threats. Right now, it doesn't feel like Fearless is able to do anything. He has to put so much respect on the rocks of someone, because if he gets rocked, Merit will mow him down.
Yeah, I mean, even Shu, right? You land a big fire grenade, more often than not, that's a team fight win, but when you're playing this this close up, there's so many things that can block it. You can eat it as well as Sigma. It's really tough for even a godlike player like Shu to get much down. Oh, that nade missed, unfortunately, but it's all good. Fearless healed up.
He was through the window!
The rebound off the backboard. Shu very disappointed himself with that one, and there is the checkpoint for Florida.
We're getting some early caps on New Queen Street today. As we said last time, this gets very difficult for the Outlaws, because now the forward spawns head over to the Florida Mayhem.
Shu, don't do it to him!
Dodge, dip, dive, duck, dodge.
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Hit Fearless. He's probably got power up punch from that, I would imagine.
Yeah, and the meterage keeps going up because the Outlaws can't find a way into these fights.
There's the nano. There's the punch. I heard it go whistle past someone's face. No connections. Snanabu's not finding too much. Even duplication thrown in. Hospital available. Nade was good. RuPaul dead. Meteor strike straight on top of Merit. And there it is. But Scott, a checkpoint and then some for Florida.
Yeah, that was a great series of events for Mayhem, and they didn't even really use many of their ultimates. Choyoung holds onto the rally while Outlaws having to expend 3 of their ultimates to stem the bleeding. And because, as I said, forward spawns happen, Mayhem will be back in this fight a lot quicker than you would expect.
I mean, I'd be scared if I was using Outlaws right now with checkmate with that pulse. Even to be fair, those grenades, Merit's clearly been doing a little bit of maths homework.
Yeah.
To land some of these bouncers.
Working out his geometry.
Yeah, exactly. A-stars across the board.
Mayhem walking into this room and trying to take this tunnel, high ground tunnel, away from the Houston Outlaws. Because once they're set up here, they're going to be pumping out so much damage. Bionic grenade comes through, only hits someone. It's not big enough.
It's not. As you take that high ground, it's checkmate that can just play on that point. There's the advisor straight down the corridor. Well, it's getting something done, but I'm not sure it's exactly what Happy wanted. Still a fair bit of damage done, Scott, but like, look at this. The damage is just spaced for Florida Mayhem right now. They're just pushing them away slowly but surely, just taking inch by inch away from the Houston Outlaws. Well, Flux, it missed, but Shu's already dead, and Fearless in a very small room dodges out of the way of the rock. But look at the protection they're giving to Merit right now. Someone in trouble. Lambents are going down. It's actually a duplication onto the Bastion that kills someone finally.
Yeah, you can see the Mayhem, they have the numbers, but Outlaws has the positioning. They're going to respect it and just let the card push forward, but Choyoung doesn't look like he's done. He wants to push the agenda. Will eventually fall back as both teams decide to reset, go to the next fight.
He's still wasting time as well, right?
Yeah.
For the better. For the Mayhem.
And you can just see how much extra healing the Florida Mayhem has. Big pick from Happy. That's the value he needs to find on this flanking soldier.
Yes, sir. Now RuPaul is in trouble. Still Pelican. It's just taking so much damage. How has RuPaul survived this long? I'm not sure. Oh, not quite taking down Shu, although it was about 50 HP. And there you go. Team fight win for the Houston Outlaws. They can get the payload going. Thing is that with the Mayhem, though, they can come back so fast.
The issue that Mayhem may have is if it might be difficult for them to walk into the flanking angles of the Outlaws. That is the silver lining. You can see Happy already taking the flank, going onto this high ground. Fearless on the side as well. Shu playing from a very long distance. So Florida Mayhem are going to have to find a way to close this distance. Checkmate looming with a pulse bomb. Could break this open as well.
Oh, Violet almost took a rock to the face there. All good. Checkmate just hounding him right now. Force recall though as Fearless punches him into the wall. Knocked in for 6.
They have Nano Visor. They might pop it on this flank.
They could do. Ooh, Shu, he's thinking about it. There's the Nano, there's the Visor. Damage is coming in. Choron pops the rally, shield up. Happy, trying to dodge around Checkmate. He knows he's looming with a pulse bomb, but there it is. There's the window comes up too. Every single answer the Outlaws are trying to lay out. The Florida Mayhem respond in kind. Meteor strike on top of the Bastion, but there's just too much health. A late rally from Violet, but he's dead. RuPaul kills Violet. And Florida Mayhem just in firm control of this fight, Scott.
No healing.
Struggling.
They tried to throw everything they had, but to just healing, the Brig Baptiste healing, AoE healing is just too much to deal with, especially with Chorong. Pops that rally in response to the Nano Visor, and there's just nothing that the Happy can do. Prompts the swap over to the Sojourn. Maybe he can find more one-shots, find more value on that character.
Checkmate still with that pulse bomb in hand. They know where Violet is up in that little high ground. Oh, he's lurking. Violet's stuck! No help from Shu there. Nothing you can do to help Violet live. And that is one big dent in the composition. That is the Outlaws. Oh, long-range flux. Shu pretty low. Oh, there's the strike. The artillery barrage lands straight on top of Shu. And that payload moving once again for the Mayhem.
Gets from bad to worse. You can see the artillery strike is usually useless, but you pair it with the flux, there's almost nothing that anyone can do.
1 HP.
They're even pushing the agenda even further. Violet falls, staggers continue, more meters go up.
And they can even hold this high ground too. Phyllis is so low, the rock, it does connect. Only a little bit of AoE damage. I don't think it was a direct hit.
Pelican has the duplicate, but what can you do with this one? Not many great duplicate choices.
Yeah, you do Brig. Oh, nice nade.
Great play by Shu.
Scott Nano too, Scott. Does he want to use it? Not ideally. Okay, there you go. All good.
Very important he didn't get forced to use that one. They do lose Fearless, but that's not going to be a big deal.
Nah, not a problem. Checkmate still for time there, but 2.5 minutes now for the Outlaws try and match this meterage. They don't even have checkpoint, Scott, which is rough.
Yeah, the checkpoint is a big slowdown whenever you're making these big gargantuan pushes and comebacks. Florida Mayhem with the forward spawns are going to meet them in the middle. Both teams going to have rally. We have the nano boost. Lots of ultimates actually coming up for Outlaws. They should have 5 for this one.
Oh, man. That's the tail of that match right there. This match right there. Villas getting rocks. Meteor strike, looking for the Brig, looking for a support, but no, bashed, slammed into the wall. That nano boost not doing too much apart from being damage mitigation. They eventually kill him, but they do trade with merit. Pelican this time coming up clutch. Dupe in the Sigma, gets 2 kills. Just taking it to someone right now. A free flux and dodge. Beautiful, fancy footwork there from Pelican. And that's the fight they needed to win.
Pelican coming alive when they needed it the most. Florida Mayhem, they did a good job of holding on. They punished Fearless, but all of a sudden there's a Sigma in their face that they couldn't deal with. Finally, the Outlaws will get the checkpoint, and now the opportunity for them to come back and get this extra meterage becomes more possible.
Yeah, they know they've got a bit of time before they start pushing the bot again. A little bit of delay here. Violet with a rally advantage for the Houston Outlaws. An ungodly amount of damage coming out from Merit right now on this angle, forcing Fearless to back all the way up. And look at this flank, Scott. They're so split. If this bot gets stolen away, it could be disaster.
Flux artillery strike is back on the cards.
There it goes. Flux artillery. That is devastating. Straight on top of Shu. Wombo combo. And it is done for the back line for the Outlaws. Violet forced to use the rally, yet to no avail. A team kill for Florida. They want to end this right here, right now.
Florida Mayhem take away the forward spawn, so Shu comes out alone. He looks like he will get back, but all of a sudden Florida Mayhem, they're pushing the bot even further away from the Outlaws. So now with only 30 seconds remaining, the Outlaws have a big task ahead of them. Not many ultimates up for either side. Shu's gonna have the nano boost, Pelican with the copy.
Oh, he hears him. Pelly with the copy, Scott, yes.
Pulse bomb.
Did a lot of work with the copy on the Sigma earlier on. He's just trying to check checkmate right now.
Nano boost goes on a Fearless.
Also, oh, he's lurking. They gotta know he's got it. Finish just infinitely low, like, someone heal this guy. There's a window on the corner as well, Scott. Here comes OT. That beam not quite connecting, and now they're in trouble. The bot is run away from them right now, but Happy's already dead. Pulse bomb in the hand and checkmate. He's got Violet in his sights, playing it patiently, but it's someone just stacking up the kills, stacking up the bodies. Houston Outlaws are gonna get laid waste to as the Florida Mayhem take their first game in the playoffs.
Dominant performance. They came out of the gate slow on Lijiang Tower. Look at that man dance. We said we wanted to see it, and we will. And it looks like a scary team with many weapons in their arsenal.
If they bring one thing, Scott, it is quite literally mayhem. No answers there from the Houston Outlaws, and this combo with the Flux, the artillery strike coming in from Bastion, so telegraphed. Everybody on the same page. The Florida Mayhem are a scary team this playoffs.
Especially the Sigma, a very unconventional pick coming out from someone. You would usually think it's too slow for the way that the game is played, but someone making it look like it does so much. It puts out damage, the ultimate's strong, and it just gives his team a shield that they can play around at all times. If anyone was going to cook this up, it would be someone in the Florida Mayhem.
Cracked a little smile at the end there. That's what you love to see. He'll be dancing not before long, that is for sure. The Florida Mayhem started off with a bang. I mean, this is a great look for them. And Houston Outlaws right now, you take one loss, it's not the end of the world. You still get another chance, Scott, but they're on a knife's edge. I mean, Merit too, who is going to be the player of the match for this series. Just another player, a lot of history for Merit too. I mean, this guy is an absolute animal on the Sojourn, which is what he really made his name for last year. The first triple collat, but now on the Bastion, Scott. He's the one comboing, and he is looking straight fire.
He has been one of the best hit scans in the league. You know, we talk about how great his Sojourn is and how impactful that was, but his Bastion looked phenomenal. This is a pick that you need a lot more idea and thinking, oh, this is the grenade through the window.
Perfectly telegraphed. Yep. Look at that. Yo.
Simple geometry, Jack.
Simple. And Shu did not stand a chance. Look death in the face. Beautiful stuff from Merit this season, well, season and series. Yeah, as the stats for the Bastion for this match.
10.1 final blows per 10, only 4 deaths. Really the whole team as a whole for the Florida Mayhem, that's how they've played all season, coming in clutch, working together, and looking like a force to be reckoned with here in these playoffs.
Oh yes, I mean the Florida Mayhem now, with a one-map win, can well, just take it in their stride. They've probably got a lot more up their sleeve as well, and that's the scary thing. Gumba, like you were mentioning, just setting up this series, he's known for picking up these kind of unknowns, and someone has been one of the players that wasn't on everybody's radars. But now, MVP race for the chap.
And it's not like it's the London Spitfire or the Hangzhou Spark where they are one-dimensional. Right. They have so many different looks. A different team, maybe a different look.
Exactly. We're going to jump down onto the floor, though. Danny is going to have a little word with Merit.
Thank you, Jaws and Costa. Yes, I am here joined by the player of the match, Merit from Florida Mayhem. Amazing performance from you today. Now, I gotta ask, because the last time we saw Florida Mayhem play was, it's been a couple of weeks. So I just want to ask, how did you guys prepare for your first match of the playoff against Houston Outlaws? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 마지막으로 플로리다 메이햄 경기가 봤을 때 한 몇 주가 됐는데 이번 플레이오프 첫 경기 휴스턴전에서 좀 어떻게 준비를 해서 들어오셨나요?
일단은 요즘 메타가 이제 바스가 좀 좋다 보니까 바스 위주로 좀 준비를 했던 것 같습니다.
I think I do feel like currently right now the meta Bastion is being picked a lot, so we formulated a lot of our I guess strategies around utilizing that Bastion. And of course you were on that Bastion role, so I also want to follow up. Are you enjoying playing Bastion right now? 그 바스티온을 좀 많이 쓰고 계시는 것 같은데 어디 좀 하실만한가요? 재밌나요?
일단 바스티온이 이제 안 쓰는 영웅이었다 보니까 재밌게 하고 있는 것 같습니다. 네.
I am honestly enjoying my time playing Bastion because it's a hero that we haven't been utilizing a lot, but nowadays we are. So I am enjoying a lot. All right, let's move on to my final question. Tomorrow, you guys will be facing off against Dallas Fuel, and I think they look pretty scary. So Merit, do you have anything you want to say to your future opponent, tomorrow's opponent, Dallas Fuel? 자, 마지막 질문으로 내일 경기 달라스와의 경기가 있을 텐데요. 어떻게 좀 하실 말씀 있나요? 하실 말씀 있으면 지금 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 델러스가 바스를 좀 많이 쓰던데 제가 바스 갭을 내도록 하겠습니다.
Dallas Fuel is also a team that utilize a lot of Bastion as well, and I will show you guys the Bastion gap. All right, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, Merit. Let's send things back to the desk. Zoe, take it away.
지금 존나 지났대. 나 켜줘. 잡고 와봐. 안 컴퓨터. 오케이. 브리부터. 제발 거쳐. 나이스.
Hello and welcome back one last time to
Danny.
the Watchpoint Analyst Desk. Danny, we
where
miss
are
you.
you?
Where have you been? Where have you gone? It's easy to miss him, honestly. He's gone for like 2 seconds and I'm like, something's wrong. Just
There's
doesn't
a
feel
hole
right.
in our lives without you, Danny.
Sure is. But a sign can replace it for now.
Great
let's
sign.
Let's go. Well, we'll give him some time to head back to the desk to rejoin us. But for now, let's break down the action. Houston, unfortunately, couldn't make it work. Mayhem looking dominant. You must be very disappointed.
I'm not too disappointed in the end. I do think both teams played incredibly well. I feel like Houston, they're going to be kicking themselves for that new Junk City because they started off the series so incredibly strong, looking incredible on Lijiang Tower. I do think they made short work of this Rhine comp. It didn't work at all against Houston's Doom dive, showing that I think this Doomfist has a lot of potential for the future. But Florida, it was the adaptations right throughout the series. That Sigma felt like it was gaining steam, and Florida adapted throughout the series to make it work against Doomfist.
Yeah, swapping over to the Orisa, they tried this on Flashpoint as well. It didn't quite work for the Florida Mayhem. So they made these small adjustments. Sigma came out here on Midtown, and this was really the composition that stood out for the Florida Mayhem. Being able to make this swap on the fly, obviously, this is something they have practiced, and this is something they're ready to bring out, the Sigma composition that is. It's just amazing that they have this answer to what the Houston Outlaws are going to do. And it didn't really feel like the Outlaws could figure out the Sigma composition. Fearless, he struggled on this Doomfist, but it's pretty much the best option he has. There's no real tank hero that you can pick here that is a much better choice for Fearless. So you're kind of forced to play this Doomfist and happy try to flank around on Soldier, try to get some work done. But especially this VAP and Brig composition for the Mayhem, there's just so much survivability in this composition. Merit on the Bastion went ham. Checkmate goes pretty much unchecked. Because with these armor packs, there's no Tracer in the Tracer head-to-head. So this composition looks really good for the Florida Mayhem. I'm really curious how this matchup is going to go against the Dallas Fuel if they bring out the Zarya. But for now, I would feel really comfortable with the Florida Mayhem and this Sigma VAP Brig adaptation if this is something they can lean on against some of the other head matchups.
Yeah, the funny thing about this comp, the BAP Brig, which is so comfortable. Oh my god. Well,
Hi, Danny.
Cursed. The BAP Brig, though, is incredibly comfortable for the Florida Mayhem.
Yes, the camera's on you. That's a fantastic answer. I 100% agree with you guys.
It was a fantastic answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Danny. And to say more, Florida have been playing this BAP Brig actually all season long. It's been a core of a lot of compositions they've succeeded on. They played like a great Diva BAP Brig on Dorado. They are very, very effective at staying alive. I think RuPaul looks great on the BAP, very hard to catch. And Chorong definitely in his element on Brig where his strong mechanics can shine. And so I think flexibility-wise, honestly, I'm a little worried for the Fuel because I think Sigma and Bastion are natural counters to Zarya, natural answers. I think maybe this Sigma is the answer to Zarya. I'm worried. If Sigma works, Fuel are in trouble.
Yeah, especially with the Lucio too, right? Like Blizz playing the Lucio with the Zarya, you kind of have to go all in.
Gonna go through the Sigma shield. It's hard. It's
not
scary.
really what you want to do. So
I'm just ready for that Bastion battle. Like Merritt mentioned, he said he's going to show a Bastion gap, right?
Is
it going to happen?
I mean, the thing is,
he'll have a lot of protection. It's hard to play Bastion.
even if the Sigma doesn't work, Mayhem has been a team which throughout the season they were not afraid to switch gears. They were not afraid to just like switch it up completely, throw the playbook out of the window and just run with it and win in the very end as well. So yeah, if I were their next opponent, wouldn't feel super confident going up against them. Let's actually take a look at the bracket to see where we currently at after just one day of playoffs play. Of course, we kicked things off with a big surprise there. Hangzhou Spark took down one of the favorites, Atlanta Reign, which are now finding themselves in the lower bracket where they will be going up against one of the absolute fan favorites, London Spitfire. This one's funny to me because I feel like Atlanta Reign are like the enemies of everyone. For some reason, they're the villains of this. I don't know why and how that happened, but yeah, Reign the villains going up against literally the crowd favorite, London Spitfire. So that's
good,
that's
honest
gonna be a fun
Overwatch.
one. Good, honest Overwatch for sure.
I just feel like I wonder what is it about what Boston played that is it unique? Can Atlanta not replicate it? I feel like I believe in the Atlanta players to resurrect. I think the lip hit scan has been awoken. Right, he was on Sombra. Okay, maybe it didn't work. Maybe that Sombra nerf, it was too heavy. Sombra's not good anymore.
The Sojourn.
Give Lip one day. That's all I ask. 24 hours. I want to see this man back in the server on hit scan, and we're gonna see what it's like.
Angry Lip.
We're gonna see angry
Lip.
Hey, on the other side, we're going to see Angry Hardy as well. Maybe.
Angry Hardy.
Angry Hardy.
I don't think Hardy does angry. I don't think Hardy does angry. I don't think that's in the playbook there, honestly.
Those guys stay chill no matter
Either
what.
way, it was definitely probably one of the biggest headlines we had today. Of course, that was a massive upset, but it was so well deserved. Hangzhou Spark looked absolutely phenomenal. They have a lot of fans in the crowd, and you know what? There was one super fan that leg day spotted down on the floor. Let's see who he found.
Hey, thank you so much, Zoe. I'm here with resident Chinese Overwatch archivist Kenobi, because I need you to break it down for me, Kenobi. Hangzhou Spark versus Atlanta Reign, what made the difference in that matchup?
Like, I don't even know how I'm standing on my feet right now. Like, after just everything we went through in that first matchup, I mean, what was the difference maker is it felt like it was really Monk on that Ana. I mean, the star boy himself, completely hitting every sleep, making Donghack, who is one of those players that we talked about a lot for Atlanta throughout the entirety of the regular season, look suspect and just was not in the game as much as he is, not as impactful when you got an Ana who is just lights out like that.
Monk absolutely turned up, and does that mean, could it be, Kenobi? Is it time for Chinese Overwatch to claim its title?
Man, I mean, there's so much pedigree sneakily on this team, right? You look at Yulangsa, 4-time Contenders China champion, but Gusha, one of the best Winstons to ever touch the keyboard in Overwatch, has never gotten there. There's always been that heartbreak. Leave also, the Shu play from the Gladiators 2 seasons ago, right? World Cup for the team of China, always losing out, never ever getting that one championship that they need. And if they're going to break the curse, I mean, that's the best way to do it right there. You come back, you reverse sweep the best team at the tournament, and you show that Chinese Overwatch is still here to play the game.
Prophecies written in Dwarven runes. You heard them here first. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you so much,
That fan
Harry
looks
and
very-
Kenobi. He
I
looks
think I know him.
familiar, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Yeah. Seen him around town, for sure.
He's been around.
He's been around. And he's a super fan. Anything you want to say to the analysis there?
I was really surprised by the amount of like Hangzhou Spark fans in the building. Like they got cheers. It was loud when the Hangzhou Spark were down there reverse sweeping the Atlanta Reign. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see more of the Hangzhou Spark. Again, you know, I've kind of put myself out there as a bit of a Hangzhou Spark fan myself. So
Bit of a connoisseur. He kind of knew,
Hangzhou
you know,
connoisseur,
his first
yeah.
pick ever.
Playing both sides.
You definitely
Really
did
good at
do,
that.
you did do that.
I'm looking forward to
let's
it.
actually take a look at our bracket too to see what happened here. Well, Fuel, they were dominant against the Seoul Infernal. I hope they can recover for their losers match tomorrow, which will be against no other than the Houston Outlaws. It's going to be a tough opponent to them, or for them, rather. Blah. It's been a long day. Of course, the match we just saw was the Houston Outlaws and the Florida Mayhem. And Mayhem have been looking good, have been looking strong. And once again, they've shown that they just can kind of play it all. So Dallas Fuel and Mayhem, this ought to be an interesting match.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing that any team that is like, you can go into the match knowing, okay, they're going to run this comp. I just feel like Mayhem's always going to be, you know, if you're going to lock it in pre-match and you think you just got it, unless the meta is so stable that you can guarantee a mirror. I feel like Florida, they're so great at finding those little weaknesses in your play, They adapt to them, and it's not, for some teams, that's too high a cost. You can't adapt. It's too out of your comfort zone. You're not playing well anymore. For Florida, it doesn't matter what they play. They look polished. They look practiced. Even that Sigma Bastion comp, that looked like, for me, the scariest thing I've seen so far. I feel like it can answer the Zarya, it can answer the Doom, and potentially could even work against a Rhine comp. So for me, that is looking like the most dangerous thing we've seen so far of the metas. And really, I mean, there hasn't been any meta, right? Every single match has been unique so far in the playoffs. That's first time in Overwatch League history we've had this kind of diversity in playoffs.
Can I build some suspense real quick here? And Jake, close your ears or something. I don't know how to...
Yeah, close.
I'm like a little bit worried for the Houston Outlaws in this group. And not because I don't think they'll lose to Seoul Infernal, but to advance out of this bracket, Houston Outlaws will have to either beat Florida Mayhem, who they just lost to in pretty dominant fashion, or the Dallas Fuel, who look really confident in this Zarya matchup. Now, Houston Outlaws so far, they can play a lot more than just Doomfist. They showcased Doomfist most of the time here because it was a really good matchup against the Sigma. It was their best chance, arguably. They can play some other stuff against the Zarya composition, perhaps. And Fearless, he is really capable. Winston, Wrecking Ball, Reinhardt, like they can bring out these heroes, right? But I think Zarya is a pretty good composition against pretty much whatever Houston Outlaws can throw out there. So, you know, if we get Battle for Texas, I'm going to be stoked. And I think Dallas might have the upper hand based on what I saw today.
You know,
don't throw hands yet. Don't throw hands.
I like elimination matches.
I know. You're living for the chaos.
I love it when teams are fighting for their lives.
Then he's like, I want blood.
I want blood.
I will not be satisfied.
I want anger.
You saw Shy having a nosebleed, and we were like, that's a champion right there.
I
That's
loved
someone
it,
fighting tooth and nail.
And tomorrow we're going to get
physical.
a lot of that, so I'm super excited.
I was just about to say what you're most looking forward to. Of course, it will be that. It'd be chaos. It'd be drama. It's all the emotions flying high. Tomorrow, we're going to have our first elimination matches. Lots to looking forward to. Lots of great matches we already had. And it was just day one. A lot more coming at you, so make sure to not miss any of the action. We thank you so much for joining us for day number one of the playoffs 2023. And we will be back same place, same time again tomorrow. So make sure to tune in at 12:30 p.m. ET, 9:30 a.m. PT, and 4:30 p.m. UTT.
Okay.
Drop the mic.
Oh, I didn't expect that one. Okay, go.
Have a good night. Thank you so much.
안녕.